As martial arts were in their nascent stages, monstrous and exotic beasts threatened the very existence of human warriors, forcing them to surrender and retreat. But then, Lu Sheng's consciousness traversed time and space, transporting him 10,000 years ahead in a dream world where the most rudimentary of physical training techniques had evolved into a highly advanced form, thousands of times more effective than before. In this distant future, Lu Sheng discovered martial arts scriptures that had been lost to time. The martial arts civilization had peaked in those 10,000 years, but tragically, humanity was no more to carry on the tradition. It was Lu Sheng who became the sole inheritor of this ancient legacy. The story unfolds in a world ravaged by a catastrophe. The beautiful planet lay in ruins and a gaping hole within the heavens, from which a legion of monsters and creatures poured forth. The traces of humanity had long since vanished, leaving behind nothing but a barren wasteland. Amidst the desolation, however, there stood a lone figure, a man of immense power and unshakable conviction. He stood before the colossal creature with a calm demeanor, his hand held firmly behind his back, with otherworldly energy coursing through his veins. The man's eyes blazed in bright light, and with a swift, fluid motion, he unleashed a devastating blast, completely annihilating anything in his way. Lu Sheng jolted awake in the middle of class, his eyes bleary and unfocused. The taunting laughter of his classmates echoed in his ears, even the teacher sneered at him with contempt. The teacher pointed an accusatory finger at Lu Sheng, his voice dripping with disdain, claiming that no one will ever hire Lu Sheng as a bricklayer, since the basic requirement of a bricklayer's blood energy level is 0.8. As the class finally ended, Lu Sheng's friend Ming approached him with concern for his well-being. He offered to take Lu Sheng to the internet cafe and treat him to some snacks and games, hoping to lift his spirits. But Lu Sheng was too drained from the constant nightmare that had been bothering him for quite some time. Lu Sheng thanked Ming, but shook his head, saying he just wanted to go home and rest for the day. As he walked into the bustling city, unbeknownst to everyone, fate had conspired to transport Lu Sheng into this new world. He had been a diligent student focused on acing his university entrance exam, but now he had to face an entirely different test of survival. Lu Sheng couldn't help but notice the similarities between his old world and this new one. The only difference was the incredible level of martial arts that existed in this world, as Lu Sheng gazed upon the giant screen broadcasting the recent victory of the 8th Legion, successfully defending another wave of monsters. Just then, his reverie was shattered by the sight of a delivery woman carrying an enormous stack of packages with effortless ease. Lu Sheng couldn't believe his eyes and envied her power. The sun was slowly sinking into the horizon, casting a warm glow over the city, as Lu Sheng trudged his way back to his old apartment. His eyes fell upon his mother in the living room, tenderly applying medicinal patches to his father's back. Despite the physical pain, his parents' faces lit up at the sight of their son. His father quickly got dressed, but the bandages and patches on his body betrayed the immense effort he had put in to provide for his family. With a gentle smile, Lu Sheng suggested that his father invest in an acupuncture machine to alleviate his pain and promote better circulation, but his father, ever the stoic and strong-willed, simply flexed his bicep and joked that he was made of steel and could withstand any pain. Suddenly, his father took out 2 small containers which he presented to Lu Sheng. It was a new supplement that cost a staggering $20,000, a fortune for a family like theirs. Overwhelmed by his father's selfless gesture, Lu Sheng struggled to hold back his tears and bit his lips. As Lu Sheng's parents questioned whether his blood energy levels had reached the desired 0.85 mark, he felt a knot of anxiety form in his stomach. He softly nodded, then sprinted to his room without wasting a moment, knowing that every second counted. With determination etched on his face, Lu Sheng immediately began the body-strengthening technique. This technique was a fusion of ancient yoga martial arts, and judo was expertly adapted to create a powerful and effective method for beginners to build a solid foundation. Lu Sheng took a deep breath before launching into an explanation of the cataclysmic event that had changed the world 3 centuries ago. The world had been plunged into chaos, as monstrous creatures erupted from the sky and the ground, rendering modern weapons useless in the face of this unprecedented threat. Humanity had undergone a genetic mutation, unleashing unimaginable power and ushering in a new age of martial arts. But even with these newfound abilities, the human race had found themselves at a massive disadvantage against the monsters that threatened their very existence. Cities fell on a daily basis, and the human race was forced to retreat and regroup. After 3 consecutive rounds of the grueling body-strengthening technique, Lu Sheng's energy had been completely sapped. Despite his best efforts, His blood energy level had remained unchanged. Sweat poured down his face as he struggled to catch his breath. He needed to try harder. He knew that his parents had sacrificed so much for him, and he refused to let them down now. Grimacing with effort, he slowly rose to his feet, but as he stood there wavering on unsteady legs, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness sweep over him. The world spun around him, followed by him collapsing onto the ground. Lu Sheng woke up, but what he saw around he was not the familiar surroundings of his bedroom. Instead, he found himself in a desolate wasteland of his familiar nightmare. Lu Sheng tried to wake himself up from this nightmare, but to no avail. Suddenly, a zombie leaped toward Lu Sheng, its gruesome mouth inches away from his face. In the past few nights, Lu Sheng had run from this monster in terror, but this time something inside him snapped. With a primal roar, he unleashed all the energy he could muster into his legs and kicked the zombie away. Not content to stop, Lu Sheng grabbed a nearby rock and began beating the undead creature, mercilessly striking it again and again until its body finally gave way, leaving behind a strange black liquid that oozed toward him. As he watched the viscous liquid approach, a torrent of unfamiliar memories flooded into Lu Sheng's mind, was vivid and disorienting. But he saw a man he'd never seen before speaking to a friend on the beach about his desire to join the elite defensive squad. The next thing he saw was the man soon donned a military uniform and became a member of the prestigious base number 1359, where he underwent rigorous training. Then, a chaotic memory of the base being breached by monstrous creatures. In this sudden onslaught of memories, Lu Sheng felt his heart racing, struggling to come to grips with the deluge of information. Lu Sheng stood in disbelief, wondering how he had managed to retain the memories of the men he had just defeated in their zombie form. His hand trembled uncontrollably, unaware of the powerful aura surrounding him. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden attack came from behind. Without missing a beat, Lu Sheng spun around and with a single fluid motion snapped the head off the zombie with graceful movement, sending its body collapsing to the ground in a heap. As the lifeless corpse began to dissolve into a dark, viscous fluid, Lu Sheng felt a strange sense of energy pulsing through his veins. With a sudden rush of power coursing through his body, Lu Sheng realized that he not only had the ability to retain the memories of those he defeated, but he could also absorb their power. Lu Sheng couldn't believe what he was experiencing. He then remembered that he was in his own dream realm. He took a deep breath and wondered only if everything was happened. In the dream realm was real. Despite the surreal nature of his dream, Lu Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that there was something important he needed to discover. The memory of the military base number 1359 lingered in his mind. This once again teased him with the possibility of unlocking the secrets of this strange dream world. Suddenly, the dream became disoriented. He was pulled back into the real world where his sister was calling him to dinner. This is Lu Qing, the only younger sister of Lu Sheng. She then took a closer look at Lu Sheng, currently glistening with sweat, which showed the chiseled body underneath the shirt. Seeing this made her blush as she quickly turned around and walked away. Lu Sheng shook his head and recollected the days of their youth, when he and his sister were inseparable, but the dynamics between them shifted dramatically after the first evaluation test. This evaluation showed Lu Qing's result to be an astonishing blood energy level of 1 and a combat strength of 100. This was not unexpected given that his sister was a prodigy destined for a brilliant future. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, then he gazed upon his reflection in the mirror and beheld his exquisitely sculpted physique. For some reason, he didn't feel a shred of exhaustion, and all the memories and power he gained from the dream realm were carried over, causing him to ponder if he could truly manifest the power of his subconscious dreams into the real world. Shrugging off his ruminations, Lu Sheng walked over to the dinner table. At the table, he devoured the food and ate bowls of rice after another, as if his gut were akin to a black hole. Soon, with nothing left on the table, he nervously withdrew his arms, but his father snatched his bowl and implored his mother to cook more rice and prepare additional dishes. His father seemed elated by his son's great appetite, and even his sister beamed a graceful smile. Following dinner, Lu Sheng strode towards a nearby martial arts school, where the instructor was a level 4 martial artist and a well-known figure in the city. Here we were told about the hierarchical structure of martial arts. After becoming an official martial artist, starting at level 1, it's expected that their blood energy level is 1.5 and combat strength stands at 150. A level 2 martial artist surpasses this with a blood energy level of 15 and a combat strength of 1500. A level 3 martial artist ups the ante with a blood energy level of 100 and a combat strength of 10,000. while a level 4 martial artist must exceed a blood energy level of 200 in a combat strength of 100,000. As Lu Sheng approached the reception desk, he inquired about undergoing a test to assess his blood energy level and combat strength. Despite her awareness that the young man may not hail from a wealthy background, the receptionist maintained her professionalism and led Lu Sheng into the training room. In the training room, Lu Sheng rested his hand on a gleaming crystal ball to gauge his blood energy level. To his astonishment, it had skyrocketed to 0.963, which was a significant improvement from his previous score of 0.7. Sensing an opportunity to prove himself, he turned his attention to another device curious about his combat strength. He took a deep breath and assumed the combat form he had memorized from the recollections of 2 fallen soldiers. With fluid movements, he struck out, and his combat strength registered an impressive 113. The magnitude of his improvement within a mere hour left Lu Sheng incredulous. He pondered what heights he could achieve if he spent a full 10 hours honing his abilities within the dream realm. Lu Sheng returned home as he lay in bed staring blankly at the ceiling, and after counting a menagerie of more than 10,000 sheep, he found himself unable to fall asleep. Frustrated and restless, he rose and flipped on the light switch, resolving to undertake some additional exercises. He assumed his stance, preparing to perform the body-strengthening technique, but something felt odd. He executed unfamiliar movements, doing these movements subconsciously, as if channeling the memory of the fallen soldier. As Lu Sheng continued to implement the new movements, he discovered that there were over 200 additional maneuvers every time he practiced. He felt a distinct surge of energy coursing through him. It was not only the body-strengthening technique that benefited from this new knowledge, but his breathing technique also experienced a noticeable enhancement. A single session felt like it had granted him years of training results, leaving him astounded at his newfound prowess. As Lu Sheng completed the entire technique, he experienced a sensation akin to his soul being wrenched from his body. He felt extreme hunger, and his body's water content seemed to have evaporated. It was clear to him that regular food would not suffice. He will require high-quality supplements to maintain his strength. However, the cost of these supplements was astronomical, and he recognized that he would need to find a means of earning money to fund his ongoing growth. The next day, Lu Sheng found himself in the school gym ready for the combat lesson. The teacher, Mr. Zhang, was a level 2 martial artist who had once faced a monster on the battlefield head-on and bore the scars to prove it. However, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel that the movements and techniques Mr. Zhang was presenting were too simplistic and lacked power compared to what he had learned in his dream realm. As Mr. Zhang finished his demonstration, he called upon one of the most popular students in the school to spar with him. Jake was not only handsome, but also the top student in his class, and his family was incredibly wealthy. Jake had become quite the supplement connoisseur, as his family has been feeding him the top supplements ever since he could walk. Now, his blood energy level had soared to an impressive 1.2. After sparring, Mr. Zhang praised Jake's movement and techniques, promising additional feedback after class. But despite the teacher's compliments, Jake couldn't help but sneer at the words in his mind. Mr. Zhang then asked if anyone was brave enough to spar with Jake, but all the students avoided eye contact, leaving him disappointed. However, just as Mr. Zhang's disappointment began to show, his gaze met Lu Sheng's piercing stare. In Lu Sheng's eyes, Mr. Zhang could see a formidable aura, one that he had only ever witnessed in those who had tasted the bitter reality of death. Ming desperately tried to persuade Lu Sheng to forfeit, fearing that his friend would suffer serious injuries. However, Lu Sheng merely smiled and reassured Ming that he had nothing to worry about. As Lu Sheng stood up and walked to the middle, Jake arrogantly raised his hand and sneered at Lu Sheng, warning him to steer clear of his hands and that he might break a couple bones. Undeterred, Lu Sheng graciously thanked Jake for his advice and declared that he was ready to fight. Suddenly, Jake lunged at him with the intent of ending the match with a single punch. But much to his astonishment, Lu Sheng effortlessly evaded the attack and landed a precise blow to Jake's face, sending him hurtling to the opposite end of the room as Mr. Zhang frantically rushed over to check on Jake's well-being. The other students looked on in shock and awe. It was inconceivable that Jake had been defeated with a single punch. Jake was quickly whisked away from the gym on a stretcher, leaving behind a stunned and bewildered crowd. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, felt a sense of remorse for his actions and apologized to Mr. Zhang for what had transpired. To his surprise, Mr. Zhang remained silent for a few moments before placing a reassuring hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder, telling him to not hold any burden. After a brief exchange, Mr. Zhang invited Lu Sheng to his office. The office was simple, with only a potted plant and a combat strength testing dummy, with a stern expression on his face. Mr. Zhang demanded to know if Lu Sheng had been using any illegal steroids or performance-enhancing drugs, which were strictly prohibited by the school due to their damaging effects on the body, demanding Lu Sheng to prove he hasn't been using it. In response, Lu Sheng calmly rested his hand on the crystal ball. A sudden jolt of electricity filled the room, and the crystal ball displayed a blood energy level of 1.532, effectively classifying Lu Sheng as a level 1 martial artist. Mr. Zhang was taken aback by this revelation. The mere term prodigy seemed insufficient to capture the immense talent possessed by Lu Sheng, who at the age of just 18 had already achieved the rank of a formal level 1 martial artist. Mr. Zhang struggled to gather his thoughts when he was suddenly jolted out of his reverie by a loud noise. The next thing he knew, the combat strength testing dummy was in pieces, and so was the potted plant. Despite being saddened by the loss of his beloved plant, Mr. Zhang couldn't help but be awestruck by Lu Sheng's incredible strength. After a moment of stunned silence, Mr. Zhang learned that just 2 weeks prior, Lu Sheng had only possessed a blood energy level of 0.7. He leaped to his feet in disbelief, amazed that Lu Sheng had managed to achieve such incredible feats in just such a short amount of time. Mr. Zhang eagerly asked if Lu Sheng was from a renowned family, or if he had been taught by a grandmaster. To his surprise, Lu Sheng revealed that he was neither born into a renowned family, nor had he received any formal training from a grandmaster. Mr. Zhang reflected on his own past experiences, reminiscing about how he had become a level 2 martial artist before joining the army. He remembered the lessons he had learned on the battlefield, where he had come to the realization that people like him could never hope to triumph over the monsters. The sheer strength and power of those beasts were beyond human comprehension, and the only individuals capable of standing against them were those with even greater strength. Perhaps the prodigy individuals like Lu Sheng are one of them. Taking a deep breath, Mr. Zhang suggested that based on Lu Sheng's remarkable abilities, he should be placed in the elite class and given access to the very best educational resources available. However, Lu Sheng politely declined the offer, as he knew that no amount of education could compare to the opportunities he could create in his dream realm. As Mr. Zhang continued to implore Lu Sheng, he spoke with a tone of conviction. He assured Lu Sheng that the school would always have his back. But Lu Sheng, wary of empty promises, made 2 firm requests. First was a scholarship application and the freedom to attend class on his own terms. Mr. Zhang seemed to understand Lu Sheng's struggle, but he quickly regained his composure and nodded, saying he would be speaking with the dean regarding these requests. He knew that obtaining a scholarship would take some time, so he took matters into his own hands with a flourish. Mr. Zhang took out his bank card and handed it to Lu Sheng, telling him to pay him back whenever he could. Lu Sheng was taken aback by this unexpected display of generosity. As Lu Sheng walked out of Mr. Zhang's office, his heart was racing with anticipation. The prospect of encountering another prodigy was enough to send shivers down his spine. To think that there was someone else out there with level 2 martial arts combat strength at the tender age of 18 was simply mind-boggling. He saw the young man as a secret weapon, a powerful asset that could stun the other schools on exam day. But it wasn't just about winning a competition. Mr. Zhang had grander aspirations for Lu Sheng. He thought of a place where he claimed to be a hallowed ground that had remained elusive for so many years. As Lu Sheng stood before the windows of the pharmacy, he couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as he watched a little girl's mother purchase expensive supplements for her daughter. He knew all too well the harsh reality of the martial arts world, that wealth and privilege often paved the way for success. He was all too aware of the obstacles in his path. Slowly, his thoughts turned to his younger sister, who was still trapped in the same cycle of poverty and hardship dragged down by him. In that moment, Lu Sheng felt like a fish trapped in a small tank, yearning for the vast ocean beyond. But he couldn't help but cling to the comfort and familiarity of his water tank with a newfound sense of purpose. Lu Sheng felt as though he had broken through the confines of his old life and stepped into a new world. The opportunities that lay ahead of him were boundless, and he was determined to seize them with both hands. It was as if he had broken through a bottleneck that had been holding him back. His memories, techniques, and combat experience now seemed clearer than ever before, and he was able to absorb them as his own. As he walked through the bustling streets of the city, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. With a sense of purpose burning in his heart, Lu Sheng purchased an acupuncture machine for his father, supplements for his sister, and groceries for his mother, and headed home. In Lu Sheng's dream realm, he moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, effortlessly taking down another zombie with a single swift strike. The memories that flooded his mind led him ever closer to his destination base 1359 as he battled wave after wave of the undead. Finally, he arrived at the base itself and was awestruck by the massive walls that surrounded it. The walls were at least 20 meters thick, and Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder what kind of attack could possibly breach such fortifications. If this world, with its advanced martial arts and evolved civilization, was still so vulnerable in the face of the monsters, what hope was there for his own world? As he explored the city within the walls, Lu Sheng's eyes were drawn to a towering building that seemed to be the command center. Within its walls, he caught a glimpse of a man dressed all in white, his face expressionless, and with only one arm. Out of nowhere, Lu Sheng felt an immense surge of killing intent. It was as if the very air itself had thickened with the weight of this impending danger. The lethal energy emanating from the commanding center shook him on the ground, as Lu Sheng stood there still reeling from the shock of the man's killing intent. He knew in his gut that he shouldn't linger in this place. He retreated slowly, eyes darting around for any sign of danger, and eventually stumbled upon a room unlike any other he had seen. In the base, as he approached a machine in the center of the room, his hand rested on the machine, and suddenly it sprang to life, emitting a soft hum. A moment later, a holographic image flickered into existence before him, the image of a female AI. Lu Sheng was stunned when he heard the woman speak his language. The AI introduced herself as a product from Tianhang Tech and is the 16th generation support artificial intelligence. Her name is Yi, and she is responsible for the network in base 1359. Lu Sheng requested to see the most recent news. He couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lay hidden within this mysterious base. As soon as Lu Sheng made his request, Yi sprang into action. With the speed and efficiency that only an artificial intelligence could muster, she conjured up a series of tabs that displayed the latest and greatest news from around the galaxy. The first tab soon popped out. In June of the martial year, 11,024, Base 1359 had successfully launched its 58th exploration spaceship in search of a suitable planet. The second tab that appeared informed Lu Sheng that in July, Base 105 had fallen. It was a stark reminder that even with all their technology and martial prowess, humanity was still vulnerable to the dangers of the monsters. And speaking of martial prowess, the third tab that Yi summoned up was a real shocker. Apparently a general named Sun Kang had just become the 472nd 10th level martial artist. Lu Sheng was amazed. He had no idea that there were so many 10th level martial artists out there. And yet even with all that power, the people here were still unable to protect its own planet, forcing them to abandon it. Lu Sheng's heart sank as he absorbed the devastating news that this entire civilization had been completely wiped out. No reports or signals were coming from the exploration spaceship, indicating that there was no hope for their survival. Was a stark reminder of the harsh realities of the universe, where even the mightiest civilizations could be reduced to nothing in the blink of an eye. With a heavy heart, Lu Sheng turned to Yi for some solace. He asked her to provide him with the history of this planet, hoping to learn something from their demise. As the data streams began to flow as he delved deeper into the planet's past, Lu Sheng's shock only grew. The timeline of events that Yi was rendering for him was eerily similar to the history of his own world. Monsters erupting from all over the world, the emergence of the first martial artist with inner power in the 34th martial arts year, and the establishment of the Martial Arts Association. All of these were events that had happened in Lu Sheng's own world as well. Astonished and disoriented, Lu Sheng came to the realization that the events he had just witnessed were not a glimpse of an alternate world, but a shocking revelation about the fate of his own world, 10,000 years in the future. A chill ran down his spine as he contemplated the implications of this knowledge. But even in the face of such bleak prospects, Lu Sheng refused to lose hope. Perhaps this was just a coincidence or a parallel universe. Lu Sheng then turned his attention to gathering more information. He asked Yi to search for personal details about himself and his family, but his hopes were soon dashed when he discovered that he had passed away at a young age, just 28 years old in the martial year 325. His curiosity was piqued, and he then attempted to search for information about his younger sister, but he was thwarted by the system, which demanded that he prove his DNA before he could register for access. Feeling puzzled and frustrated, Lu Sheng wondered how he could provide the necessary blood sample. At that moment, Yi came to the rescue, biting onto Lu Sheng's finger and collecting the required blood sample. Lu Sheng couldn't help but be amazed at the sheer wildness of the future, where even artificial intelligence had become capable of such unorthodox behavior. As Yi's expression changed, red windows started popping up. Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a sense of unease before he could even ask. His personal information was suddenly refreshed, revealing that he had been a level 4 martial artist, a top graduate of the White Lake Academy, and a proud alumnus of the White Lake Martial University. After graduation, he joined the army and valiantly fought in battle until his untimely death at the age of 37 in the martial year of 334. Lu Sheng was dumbfounded. He had always believed that he was a prodigy destined for greatness and fame, but now he realized that he was just one among many a small cog in the vast machinery of history who didn't even cause a small rabble. Lu Sheng looked at the details with a discerning eye, and to his dismay, he discovered some flaws in the record. It showed that he had achieved a commendable score in the exam, although a decent score, if just solely relying on basic training. He was certain that if he incorporated the ability of his dream realm, his scores would skyrocket to unprecedented heights. Lu Sheng was not content with mediocrity. He knew that he was destined for greatness, and that his future was not confined to this mundane reality. Lu Sheng had an unyielding conviction within him to become the strongest person and be the person who alters history. He aspires to be more than a mere spark, but rather the catalyst that sets the world ablaze. The following day, Lu Sheng explained to his mom that he could now learn from home and no longer have to go to class. Both his sister and his mom were skeptical about this. However, Lu Sheng didn't explain much. After finishing his breakfast, he went back to his room to train. Lu Qing stared at her brother. She felt that he had changed a lot, although she didn't know how to explain it. It seems like her brother surely felt more mysterious now. After seeing what he had seen in his dream realm, he knew there was no time to waste, and he must climb to the top as fast as he could in search of a way to change the future. Back in the dream realm, Lu Sheng requested Ai Yi to all notes, books, and training methods related to martial arts. Lu Sheng had to narrow it down to the ones just suitable for his own level. After filtering, there were 3 top-selected choices, all written by 11 Thea-level martial artists. The first is the basic module of the stellar body-enhancing technique. The second was a natural breathing technique. Lastly, the crystal meditation technique, all part of the Fire Seed program. It was as if a veil had been lifted from Lu Sheng's eyes, revealing the secrets of the martial arts world. These top-tier martial artists had foreseen the impending doom of the world and had preserved the essence of their lifelong crafts, hoping that someone would continue their legacy. Lu Sheng wasted no time and immediately delved into the 3 selected techniques. The stellar body-enhancing technique was a profound method that set the human body into a micro-universe, strengthening every part of the body and imbuing every cell with the power of a star. The natural breathing technique allowed its practitioners to absorb the power of different elements, enhancing their physical capabilities. Lastly, the crystal meditation method was used to bolster mental fortitude and make one more resilient to stress and adversity, thereby allowing them to train more effectively. But after waking up from his dream realm, he noticed that after learning all the techniques, it had purified his body, flushing out all toxins. Lu Sheng is also preparing to use the formula he gained from the future to craft his own supplements. The next day, Lu Sheng arrived at the White Lake Academy. Mr. Zhang greeted him warmly, but reminded him to attend at least 1 class per week. Lu Sheng then made his way to a nearby pharmacy, hoping to rent a room for his supplement crafting. Despite several rejections, Lu Sheng persisted. Earlier, Mr. Zhang had personally funded Lu Sheng an additional 50,000, giving him the means to purchase everything he needed. Lu Sheng knew that he needed to pay the favor back one day. Just when Lu Sheng was about to give up on finding a room to craft his supplements, fate intervened as he stumbled upon a quiet pharmacy. The cashier was deeply indulged in the live stream and told Lu Sheng to just grab whatever he needed. Lu Sheng managed to catch the cashier's attention, and after some clever bribery, he was granted use of a room for 3 hours. Donning his lab coat, Lu Sheng began his work. He mixed and measured using techniques from shows like Rick and Morty and Full Metal Alchemist to create his ultimate supplement. Lu Sheng held his final product in his hands. It was a supplement unlike any other, containing rare and powerful knowledge from 10,000 years in the future. Lu Sheng brought the supplement to his lips, eagerly awaiting the promised effects. However, as he gulped down the liquid, he was dismayed to feel nothing at all. Was this yet another worthless elixir? But then a sudden jolt coursed through his chest, sending him reeling to the ground in agonizing pain. His body convulsed as he cried out in torment, the veins in his neck bulging with the strain for several endless minutes. Lu Sheng lay on the floor, unable to do anything but endure the excruciating sensations tearing through him. But then, as abruptly as it had started, the torment subsided, leaving him gasping and drenched in sweat. Despite the searing agony he had just experienced, Lu Sheng was astounded by the effectiveness of the supplement. Not only had it bolstered his blood energy levels, but it had also worked wonders on his complexion, leaving his skin glowing with a newfound radiance. However, Lu Sheng was suddenly interrupted by the urgent knocking of the cashier at the door. With no time to spare, the young man gestured frantically to Lu Sheng to flee through the back exit, warning him that the owner had returned. As the owner strode into the lab, her expression was a seething mask of frustration and disappointment. She had always known that the supplement industry was cutthroat and unforgiving. But now, more than ever, she was acutely aware of the need to stay on the cutting edge. She thought bitterly of her family, whose stubborn adherence to outdated ideologies had ultimately led to their downfall. It was only by embracing change and innovation that one could hope to succeed in this ruthless market. The cashier, nervously fidgeting in the corner, offered a timid greeting as the owner swept past him. Her heart sank as she noticed the stains on her lab coat, and she rounded on the hapless young man with a withering glare. "Have you let someone into my lab?" she demanded, her voice cold and sharp as a blade. The cashier stammered and stuttered, unable to offer a coherent response, with a snarl of frustration. The owner fired him on the spot as she began to tidy up the lab. Her eyes fell on the scattered remnants of Lu Sheng supplements. With a sudden surge of curiosity, she scooped up the tiny droplets. To her astonishment, she discovered that even a single drop of the supplement was astonishingly powerful. The owner then dashed out of the shop in hot pursuit of the cashier. Just as the cashier turned towards the sound of the approaching footsteps, his heart leaked with excitement at the sight of the owner sprinting towards him. Her lively figure and flowing hair seemed to cast a spell over him, and he imagined that perhaps this was finally his chance for his own harem. But before he could even utter a word, the owner had grabbed him by the collar, her expression fierce and commanding as she demanded to know who had used her lab. The cashier could feel the force of her grip rocking him back and forth. The owner promised to double his salary if he could get in touch with the person who used her lab. The cashier trembled and handed his phone over. The owner could feel her pulse racing with excitement, as she knew the supplement was at least 10 times more effective than the ones currently in the market for $100,000. What makes it nothing short of a world-class evolution is that the ingredients are so basic and affordable that its net cost wouldn't even surpass $5,000. Back to Lu Sheng, who had just completed his grueling training session, his phone suddenly buzzed with an unexpected call from the cashier, however. To his surprise, the voice on the other side was a female voice, who identified herself as the owner of the pharmacy. Her name was Ling Su. Without hesitation, Ling Su eagerly requested a meeting with Lu Sheng, expressing her sincere interest in promoting his revolutionary new supplements. After confirming the meeting for next week, Ling Su could hardly contain her excitement at the prospect of meeting the masterful pharmacist. Her enthusiasm was quickly dampened when the cashier divulged a startling revelation. The man who had been using her lab was merely a high school student. After a brief shock, she is now even more curious about Lu Sheng's real identity. As Lu Sheng delved deeper into the dream realm, he could feel his power growing with each passing day. Today, his target was a 4th-level martial artist zombie, undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Sheng charged toward the zombie, but as he closed in for the kill, he was caught off guard by a swift counterattack that left his arm numb and throbbing with pain. The zombie roared with fury, its bloodlust driving it forward as it lunged toward Lu Sheng once again. This time, Lu Sheng was ready. He didn't try to take the zombie head-on, instead choosing to duck and dodge moved swiftly to the side. Lu Sheng unleashed a devastating roundhouse kick that sent the zombie crashing to the ground. Lu Sheng leaped into the air and brought down a crushing axe kick that left the zombie motionless on the ground. Just as Lu Sheng delved deeper into the memories of this fallen soldier, he began to shed his initial perception of them as mere monsters, and instead started to view them as fallen soldiers who once valiantly protected their land. With a deep sense of reverence, he humbly bowed to show his respect before turning to leave. Having dedicated himself to mastering the 3 techniques, Lu Sheng spent a week honing his skills. The fruits of his labor had been nothing short of astonishing. His power had grown exponentially. Eager to put his newfound skills to the test, Lu Sheng made his way to the Red Mountain Martial Arts School, where he requested the use of a testing dummy. The room now boasted a new blood energy level of 15.632, propelling him to the rank of a level 2 martial artist. Lu Sheng turned his gaze towards the testing dummy, his eyes glinting with a fierce determination. With a simple punch, he shattered the previous record, clocking in an impressive combat strength of 3,137, double that of an average level 2 martial artist. But Lu Sheng was not content to rest on this number. He knew that this was merely a glimpse of his true potential. as he assumed his stance, but this time he was serious. Shortly after, as he stepped away from the training room, Lu Sheng was greeted by the radiant smile of the receptionist lady. As Lu Sheng left the school, he strolled past a pair of young martial artists. The young girl, who happened to be the owner's daughter, was engaged in a light-hearted exchange with the receptionist lady. The receptionist lady was clearly taken aback by Lu Sheng's strikingly handsome appearance. However, the other male student who was eavesdropping on their conversation had a different view on the matter. He felt that looks were irrelevant and that only one's martial attainments mattered. In his eyes, Lu Sheng, who appeared to be an average kid, was nothing more than a lost cause. The male student's arrogance was palpable in his superiority complex, the fact that he had grown up using all kinds of supplements making him much stronger than his peers around his age. However, before he could continue his tirade, the young girl smacked him on the head and gave him a piece of her mind. She sternly reminded him not to discriminate against others and to curb his arrogant behavior. Despite the young girl's admonishments, the male student was still adamant about proving his point. He demanded to see Lu Sheng's testing results and begged the girl to show them to him. With a resigned sigh, the girl handed over the tablet. As they perused the results, their jaws dropped in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Lu Sheng's blood energy level was off the charts, far surpassing anything they had ever seen before. They couldn't help but wonder if the machine had malfunctioned somehow, but the receptionist lady reassured them that the machine had been checked and calibrated just the day before. Realizing that Lu Sheng was no ordinary student, were overcome with a sense of urgency to find him and learn more about him. As Lu Sheng stepped out of the taxi, the driver seemed to really like Lu Sheng and even offered to set him up a date with his daughter. With a polite smile, Lu Sheng thanked the driver and made his way toward the White Lake City Martial Artist Association. As he approached the building, he witnessed a young martial artist rushing out, tears streaming down his face. It seemed that the results he had received from testing at home were slightly different from the ones he had received at the association. Undeterred, Lu Sheng made his way to the front desk and inquired about the martial artist identification assessment. After filling out a form, he was directed to the testing site, which was packed with applicants of all ages, most of whom seemed to be around 25 years old. Among them was a young girl who looked even younger than Lu Sheng. As Lu Sheng waited in line, a towering figure emerged from the elevator and began cutting through the line, causing a commotion among the applicants. A female applicant called him out on his brazen behavior, but security brushed her off, claiming that he was there for the Level 3 assessment, and was thus qualified to bypass the line. The crowd was left astounded, as there were only a handful of Level 3 martial artists in the city, and the towering figure before them boasted an impressive score. His blood energy level was an astounding 107, and his combat strength reached an absurd 10,831. With a single strike, he sent shockwaves that caused many of the onlookers to lose their balance and fall to the ground. After his assessment, the towering figure turned around and noticed two individuals who seemed unfazed by the power of his strike. One of them was Lu Sheng, who walked towards the assessment machine with a nonchalant demeanor that seemed to suggest he wasn't overly impressed by the display of power. The young girl standing nearby was convinced that Lu Sheng was just an arrogant kid, but she was about to be proven wrong. With no one else in line for assessment, Lu Sheng stepped up to the machine and placed his hand on the crystal, to everyone's surprise. Lu Sheng's blood energy level was 15.701, a remarkable feat considering he was just a high school student. Even the towering figure was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. As Lu Sheng turned towards the combat strength dummy, he got into his form, his eyes blazing with determination, and his arm filled with a powerful aura with the strength of 1,000 suns. Lu Sheng unleashed a crushing blow on the testing dummy. The force was so powerful that it shattered the glass behind it, leaving everyone stunned to their surprise. Lu Sheng's combat strength was a whopping 15,709. That's like having Hulk's biceps and Iron Man's laser beams combined. He tapped into the power of nature's breathing and stellar techniques, reaching 10 times the standard combat strength for second-level martial artists. Lu Sheng was so absorbed in the art of martial combat that he didn't even notice the worker trembling with excitement as he announced that Lu Sheng had passed the Level 1 martial artist assessment. Wait for the workers to start, and corrected himself. Lu Sheng had actually passed the Level 2 or even 3 assessment. The worker was so confused, he didn't even know what the final assessment was, but he promised to report the good news to his seniors and bet his career on it. Before Lu Sheng could even react, the worker had sprinted away, leaving him standing there. As the worker sprinted away, Lu Sheng turned to face the towering figure standing behind him. The atmosphere was electric as they locked eyes. Lu Sheng asked the towering man anything he could help with. Suddenly, the towering figure outstretched his hand and introduced himself as Zhao. Lu Sheng took a closer look and realized that this guy was quite tall. Zhao must have been at least 7 feet tall with biceps the size of tree trunks, but Lu Sheng wasn't intimidated. He outstretched his own hand and shook Zhao's hand. Zhao broke into a huge smile and looked like he had just won the lottery. It was clear that he was genuinely happy to shake Lu Sheng's hand. The rest of the people there saw this as the opportunity of a lifetime and rushed over to shake Lu Sheng's hand and take selfies with him. It was like the Beatles had just arrived in town. Lu Sheng was the man of the hour and the martial arts prodigy that everyone wanted to meet. Lu Sheng didn't want to be stuck in the middle of a crowd, so he saw an opening and bolted away. Hundreds of people were chasing him, but they couldn't keep up with Lu Sheng's lightning-fast reflexes. Outside of the Martial Arts Association, a group of young girls stood waiting for their seniors' results. Among them was Lu Sheng's sister, who shouted his name and grabbed his attention. Lu Sheng walked towards them, wondering why his sister was there in the first place. His sister was equally confused and stood tall with her hands on her hips, questioning why Lu Sheng had been sleeping all day. Lu Sheng coughed awkwardly and tried to play it off, saying he was actually out doing something. The 2 girls who were accompanying Lu Sheng's sister were classmates, and they were both drawn to Lu Sheng's handsome looks. They introduced themselves to the more outgoing named Fan Fan and the shyer one named Su Na. They were there to accompany their senior Yang for her assessment. As Fan Fan kept swooning over Lu Sheng's dashing appearance, it was obvious that these ladies were head over heels for him. But the man himself was as humble as a slice of bread and twice as polite. Even Lu Qing was blushing at the compliment parade. So Lu Sheng did what any good brother would do. He patted her on the head and bid them farewell. Fan Fan couldn't believe her eyes, who knew that siblings could get along so well. It made Lu Qing feel like a beetroot in a blender, but in a good way. Meanwhile, Yang walked out of the assessment center with a look of defeat on her face. The girls gathered around to ask what happened, and Yang let out a deep sigh. Turns out there was an accident that halted the entire assessment until the afternoon. Everyone was shocked and wondering what could have caused such a catastrophe. Yang stammered as she recounted the encounter with a man she referred to as a monster. This guy was about her age but had a blood energy level of 15.7 and a combat strength of 15,000, to put it mildly. Yang was feeling pretty small compared to him. She always thought she was hot stuff, but compared to this dude, she might as well be a twig in a hurricane. The girls were in shock. This was the first time they'd seen their always proud senior so set back. They couldn't help but ask for the name of the guy who made Yang feel like a chump. With a serious expression, Yang opened her eyes and revealed that the man's name was none other than Lu Sheng. The group went silent as the 2 girls exchanged a glance toward Lu Qing, even though she was shocked to hear it was her own brother. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was heading home, chomping on a giant dumpling like it was his last meal. As he strode closer to his house, he noticed a bunch of middle-aged moms huddling together, looking quite concerned apparently. There were some strangers in the neighborhood from the Red Mountain Martial Arts School, where Lu Sheng usually goes to check his combat strength. So he was curious about what was going on. After finishing his giant dumpling, Lu Sheng pulled out his phone and saw the clerk calling him. Lu Sheng knew his supplement had the potential to bring in a huge fortune, so he needed to conduct more research and see if this pharmacy had the qualifications for it. After a peaceful slumber, Lu Sheng found himself in the dream realm once again. He beckoned for Yi, his trusty assistant in the dream world, to pull up his life record. As he scrolled through the pages, Lu Sheng was ecstatic to see that his future had been altered this time. This time he was married and had 3 kids, and died at the old age of 87. Sure, it may not seem like the most exciting life, but it was certainly better than dying as a level 4 martial artist at the age of 37. Scanned through the details of his new life, relishing in the small victories he achieved along the way. At the age of 18, he became a level 2 martial artist and attended a prestigious prodigy camp where he made it to the top 20. Spent 3 more years in university after graduation, he served in the military for 5 years and retired as a lieutenant officer. Then he started his own martial arts school and continued to hone his skills until he reached 6th level at the age of 45. Although he failed to achieve 7th level Grandmaster at the age of 55, he knew he had come close. He later died during a monster invasion in the year 383. He held his fist tightly, feeling a surge of power course through his body. He had successfully changed his future for the better in just a week, and he was determined to push through any obstacles and reach his ultimate goal. As Lu Sheng clutched his fist tighter, a sense of determination coursed through his veins. He knew that the mere change he had accomplished was not enough to alter the course of the entire history. He couldn't settle for mediocrity when it came to changing the world with the weight of humanity's fate on his shoulders. He knew that he needed to push himself to the limit higher than the 7th, 8th, or even 9th martial artists were no match for the challenges that awaited him in the future. He needed to go beyond what was considered possible and become a 10th level and even an 11th level martial artist. Lu Sheng understood that his journey wouldn't be easy, but he was determined to persevere. He knew that the road ahead would be difficult, but he was ready to face whatever obstacles lay in his path. The fate of humanity rested on his shoulders, and he knew that he couldn't let them down. He was determined to alter the course of history to change the inevitable ending. Pause for a second. Here you all see that he was married. I wanted to know who he was married to anyway. Back to the story. In a bright room, Chairman Xiao sat at his desk with a Chinese brush in hand. He carefully crafted each stroke of the character with precision. His brush gliding across the page with ease, the person on the other side of the screen couldn't help but compliment his impressive skills and claimed that Chairman Xiao was one step closer to the 7th level. But the tone shifted, and the person let out a deep sigh followed by a sarcastic tone, as he said only if Chairman Xiao could put equal effort into education. The comment that followed hit Chairman Xiao like a punch to the gut, and his hand began to twirl, causing his last strokes to go crooked. He lifted his brush, his eyes fixed on the screen with an awkward smile. He replied that he had always dreamed of prodigies rising up from White Lake City. Unfortunately, due to 2 reasons, it had always been a rough road. Firstly, there was no historical martial art family to draw from. And secondly, the city lacked the necessary resources to support and cultivate talent. Even if there was a prodigy, they would inevitably move away to find better opportunities. Chairman Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of despair wash over him. But the person on the screen's frustration was palpable as he made it clear to Chairman Xiao that there could be no excuses with the prodigy camp right around the corner. It had been years since their city had sent a representative, and the lack of promising results was becoming an embarrassment. To make matters worse, the absence of any candidates was the ultimate disgrace. The man's voice dripped with fury and contempt as he delivered this scathing message. The man's final words were resolute. This time, no matter what, the face of White Lake City must be saved. Finally, he ended the call with an abrupt click, leaving the chairman sitting on his chair livid with frustration and anger. He clenched his fists around the pile of papers, knuckles turning white as he covered his face in exasperation. He had always dreamed of discovering prodigies and achieving promising results, but with limited resources and being stuck at 6th level as a martial artist, it seemed like an impossible feat. He was caught in a rut with no hope of advancing to Grandmaster. Just then, a secretary burst into his office, interrupting his train of thought with urgent news. Chairman Xiao was in no mood for distractions, but the secretary was adamant that he heard the news. She relayed the message of an 18-year-old level 2 martial artist with a staggering combat strength of 15,000. The news was like a breath of fresh air for the chairman and a ray of hope in his dark day. Upon hearing the news, Chairman Xiao snatched the tablet from the secretary and eagerly checked the recordings. The force even shook the secretary's ample bosom, and it went boing, boing, boing as both of them scrutinized the recording. Chairman Xiao's sharp eyes caught something remarkable. This young man was executing a perfect state punching technique. The chairman explained to the secretary a terminology used only in the most elite martial arts circles. The chairman tried to simplify the explanation for the bewildered secretary, telling her that less than 10 people in the world could perform this feat at such a young age, but that was not all. The chairman dug deeper into Lu Sheng's personal information and discovered something even more astounding. How could an 18-year-old possess battle strength that was 10 times the standard level martial artist, with only a blood energy level of 15.7? The perfect state could amplify one strength at most twice. So how was Lu Sheng achieving this? The chairman fell silent for a moment, lost in thought. A 18-year-old with 10 times the standard combat strength and coming from an average family. The implications were staggering, and soon, the chairman burst out with laughter. He couldn't contain his joy at the prospect of discovering a talent like Lu Sheng. In his excitement, he lifted his secretary high up in the air and hugged her tightly, and it went boing, boing, boing again, causing her to blush. As he spun her around, he declared that Lu Sheng was also a talented martial artist, which can only be found 1 in 10 million. The secretary, still a bit dizzy, asked the chairman, why did it mean a talented martial artist? With a huge smile on his face, Chairman Xiao explained that some martial artists were simply born with a natural talent that gifted them with abilities beyond imagination. Some could experience a massive surge in their blood energy level, while others could move faster than lightning or unleash explosive power. Determined to meet Lu Sheng and his family chairman Xiao quickly got dressed. He couldn't wait to see the young prodigy for himself and offer him the opportunity of a lifetime. At that very moment, a bright-eyed student from the Red Mountain Martial Arts School eagerly approached the girl with news that they had finally uncovered Lu Sheng's true identity and his place of residence. The younger students are curious as to why their seniors have been devoting so much time to tracking down this seemingly average and impoverished kid. He couldn't help but wonder if Lu Sheng had somehow provoked her wrath, but the girls silenced their doubts with a stern shush. Her attention already diverted to an incoming call on her phone from the conversation, it became clear that the other party had also set their sights on Lu Sheng, and the girl knew she couldn't afford to waste a single moment. The girl ordered the young student to scurry off and fetch lavish gifts for both the parents and Lu Sheng's younger siblings. Though still befuddled, the student didn't dare question her authority and raced off to the shopping center without a second thought. Meanwhile, back at Lu Sheng's humble abode, he was jolted awake by a loud knocking at his bedroom door. When he opened it, he was met with an unexpected sight. His entire family, alongside two unfamiliar faces, had gathered in the living room. Before his mother could even introduce the strangers, one of them eagerly stepped forward, introducing himself as the chairman of the esteemed White Lake Martial Artist Association. Lu Sheng knew that such a high-ranking figure must be at least a sixth-level martial artist, but he maintained his cool composure and shook the man's hands. The chairman, impressed by Lu Sheng's unflappable demeanor, couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for the young man. Lu Sheng's mother then introduced the other stranger, Ni Shuang, from the Red Mountain Martial Arts School. The girl greeted Lu Sheng and reminded him that they had once met. Lu Sheng took his seat, and the chairman began his speech. He had come to present Lu Sheng with the coveted badge of a Level 2 martial artist, but due to his extraordinary performance, the association had decided to pay him a pension befitting a Level 3 martial artist. As if that wasn't enough, the association was also offering a staggering 1 million to encourage Lu Sheng. The news hit Lu Sheng's family like a ton of bricks, leaving them reeling in disbelief. But Lu Sheng himself didn't lose his cool. Though he expressed his gratitude for the support and encouragement, he wasted no time in cutting to the chase. He knew that these kinds of rewards were never handed out without a motive, so he asked the chairman straight up if there was anything he needed to do. The chairman was taken aback by Lu Sheng's no-nonsense approach. He reached for an envelope in his suit pocket and produced an invitation to attend the prodigy camp in the province. But before he could even finish his sentence, the girl in the room jumped up and began shaking her head vehemently. "Sure, the prodigy camp might have some of the most talented martial artists around," she said, "but it's also a place that destroys martial artists." Everyone watched the girl launch into her speech as she leaned in, her eyes lit up with a hint of mischief, and she began to spin a tale of her senior brother from the Red Mountain Martial Arts School. He was a senior at the same school who had once been a prodigy with his remarkable martial prowess. He had high hopes of going into the camp, but when he returned, he was defeated and lost. The young girl implored Lu Sheng not to take the same risk, but the chairman interjected, claiming that Lu Sheng was different. He saw something in the young man that her senior brother lacked, the real martial arts potential that he knew could take him much further. With a flourish, the chairman handed Lu Sheng an envelope and declared that he would respect whatever decision he made. Everyone in the room awaited Lu Sheng's decision. As Lu Sheng's lips curled up in a sly smile, he accepted the envelope and agreed with the chairman's opinion, declaring that he was up for the challenge. The chairman breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a stone had just lifted from his heart. He said farewell to the family, promising to come and pick up Lu Sheng in a few days. As the door clicked shut behind the chairman, Lu Sheng turned his attention to the young girl sitting before him. The girl's heart raised as she took a closer look at Lu Sheng. He had seemed much more handsome in person. Suddenly she coughed and regained her composure. She came to invite Lu Sheng to become an honor student at the prestigious Red Mountain Martial Arts School. As an honor student, he would have access to all the school's classes and equipment, and even have one-on-one sessions with her father. On top of that, he would receive a generous wage with no liability, only asking to use his title. Lu Sheng sensed that she had an ulterior motive, and he was right. The girl was thinking of using his prodigious talents and name as a publicity stunt to make her school even more popular in the city. Despite her persuasive arguments, Lu Sheng calmly declined her offer. Ni Shuang leaped up from her chair, brimming with enthusiasm, as she confidently proclaimed that she could offer even greater benefits. Lu Sheng simply shook his head calmly, stating that being an honored member was enough, and that she could publicly declare to everyone that he regularly used their equipment and trained there because it was all true. However, he politely declined her offer to become a student, as he had no need for it. The girl took a deep breath, realizing that there was nothing more she could do. She reluctantly agreed to the terms, and with a heavy heart announced that from now on, Lu Sheng would be receiving a monthly wage of a staggering 100,000. She rose to bid farewell to Lu Sheng and his family. The family still couldn't believe it, their jaws still on the floor from the shock. Lu Sheng's gentle smile and reassuring words helped to ease their minds as he held on to his mother's hand. He couldn't help but notice the calluses that had formed from years of hard work. It was a testament to the sacrifices that his parents had made to support the family. But now things were going to be different, had achieved the incredible feat of becoming a level 2 martial artist, and he was going to use his skills to provide for his family. From this day forward, his mother would no longer have to work night shifts, and his father could say goodbye to his back-breaking, laborious job. Lu Sheng was determined to make sure that his family never had to worry about money again. The pharmacy owner was a bundle of nerves chewing her nails as she frantically tried to uncover the identity of the mysterious man who had left behind the incredible supplement. Despite her best efforts, she hadn't been able to find a single clue about him. She had even combed through the list of newly registered pharmacists, but to no avail. The more she delved into the supplement, the more amazed she became. The test results were off the charts. It was multiple times stronger than any level 1 or 2 supplements, and it even surpassed some of the levels 3 supplements, and the best part, there were no side effects to worry about. She couldn't believe her luck. A supplement that could easily fetch hundreds of thousands of dollars, all for a meager margin of a few thousand. With a loud thud, she slammed her hand on the table in frustration. She knew that she had struck gold with this supplement, but without the man's help, she was powerless. Suddenly, the clerk's speech became stuttered as he pointed towards the television screen and said, "That's him!" The pharmacy owner jumped up from her seat in excitement, eager to see the news report. She couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, her ample bosom bouncing with joy, bowing. It seemed that the mysterious master was nothing more than an 18-year-old prodigy from White Lake City. Later that evening, deep in the heart of Guhu Mountain, a shadowy figure darted through the treacherous terrain. It was none other than Lu Sheng, his bag slung over his back as he utilized the stellar technique to increase his agility and speed. It wasn't long before he reached the summit, his breaths coming in short gasps as he used the natural breathing technique to recover his energy and stamina. With a sudden burst of energy, Lu Sheng broke through the bottleneck once again. It was a feeling like no other, a rush of power coursing through his veins as he stood atop the mountain, his eyes gleaming. Lu Sheng had come to this mountain for a very specific reason, to collect rare and potent herbs for his new supplement. He knew that there were countless herbs and plants here that had yet to be discovered and used in this era. As he journeyed deeper into the mountain, he plucked the most promising specimens, storing them carefully in his satchel. Finally, he reached the bottom of the mountain, where he had pre-ordered additional herbs from a green shirt man wearing a hat. The man presented his wares with a sly grin, and Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. Examining the herbs closely, Lu Sheng could tell that they were all in excellent condition and incredibly fresh. Just as he reached for his wallet to pay the man the agreed-upon price, suddenly the man's tone changed with a sneaky glint in his eye. He raised the price twice, pointing to the remaining herbs and insisting that Lu Sheng purchase them all. Well, guess who is going to get his ass smacked? Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, unimpressed by the sudden scam. The man who stood before him arrogantly declared that Lu Sheng was an outsider and needed to follow his rules. As he spoke, a group of menacing men emerged from the forest, brandishing weapons in their hands. A wry grin spread across Lu Sheng's face as he instantly recognized what these guys were up to. The group cracked their knuckles and advanced menacingly toward the seemingly naive and innocent teenager, their laughter and threats filling the air, but Lu Sheng was not one to be intimidated easily. In a swift motion, he gripped a giant rock on his side and squeezed it with all his might, shattering it into tiny pieces. The group stood stunned, sweat beating on their foreheads as they realized they were no match for this young powerhouse. With a calm and steady gaze, Lu Sheng removed his hand from the rock and locked eyes with the group, wondering if they still had the foolishness to try and take him on. Their uncertain expressions spoke volumes as they backed away, slowly realizing that they had met their match in this formidable outsider. As Lu Sheng stood tall, the group of men fell to their knees in a flurry of apologies and begged for his forgiveness. They even went as far as calling him daddy. Lu Sheng couldn't help but grin at their sudden change of heart with a shrug of his broad shoulders. Lu Sheng informed them that he would be on his way. As he picked up the bucket of herbs the green shirt guy had instructed him to take, he was pleasantly surprised to find that they were all free. He had planned to pay for them, but this unexpected turn of events left him feeling grateful. The group watched in awe as Lu Sheng casually strolled away the bucket of herbs in his hand. Their encounter with him had been a wake-up call, and they knew that they could no longer continue their thuggish ways. They decided to turn their lives around and pursue something more meaningful. As the sun rose on a new day, Lu Sheng arrived at the prodigy camp, a sprawling compound that looked like something out of a military movie. He couldn't help but notice that most of the people here were proudly sporting their badges, while his own badge was still sitting in a display case back at home. Soon, a stern-looking middle-aged man approached him and demanded to know why he was here and where he came from. Lu Sheng calmly explained his situation, but the bystanders began to mock him, calling him a redneck for not having a badge. Unperturbed, the man checked his information and quickly realized that Lu Sheng was a man referred by the chairman of the White Lake Association. He guided Lu Sheng to the right place, leading him through the maze of buildings until they finally arrived at their destination, and the candidates filed into the room, the giant doors ominously sealed behind them. Some began to panic, but a stern-looking man quickly introduced the rules to pass the entrance exam they would need to find their way out of the room. Suddenly, the ground beneath them gave way, and everyone plummeted into darkness. Some of the candidates were prepared for the fall and landed gracefully, while others crashed to the ground with a sickening thud. For example, this idiot over here. Lu Sheng surveyed the scene calmly, his sharp senses taking in every detail. He looked down the long hallway that stretched out before him, knowing that this was no ordinary passage. As he did, a man in a red coat named Lin began to sneer at the situation. Lin tried to assert his authority over the other candidates, attempting to unify those from Qingyuan City and paint Lu Sheng as an outsider. While pointing a finger at Lu Sheng, he declared that the young man would be nothing more than a cannon folder, a pawn in their game, and ordered Lu Sheng to check out the path for everyone. Lu Sheng chuckled and shoved Lin aside, and smirk etched across his face. "Gigachad always flies solo," he jeered, while the weaklings huddled together like scared pussies. Lin's face flushed with anger and embarrassment as he seethed with the desire to take revenge on Lu Sheng. He threatened to kill him, but little did he know that karma was about to catch up with him. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's foot triggered a hidden trap on the floor, causing a swarm of enormous red balls to cascade down the hallway. As if that wasn't enough, the balls then transformed into high-tech robots that towered over the candidates, each one far stronger than a level 1 martial artist with well over a dozen of them. The odds were stacked against the students as the two cowards continued to taunt Lu Sheng. A brave girl on the side warned Lu Sheng to be careful, but he didn't need the warning as he casually caught one of the robot's punches with just one hand. "Is that all you've got?" he scoffed before effortlessly dismantling the robot's limbs and filling the room with the sound of electricity. As expected, there's always that one clown in the group who refuses to acknowledge the obvious. In this case, it was this buffoon who couldn't fathom the idea that Lu Sheng was a force to be reckoned with. Instead of showing some humbleness, he giggled and proclaimed that the robots were just a pile of junk. He even dared to try and lead the group away from the danger. But they were all understandably hesitant, with everyone else trembling with fear. This moron swaggered over to one of the robots and placed his hands on his hips with a burst of confidence. He sprang into the air and aimed a spinning kick at the robot's head. To everyone's surprise, he actually managed to uncoil the robot's head from its body. But before he could even bask in his own glory, a colossal fist came out of nowhere and sent him flying across the room. The impact of the blow dislocated his jaw, knocked out several of his teeth, and broke his cheekbone with an unintelligible babble. The buffoon muttered something about the robots being a level 2, not level 1. As the group helped the battered buffoon to his feet, they watched in awe as Lu Sheng decimated the robots with ease. It was almost as if he was bored with the whole ordeal. With a casual yawn, he effortlessly broke through the robots' defenses and exposed their course, making quick work of them. Meanwhile, outside the hallway, a worker had been keeping an eye on the situation. At first, he had assumed that the robots had malfunctioned, but then the door behind him creaked open, revealing a scene of chaos and destruction. Flames roared through the hallway. As the robots exploded one by one, Lu Sheng caught sight of the worker and quickly deduced that he was likely a guardian for the second stage. Without hesitation, he unleashed a devastating punch towards the worker. In the control room, a stunning woman with black stockings monitored the entire camp. A green-haired man entered the room holding a steaming cup of coffee. He greeted the woman by her first name. Much to her chagrin, the woman scowled and ordered the man, who was none other than Major Chin, to address her by her proper title, Lieutenant Colonel Snowy. As the two settled into their chairs, Major Chin couldn't help but express his curiosity about the quality of the prodigy camp. Lieutenant Colonel Snowy rubbed her forehead in frustration, unimpressed by the candidates she had seen thus far. There were only 8 who even met the standard, and none of them seemed particularly special. That is, until she noticed one girl who stood out from the rest. This girl was an 18-year-old martial artist with a spirit-type talent, who was almost at the first level of a psychic master and approaching level 2 as a martial artist. Her skills were impressive, to say the least. Lieutenant Colonel Snowy couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope for the camp's future prospects. As Major Chin took a sip of his coffee, he tried to break the silence with a joke, but his attempt fell flat, leaving him with an awkward smile. He quickly shifted his attention to the screens in front of him, scanning the various camera feeds in a camp. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, and he accidentally spilled hot coffee all over himself. But he didn't even flinch as his gaze remained fixated on the screen. Lieutenant Colonel Snowy noticed Major Chin's reaction and immediately turned her attention to the screen as well, her eyes widening in surprise. What they saw was unbelievable. What y'all thought of this, Lieutenant Colonel? Do you think she is waifu material? Meanwhile, in exam room 7, Ling emerged victorious over the final training puppet. She faintly sensed a dangerous presence emanating from the passage across from her. As she opened the door to proceed with the test, she was suddenly startled. The staff members stood there holding shields and weapons fully armed, and staring intently at the exit of another passage. Ling released her psychic power, allowing her to see through the walls behind the walls. She witnessed 2 individuals engaged in combat. However, the adversaries were not robots, but humans, as she attempted to closely observe the identity of one of the combatants. Immense, overwhelming pressure suddenly engulfed her, as if she were being confronted by a demon itself. Beads of sweat dripped down her forehead, startled. She took a few steps back, hastily retreating to her original passage, tightly closing the door. She sat on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. This palpable sense of fear was truly terrifying. Lieutenant Colonel Snowy Major Chin hurriedly arrived at the scene. Major Chin inquired about the situation inside, only to learn that the cameras had been destroyed, leaving the situation inside unclear. Furthermore, communication with the supervising personnel had been lost a while ago. Chin immediately instructed the staff to prepare a report containing information on all individuals inside the passage. However, Snowy waved it off, saying it wasn't necessary anymore. Just then, cracks appeared on the sturdy walls, and suddenly Lu Sheng burst through the door. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon realizing it was a student. In Lu Sheng's hands, they saw him carrying someone. Lu Sheng slowly released the man and introduced himself as Lu Sheng from White Lake City. Major Chin burst into laughter and expressed his satisfaction upon seeing Lu Sheng, remarked on how Lu Sheng managed to destroy such expensive training puppets and even beat up the supervisor. Lu Sheng, feeling awkward, explained that it was all a misunderstanding. He believed the supervisor was part of the assessment. Lu Sheng knew the supervisor was strong, thus he couldn't hold back. Snowy glanced at Lu Sheng and suddenly released her psychic power. Hundreds of violet threads flew toward Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged, and he didn't move. The threads passed through his body. Snowy closed her eyes as if she had obtained the answers she sought. She took a deep breath and congratulated Lu Sheng on passing the assessment, instructed him to rest for now. After the staff escorted Lu Sheng away, the 2 instructors carefully analyzed the reports and recordings. The data revealed that Lu Sheng's blood energy was only 15, but his combat strength reached an astonishing 15,000. Just a moment ago, Snowy attempted to use her psychic power to probe, but she didn't perceive anything, and Lu Sheng showed no reaction either. Chin asked how they should handle this anomaly. Snowy remained silent for a moment, and then said the data may not be accurate. But for now, let's consider Lu Sheng as a top seed alongside Ling. A faint smile appeared on her lips. It seemed that this camp had become quite interesting. Just a moment ago, Lu Sheng sensed Snowy's probing. He could feel that Snowy's psychic power was more than 5 times stronger than his own. Immediately, he retracted his psychic power, unsure if he had been detected. Then his stomach growled loudly. The staff members awkwardly smiled upon hearing it, and decided to take Lu Sheng to the cafeteria for a meal before returning to the dormitory. Lu Sheng asked the portion size of the meal, and the staff member smiled, and told Lu Sheng that the first meal is unlimited. Upon entering the cafeteria, Lu Sheng saw a table full of delicious food. Within a few minutes, he devoured dozens of dishes. He then requested another 5 dishes, and eventually, he even asked for 10 more dishes. The staff members and the cooks were astonished by his appetite. At that moment, a girl approached him carrying a tray of food. She introduced herself as Yang, also a student from White Lake City, who participated in the training camp. Reminding Lu Sheng that they had gone through the assessment together back in the Martial Arts Association. Lu Sheng thought she had come to join him for a free meal, so he told her that the food here was unlimited and she could ask the chefs for her own portion. Young gritted her teeth and thought, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. Lu Sheng asked again, recalling what the chairman had said about no one from White Lake City being able to come here. Yang explained it's not quite the full story. Students from White Lake City come here every year, however. Very few can pass the assessment, and even if they do, they are often sent back due to insufficient points. Lu Sheng took a big bite of his massive roasted chicken and asked what the points were. Yang then explained that points were the currency here. They could be used in the training camp to exchange for resources and equipment or seek advice from the instructors and obtain supplements and even accommodation. In the future, they would also be required for meals. Yang held up 3 fingers and said currently, only 3 people had points. They got their points by passing the initial assessment. The first person was Zhao Yong, a martial artist with second-level talent who specialized in defense. The second person was Meng Jin He, who was also a second-level talent specializing in speed. The last person is the rarest and most powerful. Her name is Ling, who possesses an awakened psychic power talent. It is said that Ling is the strongest participant in this training camp. Just then, Ling passed by while holding her meal. She turned her head and caught sight of Lu Sheng, who was holding a large plate of roasted chicken. Their eyes met, and in that instant, her demeanor changed. She almost spilled her soup on the floor and quickly turned away. Leaving the scene, Lu Sheng remembered that someone had used psychic power to probe him earlier and chuckled. He asked Yang why did she say there were only 3 people who cleared the assessment. Yang replied it was said that there was a 4th person, but it was just a rumor. They said this person possessed terrifying strength, tearing apart all the second-level training puppets with bare hands. He was like a demon. He even sent the supervisor to the hospital. Yang burst into laughter, saying that such a lunatic couldn't possibly exist. As Lu Sheng took a sip of water, he choked and spat it out upon hearing this. Yang thought to herself that even though Lu Sheng was a prodigy individual in White Lake City in this training camp, he was just another ordinary person. She didn't want Lu Sheng to give up on himself. She reached out and handed him her handkerchief to wipe his mouth, saying that she believed in him. While Yang was encouraging Lu Sheng, she didn't notice the 3 people who had appeared behind them. The leader among them cleared his throat, and Yang turned around to see that it was one of the camp staff. The middle-aged man looking at the report said that due to the destruction of 18 training puppets during the assessment and the incident with the supervisor ending up in the hospital, they needed to conduct an investigation. They requested Lu Sheng to accompany them. Yang couldn't believe her ears, and it wasn't just her. Everyone in the cafeteria turned their gaze toward Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng stood up awkwardly, saying that he hadn't finished eating and asked if he could have his meal packed. The staff member was speechless, but agreed to Lu Sheng's request. Lu Sheng waved to Yang before being taken away. Everyone in the cafeteria was stunned the rumors turned out to be true. Yang remembered how she had described Lu Sheng earlier, and she thought to herself, oh my goodness, what have I said? In the command room, Lu Sheng saw Snowy again. She had an expressionless face while telling Lu Sheng that this time he had depleted half a year's budget for the training camp. Lu Sheng thought that Snowy was going to demand compensation from him, but Snowy continued saying that each training puppet cost tens of millions, and the ones he had damaged couldn't be repaired. However, she mentioned that he didn't need to compensate, and that it wasn't entirely his fault. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. Just then, the door behind them opened, revealing Qin and the 3 other young individuals. They were the ones who had successfully passed the assessment. Ling was startled when she saw Lu Sheng, the other 2 individuals, one with an expressionless face. Snowy congratulated the 4 of them once again and handed each person a card for storing their points. The 3 individuals received gold cards with 100 points each, while Lu Sheng received a white card. Lu Sheng thought it was an empty card without any points and flipped it over to read the usage rules on the back. It stated that a meal cost 5 points, while 1 hour of practice in the training room cost 10 points. A session with a regular instructor cost 30 points, and a session with the head instructor required 100 points. Lu Sheng felt disappointed, realizing that other than being able to be used for meals, it seemed to have very little value. Upon hearing this, Qin fell off his chair in disbelief. Qin pointed to the white card and said, "That's a card worth 1,000 points. If it weren't for Snowy intervening and stopping the higher-ups, The losses caused by Lu Sheng would have cost a fortune. When the other two heard that Lu Sheng had obtained 1,000 points, they were very surprised. The robust Cao Yang sneered with contempt, mocking the notion that the training camp was solely based on skill. He hadn't expected there to be so corrupted. This leaves him greatly disappointed. Min Jing-hee also smirked, agreeing with Cao Yang's remarks. Only Ling, standing beside them, spoke up, asking if they even knew what Lu Sheng has done. Cao Yang burst into laughter, saying he knew too well that this guy was spreading rumors of bribery and collusion with classmates and instructors. He knew that the instructors were all third-level martial artists, so how could Lu Sheng possibly defeat them? With Lu Sheng's small frame and presumably low blood energy level, it seemed impossible. He tore open his shirt, revealing his muscular physique, and locked his gaze on Lu Sheng. Activating his own talent, he sneered with disdain, eager to see Lu Sheng prove himself. Lu Sheng looked coldly at Cao Yang. Sensing that things were about to escalate, Qin wanted to intervene, but was stopped by Snowy. Lu Sheng sighed and reluctantly asked Cao Yang, "Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Ignoring Lu Sheng's words, Cao Yang charged toward him. Lu Sheng raised a single hand and made a flicking finger on the head gesture, in an instant finger flickering with stellar technique combined, causing him to forcefully fly back several meters until he crashed heavily into the thick command room wall, creating a large hole. Cao Yang fell into unconsciousness, leaving everyone stunned. Only Lu Sheng was now concerned about whether he would be held responsible for the damage caused. The two were shocked and speechless, while the two instructors seemed to have anticipated the outcome. Lu Sheng asked if he could leave now, just as Lu Sheng was about to depart. Snowy inquired about his plans for further training, and she mentioned that he could use his points to receive personal guidance from her. Lu Sheng ain't no simp. He expressed his gratitude but declined,
and said he have more important matter to attend.
Without even looking back, he departed, leaving everyone curious about what could be more important than receiving personal guidance from Snowy. This sparked their curiosity, wondering what could outweigh such an opportunity. Lu Sheng halted. His steps turned around with a serious expression and said, "I'm going back to sleep." Everyone was left speechless, except for Qin burst into laughter. They followed Lu Sheng through the surveillance cameras and couldn't believe their eyes when they saw him actually going back to sleep. Lu Sheng's actions reminded Snowy and Qin of their own time in the training camp, particularly someone named Xiangpang. Hearing that name, Jin's chest started to ache. During their time in the camp, Xiangpang, with his power-based talent, had been like a king, crushing everyone beneath his feet. His presence had left a lasting impact on Snowy and Qin, but only for a short time. Skills, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, and strategy is all factor for a strong martial artist. Strength is not the only factor at play. Through time, the constant accumulation and growth, one can develop these qualities. Those who rely solely on their talent for power will ultimately fade away like fleeting flowers. Snowy believes that Lu Sheng might also end up this way. In the dream realm, Lu Sheng is engaged in a fierce battle with a muscular zombie. The colossal fist of the zombie strikes towards Lu Sheng, but he blocks it with both hands. Seizing the opportunity, he grabs the zombie's fist with one hand and picks up a spear from the ground with the other. With a powerful thrust, he aims for the zombie's knee, immobilizing it. Lu Sheng activates the stellar technique, channeling all his strength into his arm. With a mighty strike, he kills the zombie. Lu Sheng could sense that this zombie was once a 6th-level martial artist equivalent to Chairman Xiao. If he hadn't used his psychic power to resist the previous attack, Lu Sheng would likely been slain. Lu Sheng understands that martial arts skills and combat experience are true treasures obtained in the dream world, surpassing mere physical enhancement. Human capacity has limits, and no one can excel in all areas. However, Lu Sheng is different. He stands on the shoulders of countless individuals, and he can achieve perfection without any flaws. Lu Sheng realizes that he needs to continue training his psychic power, since if he were to encounter a true 6th-level powerhouse, he might not be able to stand a chance. He exits the dream realm and enters the realm of consciousness. He begins to refine his psychic power. As Lu Sheng touches his consciousness, within the realm, a tremendous surge of energy enters his mind, causing it to feel as if it's about to explode. Along with the pain, something seems to have ruptured as well. He returns to the dream world and discovers that he has achieved another breakthrough. Summoning Yi, Lu Sheng wants to see if his future has changed. A new life record appears before him. Lu Sheng, at the age of 65, advances to the 7th-level Grand Master, living to the age of 156. Also married and holding the rank of Major General. He is delighted and asks Ai Yi if his current access allows him to inquire about the continuation of the previous martial arts techniques. To his surprise, he indeed receives advanced versions of the 3 techniques he previously practiced, along with an additional one called the Divine Pluto Technique. This technique was created by an 11th level martial artist, and what astonishes him is that it is a complete martial arts technique with boundless imagination and unfathomable strangeness. This martial arts technique is truly incredible. It is not a technique focused on combat skills, but rather specifically designed for psychic practitioners. It encompasses techniques and combat principles utilizing psychic power. The most crucial aspect of this technique is the ability to construct another body within the martial artist's own body using psychic power. This secondary body provides comprehensive enhancements to oneself. The first stage of this technique lies in utilizing psychic power to strengthen organs, thus achieving the amplification of blood energy level. This is precisely what Lu Sheng needs. Despite his combat strength, his blood energy level does not match up. This martial arts technique is truly terrifying, and the genius behind its creation is named Duan Feng. Lu Sheng believes that even among 11th level martial artists, Duan Feng must be one of the most exceptional individuals. However, unfortunately, even such a person cannot prevent the destruction of human civilization. Lu Sheng sighed, but his determination grew stronger. He knew that he still had a long journey ahead of him. He needed to become stronger, change history, and elevate the overall martial art strength of human civilization. In the blink of an eye, a whole month had flown by inside the telekinesis chamber. Ling took her place at the very heart of the room, surrounded by a flurry of golden orbs, hurtling toward her. With incredible speed, her eyes shut tightly, and within the realm of darkness, she glimpsed vivid flashes of purple light dancing before her with precision and finesse. Ling's psychic abilities swiftly intercepted and deflected every single orb, showcasing her mastery over her newest creation, the Star Dart. As the training session drew to a close, the doors of the telekinesis chamber swung open, and Snowy entered. A beam of pride illuminating her face, she commended on her remarkable progress, mentioning that once Ling could effortlessly control 6 star darts, it would signify her ascent to the coveted position of a level 1 psychic master. Ling humbly bowed, her voice filled with genuine gratitude for Snowy's invaluable guidance. However, Snowy's brow furrowed in concern as she detected a hint of lingering trauma within Ling. Ling's mind suddenly jolted with recollection, her heart pounding with unease. Those haunting eyes and abyssal gaze that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell itself haunted her every night. Startled awake by nightmarish visions, she couldn't escape the grip of fear that tightened around her. She sobbed, her body shaking uncontrollably. Ling asked Snowy if there was any solution to this problem, and Snowy's response was equally simple. Find the person who had traumatized her, either defeat or kill him. Defeat or kill. The thought lingered in her mind. Then she remembered that Lu Sheng had been sleeping and wallowing in his room for the past month. If his abilities remained stagnant, perhaps there was a possibility of defeating him in the near future. Snowy exited the chamber of telekinesis and bumped into Qin outside the door. Qin was instructing Ming Jin He, and although Ling had a somewhat timid personality, Meng Jin's character wasn't much better. Snowy inquired about Lu Sheng's condition, and Qin shook his head, mentioning that Lu Sheng had been asleep every time they delivered meals. He seemed to be a lost cause. Qin jokingly reminded Snowy of her previous words about enjoying dormitory life and sleeping all day without anyone caring. Snowy rubbed her temples, feeling disappointed in Lu Sheng. Anger surged within her as she left in frustration. As Yang diligently went about her job of cleaning the training room, a girl arrived. It was a lively young girl who appeared out of nowhere and offered her assistance. In an instant, they struck up a conversation, the girl, massaging her aching arm, let out a sigh of longing, confessing her envy for those who had rewarded 100 points. She confessed that she had to make sacrifices, even skipping meals, just to scrape together enough points to get by. Curiosity sparked within her, and she turned her attention to Yang, recalling her close association with Lu Sheng. The atmosphere grew heavy as the girl posed the question, sensing the shift in Yang's expression. The truth was, even Yang herself was perplexed by Lu Sheng's sudden change. Initially, he had displayed great promise and strength, but within a mere month, he seemed to have lost his drive, spending most of his time sleeping in the dormitory. The girl waved her hand dismissively, offering her perspective that those blessed with strength and talent often experience an explosive burst of strength, initially only to be overtaken by others in due time. Perhaps Lu Sheng had realized this and chosen to retreat from the limelight. Yang remained silent, her thoughts deep and complex. Deep down, she knew that Lu Sheng wasn't the type of person to give up so easily with a heavy heart. She averted her gaze and continued with her cleaning duties. Suddenly, an uproar echoed through the door, drawing everyone's attention. The atmosphere brimmed with anticipation as Cao Yang prepared to challenge quadruple-time gravity. Yang was shocked she had attempted the one-time gravity chamber. However, she only managed to last a mere 20 minutes before passing out. Eager to see what was going on, the girl eagerly tugged Yang's arm, urging her to check it out. Yang's mind raced with curiosity, whispering to herself, "Lu Sheng, what in the world are you up to?" Unbeknownst to them, Lu Sheng remained immersed in the depths of his dream world, diligently honing his skills and grinding. Inside the gravity room, Cao Yang braced himself to take on the challenge of 3 times gravity. As he stood tall, his skin took on a stony texture adorned with shimmering golden lightning. Gritting his teeth, he endured, surpassing the 4-minute mark within the chamber. Moments later, Cao Yang emerged from the gravity room, greeted by a chorus of praises from the onlookers. Taking in a deep breath, he cast a smug glance toward the crowd, savoring the satisfaction of their admiration. A loyal henchman approached, extending his congratulations, confidently asserting that it wouldn't be long until Cao Yang would conquer quadruple gravity. Absent-mindedly rubbed his forehead, his thoughts drifting towards Lu Sheng. In response to Cao Yang's musings, the henchman burst into laughter, mocking Lu Sheng for spending his day daydreaming and sleeping. Cao Yang's grin widened, accompanied by a sneer, fueling his determination to surpass the supposedly arrogant Lu Sheng. Deep down, he knew all too well about the timeless tale of the turtle and the rabbit, and he relished the prospect of emerging as the victor in this race. In a split second, a blur of movement caught Cao Yang's attention, causing him to swiftly turn his head. To his surprise, it was Lu Sheng who passed by, making his way toward the gravity chamber. Lu Sheng glanced around the surroundings. Cao Yang, unable to resist his disdain, mocked Lu Sheng for his month-long slumber. Ignoring Cao Yang's taunts, Lu Sheng's mind was preoccupied with more practical matters, reflecting on the number of points he had spent on meals throughout the month. He had a clear plan in mind. He resolved to commence his training with a 3-hour session at 2 times the gravity. As the door was about to close, Lu Sheng locked eyes with Cao Yang while saying, "It's been a month's time to test my progress." Cao Yang, pointing an accusatory finger, couldn't contain his anger at Lu Sheng's audacity. Questioning Lu Sheng honestly believes that he can gain strength by idling away his days by sleeping? "Are you kidding me?" he exclaimed. Cao Yang's disbelief only intensified as he observed Lu Sheng's entry into the gravity chamber without any apparent warm-up. The chamber door sealed shut, and the countdown commenced, each passing second fueling Cao Yang's sneering demeanor. He took the light in ridiculing Lu Sheng's perceived arrogance and ignorance. Minutes ticked by, accompanied by an eerie silence emanating from within the gravity chamber. It was as if the doubled gravity had no effect on Lu Sheng at all. Suddenly, the ground beneath them began to tremble, causing the bystanders to gasp in shock. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed Lu Sheng's lightning-fast kicks and punches, each strike generating thunderous sonic booms even within the confines of the chamber. Lu Sheng was enjoying the chamber, relishing the effect of the intensified gravity. He moved closer to the control panel, Cao Yang assuming Lu Sheng's intentions to quit. However, to his utter surprise, a piercing sound reverberated from outside the chamber. Jaw dropped in disbelief as he witnessed what unfolded before him. Lu Sheng, against all expectations, had increased the gravity from 2 times to an astounding 4 times. With his eyes closed, Lu Sheng basked in the enhanced gravitational force. He gracefully knelt on one knee, causing onlookers to mistakenly believe that he had reached his limit. But then, in a display of sheer audacity, Lu Sheng slowly raised 2 fingers. As Ling made her way toward her dormitory, she noticed a crowd gathered near the gravity chamber, intrigued by the commotion. She approached the onlookers only to find their jaws hanging open in disbelief. Ling's gaze shifted towards the chamber's glass, where she witnessed an astonishing sight: Lu Sheng effortlessly performing a handstand on 2 fingers under the daunting 4 times gravity. Cao Yang, overwhelmed by a million questions flooding his mind, collapsed to the ground in shock. He struggled to comprehend how Lu Sheng had attained such incredible strength. Clenching his teeth and holding back tears of frustration, Cao Yang raised his hands in disbelief, his mind filled with confusion. After all, hadn't Lu Sheng been sleeping for over a month? Meanwhile, Lu Sheng appeared unfazed by the intensified gravity. As he grew more accustomed to its force, he decided to push himself further, increasing it to 5 times while using the earth-breathing technique. News of Lu Sheng's remarkable feat spread like wildfire, drawing more and more people to the gravity chamber. Even sassy Jake hurriedly made his way toward the scene. Among the growing crowd was Yang, along with numerous others. Lu Sheng deemed the 5 times gravity to be meeting his training standards, but he needs more pressure, more intense that would push him to his absolute limits. With a resolute stride, Lu Sheng approached the control panel once again, his actions drawing the attention and curiosity of the crowd. Many believed that Lu Sheng had reached his limit, but to their astonishment, Lu Sheng's hand descended upon the control panel, unhesitatingly hammering the green button 2 more times. Snowy sat frustrated in the control room, disheartened by the increasing number of students quitting the camp. In just a month, numerous participants had already left unable to withstand the challenges. Qin, sensing her distress, handed her a cold and refreshing beverage, offering words of solace. Saying they are just spoiled brats, it's only natural for some to falter. If they can't handle the challenges here, how can they face the real monsters on the battlefield? He remarked, attempting to ease Snowy's concerns. He added that the overall quality of this year's students was quite impressive. As Qin's eyes drifted toward the screen, his expression suddenly changed. Something remarkable had occurred. The gravity chamber record had been shattered. Snowy's curiosity was piqued, and she cast her gaze toward the screen, assuming it would be Cao Yang who had achieved this feat. However, to her utter surprise, it was Lu Sheng attempting an astounding 8 times gravity. The shock of this revelation caused Snowy to inadvertently shatter the glass in her hands. Utilizing her ability to control liquids and shattered glass, she prevented the fragments from falling to the ground. Both Snowy and Qin were left dumbfounded, unsure of what the shit is happening. But one thing became clear: Lu Sheng was the person they were looking for. Lu Sheng took a deep breath and unleashed the power of the divine Pluto technique. Instantly, he felt a surge of psychic energy coursing through his veins, akin to a vibrant purple thread creating another heart within his body. As this ethereal heart merged with his own, his entire body was pulsating with purple energy, flowing harmoniously throughout every inch of his body. As Lu Sheng activated the divine Pluto technique, his body felt lighter, as if the burdens of gravity had been lifted. He took a few steps forward, ready to push himself to his true limits. However, as his fingers made contact with the control panel, the glass walls of the chamber began to crack under the immense pressure that emanated within the chamber. Spectators felt the sudden weight of this force bearing down upon them, compelling them to kneel and rendering them unable to lift their heads. Inside the chamber, Lu Sheng found himself almost glued to the ground, the floor beneath him. Shattering into pieces, the gravity intensified, causing his bones to tremble and his blood to freeze. The person who yearns for a change of the future and brings hope to humanity isn't those who practice the finest martial arts or possess boundless resources, but it is a person who possesses the relentless drive to push themselves to the very limits of their capabilities. Summoning every ounce of strength within him, Lu Sheng rises to his feet. The sheer force of his ascent shatters the ground beneath him, setting off a breathtaking shockwave that reverberates throughout the chamber. Outside of the chamber, onlookers find themselves unable to withstand the pressure, their heads bowed low, unable to move a single muscle. Yang gazed upon Lu Sheng, her mind filled with awe and admiration, and he murmured, "Lu Sheng is back." As the door to the gravity chamber swung open, a hushed silence fell upon the onlookers, who instinctively made way for Lu Sheng. Their fear rendered them speechless, their eyes filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. Amidst the crowd, a girl stepped forward. Her cheeks blushed. She handed Lu Sheng a towel. Lu Sheng graciously accepted the towel, expressing his gratitude with a smile. The girl high-fived her friend, sharing a moment of excitement. Lu Sheng, now outside the chamber, checked his points balance, discovering that he had been rewarded for breaking the gravity chamber record. His new balance stood at an impressive 4,335 points, a stark contrast to the majority of candidates who had single digits. Lu Sheng was bawling with 4 digits, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He knew that with his substantial points, he could enjoy another lavish feast. The onlookers, inspired by his triumph, followed in pursuit. Yang, standing among the crowd, looked at the figure before her. Lu Sheng was like a king reigning supreme above everyone else. Lu Sheng didn't head toward the cafeteria as expected. Instead, he made his way to the agility room. Within the dimly lit room, Ming Jin He showcased his incredible speed and agility, effortlessly evaded a barrage of laser beams. However, a laser grazed his arm, leaving a small mark. Undeterred, he completed the second stage with an 87 score. The system promptly congratulated him, highlighting that he had surpassed more than half of all martial artists. This achievement would be showcased on the global terminal of the prestigious Martial Arts Association for everyone to witness. To be honest, the score sucks ass, but Min Jin He still took immense pride in his score. After all, he believed he was already ahead of the pack, due to his natural talent and personal training. Ming Jin-hee exited the room expecting a chorus of applause and words of praise. However, what awaited him was a haunting silence. The absence of any reaction or acknowledgement left him bewildered and disheartened. He glanced over to the opposite side where a crowd of people had gathered, including the two instructors. Determined to find out what was happening, he hurriedly approached one of the spectators, grabbing the man's shoulder and inquiring about the commotion. The man, visibly annoyed by the interruption, reluctantly responded that he was watching Lu Sheng. Ming Jin-hee burst out in laughter, saying, "What y'all expecting from a sloth that's been sleeping for a month?" The man narrowed his eyes, was not going to let Min Jin-hee get away with his disrespect. The room suddenly turned crimson red, signaling that all the laser launchers had been activated at full power. During the chaos, Lu Sheng found himself standing alone in the center of the room, surrounded by a mesmerizing array of thousands of laser beams. Unleashing his latent psychic powers, Lu Sheng tapped into his heightened intuition, allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of each laser attack. He effortlessly dodged the deadly beams, moving with an elegance and grace that seemed almost otherworldly. After knowing this was Lu Sheng's first time entering the agility room and breaking the 10-time gravity record before arriving here, overwhelmed by the revelation Mang Jin, he found himself collapsing to the ground. His body and soul filled with a strange mixture of exhaustion and disbelief. How was it possible for someone to emerge so strong after spending a month sleeping? Meng Jin-hee couldn't help but feel invisible, as the attention of everyone in the room remained fixed solely on Lu Sheng. Snowy, with her keen observation, couldn't believe that it was Lu Sheng's first time in the agility room, since his movements were too precise, almost as if he could predict the attacks before they even happened. Intrigued, Snowy gestured discreetly, conjuring a small purple orb in her hands. Chin, catching sight of Snowy's actions, glanced over, but Snowy quickly dismissed the orb. She had already tested Lu Sheng, who didn't have any psychic power. Moments later, Lu Sheng successfully cleared Stage 2 and advanced to Stage 3. A breathtaking sight awaited him as thousands of golden balls were launched simultaneously, each bouncing off the floor and changing direction unpredictably. Lu Sheng knew he needed to step up his game. Chin's keen eyes couldn't help but recognize that Lu Sheng has reached a nuanced level in his agility technique, even among the very seasoned 4th and 5th level veterans on the battlefield. Only a few could attain such mastery. Himself had achieved a nuanced level by the age of 22, and Snowy had reached it by the age of 25. Chin was well aware that he himself was a speed-talented martial artist, but Lu Sheng, at the young age of 18, showcased an exceptional level of agility, despite not being a speed-talented martial artist. Lu Sheng found himself facing a daunting challenge as he reached the 15% mark in Stage 3. Using his psychic power alone to predict the attacks was becoming increasingly difficult. He swiftly switched his breathing technique to the wind-breathing technique. As he tapped into the power of the wind, a surge of speed coursed through his veins, propelling him forward with such astonishing velocity that most onlookers couldn't even track his movements with their naked eyes. In a remarkable display of skill, Lu Sheng conquered Stage 3 in a matter of moments. Chin, having witnessed Lu Sheng's impressive feat, turned his back and began to walk away, thinking this was Lu Sheng's limit, but Snowy shook her head. As Chin turned back the daunting stage, 4 of the challenge commenced. Even Chin himself had only recently begun tackling this stage, so he was taken aback by what unfolded before him. In the room, a peculiar machine emerged from the floor and ascended into the air. Lu Sheng, momentarily caught off guard, suddenly found himself confronted by over a dozen tiny spears launching upward, creating a dense web of laser beams descending from above. Within seconds, Lu Sheng was ensnared and trapped inside the intricate network. However, a surge of otherworldly energy emanated from Lu Sheng's body as he activated his divine Pluto technique. With this powerful ability, he created an invisible barrier encompassing him, forming a protective sphere. Within this sphere, time seemed to come to a standstill. Those knowledgeable in psychic abilities referred to this phenomenon as time senses, where the perception of time is altered or suspended. Snowy was left utterly speechless, witnessing Lu Sheng achieve a feat that typically only leveled 3 psychic masters could accomplish. The glass barrier in front of them began to crack and ultimately shattered into pieces. A smile crept onto Snowy's face, eager to put him to the test. Snowy tapped into her own psychic abilities, causing vibrant purple lines to radiate from her body. These lines coalesced into a giant version of herself, with even her boobies' features enlarged. Chin, filled with astonishment, watched the scene unfold before him. Snowy had summoned her doppelganger into the chamber intending to gauge Lu Sheng's abilities. However, Lu Sheng's attention swiftly shifted toward the doppelganger. With a composed demeanor, he swung his arms skillfully, and in an instant, Snowy doppelganger dissipated into thin air. The impact of this realization hit Snowy like a hammer to the head. Leaving her breathless, she knew at that moment that Lu Sheng was not only a psychic master, but potentially even stronger than herself. Lu Sheng had pushed himself to his limits, achieving an impressive 56% completion rate in Stage 4. His score surpassed a staggering 97% of all participants, causing the crowd to erupt in excitement. They recognized that they might have just witnessed the rise of a legend. On the sidelines, tears streamed down Main Jin's face as he faced the harsh reality. Despite his remarkable performance, Lu Sheng remained humble and acknowledged that there were still 3% of individuals faster than him. He felt a sense of humbleness and understood the need to continue honing his skills. The two instructors approached Lu Sheng, extending their congratulations for his record-breaking achievements. Snowy wondered where his next destination would be, whether it would be the combat training chamber or the psychic training chamber. However, to everyone's surprise, Lu Sheng shook his head and glanced at the menu item for dinner. He expressed his desire to head to the cafeteria instead. 3 hours later, Lu Sheng was summoned to the control room where the two instructors awaited him. They wanted to conduct some simple tests on him, including checking his blood energy levels. Each dorm had a designated needle for this purpose, but to their astonishment, the needle could not penetrate Lu Sheng's fingertips. Snowy reached into her clothes, seemingly unfazed by the surprising turn of events. She retrieved a golden needle from her chest pocket, a needle typically reserved for level 5 martial artists. Not sure why she had a needle in her chest pocket anyway. Let's refocus on the story. Lu Sheng extended his hands, allowing Snowy to extract a sample of his blood for testing. The results revealed that Lu Sheng possessed a blood energy level of 124.65, indicating his proficiency as a level 3 martial artist. Qin was astonished by this test, as it had been over a decade since he had encountered such a young third-level martial artist. Moving on to the combat strength test, Lu Sheng assumed his attack stance, transitioning to the fire-breathing technique. He combined it with the 8-time stellar technique and unleashed a punch with full force. The power behind his strike measured an astonishing 271,000, nearing the level of a martial artist at level 5 in terms of combat strength. Qin couldn't contain his excitement and tapped Lu Sheng on the shoulder, congratulating him on his graduation from the camp. He informed Lu Sheng that he now had the freedom to pursue his own path. Just as Lu Sheng was about to leave, Snowy stood up, signaling that there was another test to be conducted. She presented a floating cube, a rare and special mineral discovered a century ago, capable of testing one's psychic strength. Snowy conducted the test using the floating cube. Snowy's psychic strength registered at 143.2, and her psychic purity was 4.2. Intrigued, Lu Sheng placed his hand on top of the cube, and a dazzling golden aura emanated from his body. A powerful beam of golden light shot out from the cube as it detected his presence. To their astonishment, Lu Sheng's psychic strength was measured at 113.5, slightly lower than Snowy's. However, his psychic purity was surprisingly 20.3, 5 times that of Snowy's. Each point of purity was achieved through great training, comparable to repeatedly bending a towel until it became the size of a coin. Curious about Lu Sheng's rapid progress, Snowy inquired about his mentor. Lu Sheng admitted that he indeed had a teacher who had imparted a unique psychic technique to him. When asked how long it had been since he awakened his talent, Lu Sheng revealed that it had only been 3 months. This revelation left both Snowy and Qin speechless. Through their conversation, Lu Sheng learned about the existence of an association for psychic masters. It became clear that awakening psychic talent was a rare occurrence, with only a small percentage of individuals could awaken a talent, and out of these people, only 1% could awaken psychic talent, making it an exceptionally scarce phenomenon. Snowy, understanding the potential in Lu Sheng, made a generous offer. She lowered her shirt and revealed a pair of boing, and revealed a necklace emitting a vibrant purple light. She extended an invitation for Lu Sheng to join the association, explaining that it would provide him with valuable resources and support for his training. To authenticate his membership, Snowy removed the necklace and handed it over to Lu Sheng as a token, telling him to bring it to the association. Lu Sheng realized that he needed a way to dispel any suspicion surrounding his rapid progress. He decided to credit his achievements to his mentor, emphasizing that he had never met his mentor in person, but had received extensive teachings from him. Snowy believed his explanation. understanding that sometimes mentors preferred to remain anonymous. As the conversation continued, Qin handed over a card containing 5 million, which included the rewards for Lu Sheng's exceptional performance. Lu Sheng stood frozen to the ground, causing Snowy to mistakenly assume that he found the amount insufficient. She explained that it was the maximum they could apply for, and that a significant portion of the budget had already been spent on food. Snowy estimated that Lu Sheng's meals alone had likely cost over 7 to 8 million. Lu Sheng felt a sense of sadness realizing that he might never be able to afford such extravagant meals again. Snowy emphasized that although the amount of money might not be significant, it was a token of appreciation from the Eastern Military District. Lu Sheng then examined the bank card and asked if this was a recruitment offer. Qin snapped his fingers and nodded in confirmation. Snowy then revealed that someone as gifted as Lu Sheng was destined for the battlefield. She explained that martial artists were granted privileges, but there were also costs associated with them. Knowing that Lu Sheng's path would eventually lead to the battlefield, they wanted him to consider joining the Eastern Military District first. Qin playfully hugged Lu Sheng's shoulder and grinned, mentioning one advantage of the Eastern Military District. They were known for having the most beautiful female soldiers with long legs, pretty faces, and giant boings. Take Snowy as a reference. Before he could finish his sentence, Qin was sent flying, likely due to Snowy's swift reaction, blushing slightly. Snowy continued stating that they wanted Lu Sheng to represent the camp and attend the Eastern Provincial Military Star Selection. The purpose of the talent camp was to identify individuals with exceptional potential. Snowy asked Lu Sheng if he understood the significance of becoming a military star. Lu Sheng nodded, acknowledging that a military star is a person who is likely to become a future military general and a renowned level 7 Grand Master in the future. He understood that only one person from the eastern provinces would be chosen each year. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng agreed to attend the Eastern Provincial Military Star Selection. Living in an era where the fate of the entire human race hangs in the balance demands extraordinary courage. The task of single-handedly changing the course of history requires a Herculean effort. Lu Sheng, driven by his ambition and sense of responsibility, is willing to take on this monumental role. Qin dropped a subtle hint that the Eastern Military District held the key to all the coveted rewards. Sensing the opportunity to secure greater rewards, Lu Sheng realized he needed to showcase even more of his untapped potential. With several months left until the election, Lu Sheng asked if he could stay in the camp in the meantime. He got the confirmation and swiftly exited the room, leaving Qin chuckling to himself, fully aware that Lu Sheng's ulterior motive for staying behind was simply because of the meals. As Lu Sheng embarked on his departure, Qin and Snowy watched him with a mixture of admiration and relief. They had always been the shining stars of their respective times, but this time, a peculiar sensation washed over them, the rare feeling of envy towards someone else's extraordinary talent. Deep down, they both recognized that Lu Sheng was destined for greatness. He would never be ordinary, and was poised to reshape the very fabric of this era. Lu Sheng made his way to the Martial Artist Association in the bustling White Lake City. He is going to submit his important documents and meet Chairman Xiao on the 6th floor as he approaches the office. The distant echoes of Chairman Xiao's fervent voice reach his ears. The secretary, struggling to block out the noise, welcomed Lu Sheng and guided him into the room. Inside, a man in a sharp suit rose to his feet, extending a cordial greeting to Lu Sheng. The man's gaze lingered on Lu Sheng, then slyly glanced back at Chairman Xiao with a smirk, teasingly remarking, "Don't be too upset, Chairman. Not everyone possesses the talent of my granddaughter." It soon became apparent that he was none other than Ling's grandfather, proudly displaying her photo as his phone's wallpaper. Chairman Xiao's gaze bore into Lu Sheng, his eyes filled with curiosity and anger. He demanded an explanation for Lu Sheng's return before the completion of the camp. In a composed manner, Lu Sheng calmly responded that he had come to deliver the documents requested by the instructor Snowy. The man in the suit grew increasingly suspicious, wondering what kind of documents would warrant the attention of a chairman in a relatively small city like White Lake City. Chairman Xiao sees the document, tearing it out forcefully from its envelope. Holding it in his hands, he examines its contents. His eyes widened in disbelief as he delved deeper into the text. As he continued to read, Chairman Xiao's expression transformed from shock to a mix of surprise and delight. With the utmost care, he placed the document back in the envelope, ensuring its safety. A broad smile then stretched across Chairman Xiao's face. Instructor Snowy had specifically requested a call with Chairman Xiao, concerned that he might question the authenticity of the documents. Chairman Xiao, wearing a smug expression, confidently assured everyone present that he unquestionably believed in their validity. However, since Instructor Snowy had made the request, he saw no reason to decline the call. Within moments, they established a video chat connection, and Snowy's face appeared on the screen. The man in the suit couldn't believe his eyes. It was truly her. Shortly after, Ling heard her grandfather's voice and eagerly approached the screen. However, her excitement was short-lived as Snowy promptly scolded her for her shortcomings and imposed a tenfold increase in her training load for the day. Chairman Xiao reassured Snowy that he had indeed received the documents and would proceed to stamp them immediately. At that moment, Snowy unveiled significant news: Lu Sheng would be representing the entire province in the upcoming Eastern District Military Star selection. Considering his exceptional performance that surpassed everyone at the camp, there was no longer a need for him to attend the camp itself. The man in the suit sat frozen in his seat, his mind racing as he recalled the monster. Ling had mentioned earlier. It suddenly dawned on him that Lu Sheng was in fact the very monster Ling had warned him about. Snowy's scolding of Lane continued unabated, emphasizing the importance of overcoming challenges and the necessity of surpassing Lu Sheng. Overwhelmed with emotion, Ling began to cry, confessing that she didn't want to defeat him. She believed she couldn't match his strength, but she could always find solace in running away from him. As the call drew to a close, Snowy informed Lu Sheng that she had gathered the necessary materials for crafting a psychic weapon as he requested. She promised to send him the price and item list, soon bridging him to swiftly undergo the psychic assessment, allowing him to make the purchases himself. With those words, the call ended. Chairman Xiao leaped out of his seat, gripping Lu Sheng's shoulders in disbelief. The mention of psychic assessments left him filled with immense pride, knowing that Lu Sheng possessed such extraordinary talents. Meanwhile, the suited man grew increasingly embarrassed by the turn of events. Chairman Xiao personally accompanied Lu Sheng out of the building, offering to drive him home. He even extended an invitation for Lu Sheng to visit his house, expressing his desire to cook for him. Lu Sheng smiled and got in the taxi. On his way home, he pondered the notion that only the strong were truly respected. The taxi driver, intrigued by Chairman Xiao's evident display of respect towards Lu Sheng, couldn't help but inquire about it. Lu Sheng smiled modestly and replied Chairman Xiao was respectful to everyone. However, their conversation was abruptly interrupted when a massive signboard from the Red Mountain Martial Arts School. As they observed the commotion inside the martial arts school, a few middle-aged women in their 40s or 50s, clutching their baskets of vegetables, stood near the entrance and whispered among themselves, their mouths ceaselessly chattering. When they looked up, they noticed a tall and slender young man with a pretty face and upright posture standing before them, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The young man had a clean and handsome appearance, and he was dragging a suitcase as if he had just returned from a trip. His pair of jet-black eyes were clear and profound, sparkling like crystals. Lu Sheng inquired if the martial arts school had been experiencing such disturbances recently. The mid-aged women were momentarily taken aback and replied, "It has been like this for the past 2 weeks. Every day people come to challenge the school, one group after another. Both sides have inflicted numerous injuries, and we heard that even the owner of the school has been hurt." The scene inside the entrance was even worse than outside. The reception desk of the martial arts school had been kicked over and smashed onto the floor. A pile of decorative indoor potted plants lay in ruins, with shattered pots and soil scattered everywhere, creating a chaotic mess. The main hall of the martial arts hall was surrounded by a large group of people, seemingly locked in a standoff. Hong, the owner of the school, appeared to be seriously injured, his face and lips slightly pale. He occasionally reached out to clutch his chest in discomfort. Half kneeling on the ground beside him was a woman known to Lu Sheng, Ni Shuang, a familiar face from the Red Mountain Martial Arts School. There weren't many people from the Red Mountain Martial Arts School present, but almost everyone displayed some form of injury. Some had bruised and swollen faces, while others had their hands or feet wrapped in casts and bandages. Standing across from them was a tall man in a gray suit, nearly 2 meters in height. He had a buzz-cut hairstyle, dark skin, and muscles that resembled solid rocks. His fierce appearance, accompanied by a glint of intensity in his eyes, made him resemble an exuding dominance and intimidation. Ni Shuang pointed at the man in the suit and cursed. "As a 4th-level martial artist, you dare to take advantage of her father's injury to challenge our school." Hong swayed unsteadily as he spoke. "Our martial arts school has already agreed not to accept new students for a year. Why would you do this?" Lin laughed heartily and replied, Since your Red Mountain Martial Arts School dares to hang up a sign, you should be prepared to have it smashed at any time." As he spoke, a surge of aura emanated from Lin, causing the faces of the Red Mountain Martial Arts School group to slightly change, and they took a few steps back. Hong slowly stood up, nodding. He's right. Since the sign is up, we must have the ability to defend it. Hong had arrived in Whitewater City 20 years ago, alone and relying solely on his own fists to establish this foundation. Suddenly, Hong stood up abruptly and began to gather his strength. With his existing injuries, this exertion aggravated his condition, causing him to cough violently. Seeing this, Ni Shuang quickly reached out to support him, her face filled with worry. Hong extended his hand to stop her, shaking his head to indicate that he was fine. However, Lin, who was nearby, laughed at the scene. "An 18-year-old second-level martial artist! Ha! Hong can never teach such a prodigy." Ni Shuang attempted to explain. "Lu Sheng is not his student, just a member." Lin forcefully stomped on the ground and shouted, "But y'all used that kid named Lu Sheng to snatch over half of the business from our martial arts schools." Ni Shuang stood in front of her father, stating that the students joined willingly. Lin waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. He had come today to dismantle the martial arts school so that the students would go back. Ni Shuang seethed with anger, unable to utter a word. She assumed a defensive stance, preparing for battle, while Lin displayed a repugnant expression as if he were grabbing something in the air with both hands. Hong's expression changed as he told Ni Shuang that she was no match for Lin. Lin was a fourth-level martial artist, and even if Hong hadn't been injured, at best, they would be evenly matched. Ni Shuang argued that she was a third-level martial artist, and even though Lin was at the fourth level, their father-daughter combination might not necessarily lose. Lin waved his hand provocatively, taunting her. Ni Shuang glared at him and coldly declared, "Once I bring you down later, I want you to carry the sign of our Red Mountain Martial Arts School and parade through the streets." Lin laughed faintly, his eyes emanating a cold gleam. In the next second, Lin's figure suddenly vanished. Hong shouted for caution, and then two figures fiercely collided. One figure was forcefully thrown back 7 to 8 meters, crashing heavily into the wall. At this moment, Lin was completely different from before, almost like two different people. Hong coughed up blood and his hands trembled, his face filled with astonishment. Lin had unexpectedly broken through to become a fifth-level martial artist. Lin laughed heartily, his overwhelming power and terror making it almost impossible for anyone to catch their breath. Hong's chest heaved heavily as he slowly stood up and spoke, each word enunciated clearly. "You want our martial arts school to shut down, don't you? Fine. I'll go to the Martial Association now and revoke the qualification of our martial arts school." As Hong uttered those words, he seemed to age instantly, as if 10 years had passed, even his back hunched over. Ni Shuang's eyes immediately turned red, overwhelmed with self-blame and guilt. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Lin smiled and spoke. "In that case, we'll leave for now." With laughter echoing, he walked towards the entrance. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. Everyone paused and instinctively turned to look. They saw a young man, with fair skin and a handsome appearance stepping forward. "If the martial arts school that was doing well is now going to close, where am I supposed to train in the future?" he said. Ni Shuang instantly recognized the young man's identity and exclaimed, "Lu Sheng." Lu Sheng waved to Ni Shuang, and in an instant all eyes were fixed on him, filled with curiosity. Lin, on the other hand, had a gleam in his eyes as he assessed Lu Sheng from head to toe. He placed his hand on Lu Sheng's shoulder and chuckled. "Don't worry. After Red Mountain Martial Arts School closes, my martial arts school welcomes you. If you join my school, I'll personally teach you the Iron Mountain secret technique." Lin glanced back and commented that the others were all useless, unable to even handle a single strike. He promised that if Lu Sheng joined his martial arts school, he would personally instruct him in the Iron Mountain secret technique, without keeping any secrets. Lu Sheng seemed to become interested. Seeing this, Lin seized the opportunity and continued, "The Iron Mountain secret technique is an exclusive technique of the Iron Mountain Martial Arts School. Once mastered, it makes the user invincible. Within the same level martial artists, there are few who can break through his defense." Hong's face darkened, but he was unable to retort with any strength. Lu Sheng inquired further, asking, "Why would you teach me such a powerful technique?" As Lin felt that Lu Sheng seemed somewhat intrigued, his smile grew wider, and he hurriedly replied, "Of course I would be willing. As long as you join our Iron Mountain Martial Arts School and become my disciple, I will wholeheartedly impart my knowledge to you. Lu Sheng took a couple of steps forward, calmly looking at Lin, and casually asked, "So, how do you plan to teach me?" Lin furrowed his brow, thinking to himself why this kid had so many questions. However, considering Lu Sheng's potential, he patiently began to speak. "If you join us, I will—" Lin's words were cut short. Suddenly, Lu Sheng in front of him vanished. In an instant, a terrifying aura, akin to a volcanic eruption, swept over him. Lin's scalp went numb, and his entire body bristled with fear as an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis surged from within him. He roared fiercely, his muscles blackening and swelling, and his body suddenly expanded. Then he forcefully thrust both palms forward. Lu Sheng gave him a thumbs up and said, "Impressive, indeed tough," before gently punching him, causing a series of bone-cracking sounds. The terrifying power contained in Lu Sheng's fist erupted, sending Lin's body flying backward. With a resounding crash, he smashed into the wall, leaving a deep crater as the entire wall shattered. The crisp footsteps echoed in the silent hall. Lu Sheng walked step by step with a casual posture and an indifferent expression. Looking at the unconscious, eyes rolled back at Lin, he turned his thumb upside down. "How do you plan to teach me?" "By kneeling." At that moment, the entire martial arts gym fell into a dead silence. Lin's students were in disbelief, their jaws dropping. They quickly ran over to help him up and swiftly left the martial arts school. The once invincible and domineering Lin had been blasted into the wall by a single punch. Lu Sheng turned his head and walked towards Ni Shuang, extending his hand to ask if she was all right. Ni Shuang blushed and took Lu Sheng's hand, assuring him that they were fine. Lu Sheng then helped Hong to his feet and advised him not to close down the martial arts school. He said it would be troublesome to find another one far from home. Hong tightly held Lu Sheng's hand, his face filled with excitement. Lu Sheng smiled and remarked that this incident was sort of caused by him. But in a world where martial strength ruled, he told Hong, only the strong will be respected. With everyone in the school's respectful and amazed gazes watching him, he turned around with his suitcase and walked away. Lu Sheng doesn't have any special attachment to Red Mountain Martial Arts School. His main motivation for stepping in was the sponsor fee he received from Ni Shuang a couple of months ago. If Red Mountain Martial Arts School encounters similar situations, Lu Sheng won't intervene. He can protect them once, but he cannot protect them for a lifetime. The two of them looked at Lu Sheng, unable to believe that a fifth-level martial artist was defeated with just one strike. Just 3 months ago, Lu Sheng had only been a second-level martial artist. Shortly after, Lu Sheng had already reached the doorstep of his home. Lu Sheng opened the door, and the aroma of meat and vegetables filled the air. His mother heard the sound of the door opening and walked out of the kitchen, eager to help him with his luggage. She was delighted to see her son, but when she heard Lu Sheng mention that he had intervened in a fight, her expression immediately changed. She carefully examined Lu Sheng, looking for any signs of injury. However, his father interjected, saying that learning martial arts meant standing up against injustice, and that Lu Sheng would be eventually going to the battlefield to fight monsters and defend their homeland in the future. The younger sister whispered what kind of meat Lu Sheng had sent over. After consuming the meat, their father's health improved, and her blood energy level also increased by 1.1. It seemed more effective than any supplements, and she suspected that Lu Sheng had stolen it from the training camp. Lu Sheng pinched his sister's cheek and said that he had earned it himself. Their mother is still worried about whether Lu Sheng's training in the camp was too difficult. However, she brought a large bowl of rice, showing her concern. Their father, on the other hand, had absolute confidence in their child. He said that Lu Sheng would undoubtedly become an extraordinary person, and even if something happens in the future, Lu Sheng will always have his family behind his back. Lu Sheng looked at this scene, and his facial expression gradually softened. He thought to himself that it was for the sake of continuing these ordinary yet heartwarming days that he needed to become stronger, strong enough to protect everything. Lu Sheng sat quietly on the yoga mat in the middle of the room. Soon, he entered a dream state. In the dilapidated streets, the figure of Lu Sheng silently appeared. Corpse after corpse disintegrated into black wisps of smoke and merged into Lu Sheng as he walked along the street, clearing out the zombies. The more zombies he cleared, the more of these black wisps of smoke appeared. The absorption rate couldn't keep up. Suddenly, a level 6 martial artist zombie appeared, and with a single punch, Lu Sheng shattered the obstructing zombie. His expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. With his current strength, even a level 6 martial artist zombie only required a single punch to eliminate. Lu Sheng soon reached the center of the base where the powerful zombie resided. He wasn't sure if he could handle it now, but he hoped to investigate the situation. Suddenly, a long-haired zombie appeared in the sky. Lu Sheng squinted his eyes, examining the appearance of this zombie. It suddenly charged toward Lu Sheng, who was pushed back a few steps by the powerful shockwave. This zombie had long white hair and wore white martial arts attire. Its eyes lacked focus, other than the skin had a lifeless gray color. It was indistinguishable from a normal person. It was a Grand Master level zombie. Lu Sheng had absorbed too many memories of battles in a short period of time, and his subconscious urged him to destroy everything. At this moment, the Grand Master level zombie stood quietly in the distance, as if waiting for something. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, and the rhythm of his breathing subtly changed. He switched to the wind breathing technique, and a faint green light surrounded his body. In a flash, Lu Sheng disappeared from his original position. With a powerful whip kick, he struck the head of the Grand Master level zombie. However, the zombie remained motionless and didn't even flinch. A look of shock appeared in Lu Sheng's eyes. He felt as if his leg had kicked into an incredibly thick cushion, and all his strength was absorbed and completely dissipated. He didn't expect the Grandmaster to be this powerful. The extent of its strength was unimaginable. After a tentative strike, Lu Sheng no longer held back. He used his tenfold stellar technique, executed the perfect boxing technique, and employed the flame-breathing technique. But no matter what kind of attack he unleashed, he couldn't break through the defense of this zombie. It was a wall, a mountain. Lu Sheng sensed that there seemed to be an invisible barrier surrounding the Grandmaster level zombie. All his attacks landed on this barrier, and almost 99% of the force was directly dissipated. This was the power field of a Grandmaster, and its strength exceeded Lu Sheng's expectations. He was on the verge of running out of ideas. Now he understood why there was such a huge disparity in status between the 6th and 7th levels martial artists, despite only a 1-level difference. The 7th level could be called a Grandmaster, while the 6th level could only be considered a martial artist. It was simply because the gap between the two was too vast. However, it seemed that this zombie didn't actively attack Lu Sheng. He felt a bit helpless. The Grand Master level zombie didn't seem to consider him a worthy opponent, merely passively defending against his attacks without launching any counterattacks. Otherwise, he would have been killed on the spot. Lu Sheng felt a surge of retreat in his heart, but at the same time he couldn't let go of his unwillingness. Suddenly, he thought of something crucial. If he could defeat this Grand Master level zombie, he would be able to access the memories of the Grand Master. Lu Sheng, having launched nearly 1,000 attacks, was already familiar with the defensive capabilities of the Grand Master level zombie. After a few more attempts, he unexpectedly discovered a slight weakening in the invisible force field surrounding the Grandmaster zombie's body. Lu Sheng could feel his stamina rapidly depleting, and a sense of retreat began to rise within him. However, there was also a hint of unwillingness. The level 6 zombies no longer held much value for him in terms of honing his combat skills. Having reached level 3 in his psychic prowess, hunting zombies below level 6 was as effortless as mowing the grass. A single sweep could clear out a dozen. Wait! A sudden realization dawned on Lu Sheng. Psychic strength. Yes, a psychic attack. He had yet to attempt it, to directly assault using his psychic abilities. Lu Sheng had never truly studied the combat techniques of a psychic practitioner, always treating his psychic strength as a secondary support tool. In comparison to his martial prowess, his power in the realm of psychic practitioner was much stronger. As this realization dawned on him, Lu Sheng felt a sudden clarity. His eyes gleamed, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible this approach seemed. With determination, Lu Sheng condensed his spiritual strength into a cohesive force and struck fiercely at the Grandmaster level zombie before him. Just like a physical attack, the moment his psychic strength made contact with the Grandmaster zombie, it encountered an invisible barrier. However, simultaneously, a portion of that invisible barrier was depleted. Startled yet overjoyed, Lu Sheng quickly grasped the situation. The Grandmaster's force field was an external manifestation of their willpower, which, essentially, was their psychic strength at the Grandmaster level. Without further delay, Lu Sheng swiftly manipulated his psychic strength, repeatedly assaulting the force field of the Grandmaster level zombie. The Grandmaster's force field rapidly diminished as it consumed energy, thinning at a perceptible speed to Lu Sheng's constant attacks. With each usage of his psychic strength, Lu Sheng grew more proficient in this straightforward and aggressive technique. Moreover, he could sense that his psychic attacks grew stronger with each attempt. At this moment, the Grandmaster-level zombie appeared significantly weakened compared to its initial state, according to Lu Sheng's perception. The Divine Pluto technique surged within Lu Sheng, amplifying his blood energy level. 2 hearts thumped in his body as his blood energy level roared. Alongside with tenfold stellar technique, switching to the flame-breathing technique, perfect fist technique. Radiant light blossomed in Lu Sheng's eyes as he raised his right fist high. With great force, he struck the head of the Grandmaster-level zombie with all his might, finally penetrating its invisible barrier. The Grandmaster's not-so-sturdy body swayed and staggered backward under the impact of Lu Sheng's punch. A hint of guilt rose in Lu Sheng's heart. Throughout the entire encounter, the Grandmaster-level zombie hadn't attacked him even once. It was always Lu Sheng who initiated the attacks. "The spirit lives on. I shall inherit your will," Lu Sheng silently recited in his mind. The Grandmaster-level zombie, seemingly relieved, gave him a smile. Then its body rapidly decayed, and a thick black line of smoke emerged from its body. Like a black python, it viciously crashed into Lu Sheng's body. Memories flew into Lu Sheng's mind. "Shi Sheng Ning, congratulations on reaching level 7. From this day forward, you may be hailed as a Grandmaster. The situation is worsening. Despite the efforts of the Stellar Realm Elders running around tirelessly, more and more bases are falling. Base number 100, located at the center of the Martial Art Associations, is the safest place in the world. I have arranged for an aircraft. You will depart this afternoon." "Dad, aren't you coming with us?" a young girl said. He gently smiled and said, "As a Grandmaster, I must stay at the forefront and fight until the last drop of blood for the human race." Despite being a level 7 Grandmaster, witnessing a level 9 monster filled him with fear and dread. Suddenly, a man defeated the level 9 beast with a single punch. That man was Wang He. Shi Sheng Ning comprehended a completely new martial technique from Wang He's attack. Just when he thought he could aspire to reach the realm of a level 8 Grandmaster in his lifetime, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His heart had been ripped out. He felt cold. He felt pain. Was this the sensation of death approaching? It is said that the Martial Art Association has initiated the Fire Seed Plan, gathering the collective strength of the entire human race to create an unprecedented level 12 powerhouse. Hopefully they will succeed. Unfortunately, he won't be able to witness it anymore. The amount of memories absorbed by Lu Sheng surpassed any previous instance. Countless fragmented scenes flashed rapidly through his mind. The life of this Grandmaster, what a legendary and splendid existence he was. A wealth of martial experiences and combat skills flooded Lu Sheng's mind, which he quickly assimilated. Lu Sheng was fortunate because the Grandmaster named Shi Sheng Ning had specialized in fist techniques during his lifetime. His skills and combat experiences gradually merged into Lu Sheng's body, becoming a part of his being, the lifelong learning of the Grandmaster Shi Sheng Ning. This rapid assimilation propelled his advancement. The mastery of combat techniques, honed through countless life-and-death battles against the monsters, was now flawlessly inherited by Lu Sheng. Wang He. Lu Sheng captured this name within Shi Sheng Ning's memories. It seemed to hold significant importance to Shi Sheng Ning. In the final memories of Shi Sheng Ning's Grandmaster life, aside from his wife and children, this name was mentioned the most. And coincidentally, Lu Sheng knew this name. The creator of the stellar body refining technique is named Wang He. Shi Sheng Ning seems to have been inspired by witnessing Wang He's martial prowess and created an extremely powerful martial art. But why can't he find it? Lu Sheng was puzzled, continuously searching through Shi Sheng Ning's memories. Just then, he noticed a golden dot appearing within the memory fragments. In an instant, a memory scene that Lu Sheng had never seen before unfolded in his mind. It was a vast, desolate wilderness. Thick black mist permeated the surroundings. Countless indiscernible beasts and monsters surged out from the earth and sky, tearing through the black mist. A profound sense of despair enveloped Lu Sheng's heart. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. This figure moved at an incredible speed, radiating brilliant golden light, akin to the rising sun. 10 suns simultaneously appeared in the dim sky. Incredibly dazzling suns. Golden suns. Boundless golden radiance illuminated everything, causing tears to flow from Lu Sheng's eyes. He struggled to widen his eyes, but could only see a sea of golden light. It was unknown how much time had passed. The golden light gradually faded. and Lu Sheng's vision returned. He saw that the countless beasts that had previously covered the sky and the pervasive black mist had all vanished. The entire world appeared empty and desolate. As the 10 suns appeared simultaneously in the sky, rivers dried up, the earth cracked, and infinite light and heat burned everything. Grandmaster Shi Shengning exhausted his lifetime of talent and painstakingly studied, pouring his heart and soul into it, even with the intention of reaching the pinnacle of the 8th level Grandmaster. The supreme technique he sought to achieve was called the 10 Suns in the Sky. Back home, Lu Sheng felt that there had been a qualitative change in his psychic power. If Ling's psychic power was like air and Snowy's was like water, then Lu Sheng's felt like a solid steel ball. Both in terms of mass and hardness, it was much stronger. While experimenting with his latest psychic power, he accidentally lifted a nearby tall building. Cold sweat streamed down his face as people inside the building panicked and fled. How did it float up? Lu Sheng awkwardly set the building back down. He felt as if he had broken through a certain level and was no longer an ordinary martial artist. He was confident that with the oppressive force of his psychic power alone, he could kill a 3rd or even 4th level martial artist just by stare at them. Additionally, a faint aura of a force field appeared around him. Of course, it was weak and faint. If the force field of the previous Grand Master Zombie was an ostrich egg, then his was an ordinary chicken egg. Although it was currently just a seed, it would eventually grow into a towering tree. Lu Sheng sat in his seat at the restaurant, eagerly awaiting his meeting with the person in charge of the pharmacy. Since leaving the training camp, he had been deprived of his daily supply of exotic beast meat, and he was in desperate need of supplements to assist in his cultivation. Soon enough, a breathless woman hurriedly ran over. She had been anxious all along, as she had been waiting for this day for a long time. She had thought that all hope was lost. However, there was a glimmer of hope as the situation took a turn. Surprisingly, the other party took the initiative to propose a collaboration with her. Upon seeing only a young student in the room, she breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just Lu Sheng, a high school student, then it would be easier to handle. She was confident that they could successfully reach a collaboration in her favor. Upon seeing the arrival of Healing Su, Lu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. He gestured for her to take a seat and picked up the menu to order. As she contemplated how to begin the conversation, she heard the young man across from her ask the server who had been following them, "What is the best quality steak you have?" After the waitress finished her introduction, Lu Sheng ordered 40 servings, all medium rare. Ling Su choked for a moment and deliberately glanced at him. Was he a pig? He wanted to eat 40 servings of steak in one go. Each serving cost 1,280, so 40 servings would amount to 51,200. Ling Su quickly calculated the amount in her mind and felt a twinge of pain. However, she reassured herself that considering he was eating so much, he probably wouldn't feel comfortable letting her take the bill. Lu Sheng held the menu and asked if Ling Su wanted to join him, but she shook her head. They hadn't even started discussing the matter, so she had no appetite. Seeing that Lu Sheng made no further moves, Ling Su collected her thoughts and prepared to speak. But before she could, Lu Sheng began talking about her information, including his ancestral background. In the decades when martial arts were just emerging, her ancestor became a 5th-level pharmacist with his impressive martial talent and exceptional pharmaceutical skills, establishing the Benevolent Pharmacy. The Benevolent Pharmacy enjoyed some success in its early years, with branches spread across more than 20 cities in the Dongning province. Unfortunately, due to poor management, it rapidly declined during the generation of her father. Ling Su's face darkened, and she sarcastically interjected, "Mr. Lu, you start off by reciting a lengthy piece of information that anyone can easily find online. What exactly are you trying to convey?" She thought Lu Sheng wanted to show off his astonishing memory. Soon enough, Lu Sheng's 40 servings of steak arrived, filling the entire table. He ate while divulging more details about Ling Su. He mentioned that her mother hadn't returned to the Dongning province for 20 years due to family reasons and had never visited her daughter. Regarding the swift rise of the Benevolent Pharmacy, besides the outdated concepts and poor management, the most significant reason was the covert suppression from his mother's Chen family over the years. Ling Su was deeply shocked, so much so that she accidentally knocked over the glass of lemon water on the table in front of her. She stared intensely into Lu Sheng's eyes, her expression turning into anger. She demanded evidence for his claims, but Lu Sheng looked at her and told her to ask her father when she returned home. Then she would know. Lu Sheng remained silent and focused on eating the steak in front of him. For Lu Sheng, the taste of the steak didn't matter. What he cared about was the quality of the meat. Good meat meant high nutritional value, providing him with more energy for his martial arts cultivation. Meanwhile, Ling Su was caught in deep shock and confusion. There were many things about her mother that she didn't even know. However, it was true that her mother had left when she was 2 years old. When she was younger, Ling Su had often complained in her heart about her mother being too heartless. Even after the divorce, why hadn't her mother visited her even once while she lived with her father? It was also true that their family pharmacy had started declining after her mother's departure. These doubts buried deep in her memory had almost been forgotten. Now, with Lu Sheng's words, they were connecting in a way that evoked a sense of terrifying contemplation. Lu Sheng finished the last piece of steak and looked at the girl across from him. By observing Ling Su's expression, he knew that she had already believed most of it. All this information was obtained by Lu Sheng from the resource library in his dream realm. It had to be said that the dream realm's resource library was indeed powerful. In the thick volumes of history, a person or a family could be summarized in a single sentence or even a punctuation mark. Ling Su took a deep breath, struggling to calm her turbulent inner thoughts. She now wanted to discuss the collaboration. Lu Sheng cut to the chase and proposed his terms. He would be responsible for providing the prescriptions and technical guidance, while the pharmacy would handle production and sales. In the end, Lu Sheng would take 90% of the profits, leaving Ling Su nearly jumping out of her chair. She couldn't help but scoff. "Why not ask for it all, Mr. Lu?" Lu Sheng smiled and replied, "I thought about it, but I was afraid you wouldn't agree." Ling Su's boing heaved with anger. After taking a few deep breaths, she offered a maximum of 70%. Lu Sheng smiled faintly and said that an additional 20% was necessary because he would help her deal with some troubles. Perplexed, Ling Su asked what troubles he was referring to. Lu Sheng stood up, looked at her, and asked if she had no thoughts about seeking revenge after being manipulated by the Chen family for so many years. Lu Sheng clenched his fists and stared at Ling Su, questioning whether she wanted to retaliate and reclaim everything that belonged to her. Ling Su was stunned, unsure of what Lu Sheng intended to do. However, Lu Sheng's voice and actions seemed to possess a special kind of charm, causing her gaze to involuntarily follow. The next moment, Ling Su saw it. The spilled lemon water on the table began to levitate. Droplet by droplet, Ling Su's eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively wanting to cry out in surprise. She was not an ignorant woman. She quickly realized that Lu Sheng was a psychic master, and even though she wasn't a martial arts practitioner, she understood the significance of such a qualification. Before leaving, Lu Sheng mentioned that by demanding a larger share of the profits, she would gain the support of him and the power behind him. Wasn't there a more profitable business than this in the world? Ling Su's facial expression rapidly changed. If everything Lu Sheng said was true, then sooner or later she would have to face the members of the Chen family, even if she had no grievances or desire for revenge regarding the past 20 years. However, the other party may not be willing to let her go so easily. After a moment of deliberation, Ling Su finally made up her mind. She agreed to give 90% to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng smiled and then took out a USB from his pocket, handing it to Ling Su. He then left the room, leaving Ling Su staring blankly at his departing figure, dazed for quite some time. The realization that despite all her careful preparations, she ended up giving away 90% of the benefits, left her with a sense of disbelief. It was completely different from what she had anticipated. "Excuse me, miss?" A person's call interrupted Ling Su's train of thought. Ling Su looked up and saw a waitress from the restaurant standing in front of her. "Can I close the bill?" the waitress asked. Ling Su was taken aback, but quickly understood that Lu Sheng wanted her to pay the bill. Although she felt a bit annoyed, Ling Su still nodded and asked how much it was. The waitress glanced at the bill and replied, "The total is 115,200, but willing round it down to 115,000. The waitress patiently explained, "The steaks were 1,280 each, but the gentleman ordered a total of 90 portions. 90 portions. Where did the other 50 come from? He only ate 40, and he said he was full. He also packed 50 portions to take home for his family to try," the waitress replied. Ling Su's mouth dropped open and she stood there motionless, unable to move. Then, her breathing became rapid, her bowing heaving up and down rapidly. and it felt as if there were animated flames burning behind her as she pulled out her card. Lu Sheng happily returned home, carrying a total of 50 neatly packaged premium steaks. He had obtained everything he desired and even exceeded his expectations. Originally, Lu Sheng aimed for an 80% benefit and shouted for 90%. However, to his surprise, with his persuasive tactics and strategies, Ling Su actually agreed. Not to mention, before leaving, he even managed to mooch a whole family bucket of steak from her. Strolling leisurely back home, it was already close to 4 p.m. His mother had finished work early and was busy preparing dinner at home. As soon as Lu Sheng entered the door, his mother caught a whiff of a tantalizing meat fragrance and followed it from the kitchen to the living room. Lu Sheng placed the packed boxes on the table and smiled, saying there was no need to cook today. Hearing that it was a premium steak, his mother's face lit up with a mixture of heartache. Lu Sheng casually mentioned that a friend had treated him dinner and offered him takeout, and that friend happened to be a wealthy individual. It's hard to say what Ling Su, who had just walked out of the restaurant after maxing out her credit card, would feel upon hearing those words. Upon hearing that, his mother's expression immediately relaxed, and she informed Lu Sheng that Mr. Zhong had come to inquire about their family several times. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment, realizing that he hadn't been to school in a long time. He decided to pay a visit tomorrow. The next day, Lu Sheng, after a long absence, returned to the school. When Mr. Zhong heard a knock on the door and opened it, he was pleasantly surprised to find Lu Sheng standing there. Lu Sheng held a potted plant as he entered the office. It was the one he accidentally broke last time. Mr. Zhong could sense a remarkable change in Lu Sheng's aura, exuding an incredible strength. Mr. Zhong handed Lu Sheng a cup of tea while he lit a cigarette and sighed, remarking that after this meeting, perhaps in the future, they would only be able to see Lu Sheng on television. When asked about his future plans, Lu Sheng calmly stated that he was going to participate in the selection for rising military stars. This statement left Mr. Zhong so astonished that he dropped his cigarette. Lu Sheng added that he will also be attending the assessment to become a psychic practitioner. Mr. Zhong jumped up from the couch, covering his forehead with his hand. He didn't know what to say, but he enthusiastically patted Lu Sheng's shoulder and told him to go and conquer his own world. He promised to support and cheer for him from behind. As Lu Sheng left the office, Mr. Zhong watched his figure and realized that he had underestimated him all along. Lu Sheng was not only the school's pride, but also the pride of White Lake City. He would one day become the pride of the entire human race. With the final exams approaching, boredom filled the air in Class 3, 2. The mundane academic subjects made many students feel drowsy, and some even played mobile games discreetly. The class teacher shook his head disapprovingly at the sleeping students and slammed his book on the desk, commanding everyone's attention. He tapped on the blackboard, knowing that many students were aspiring to attend martial art university, but their grades in academic subjects were equally important. He had already lectured them on this countless times, but some students simply didn't care. One student yawned and asked Ming if he could go play League of Legends after school. Ming shook his head and refused, as he had enrolled in an intensive study program and planned to study after school. The student couldn't understand why Ming had been working so hard lately. The teacher noticed them whispering and asked them to stand up just as he was about to give them a lecture. However, at that moment, Lu Sheng walked into the classroom. Lu Sheng greeted the teacher first, and then greeted his classmates. The entire class was astonished, never expecting Lu Sheng to come back for class. Many believed they would never see him again. There were even rumors circulating that Lu Sheng had become the closed-door disciple of Chairman Xiao, or that the mayor's daughter was going to marry him. Some students even rushed to ask for his autograph. Ming was also shocked, and the class teacher looked at Lu Sheng, hastily returning the greeting. Lu Sheng, on the other hand, didn't hold any grudges from the past when the class teacher had looked down on him and ridiculed him in the classroom. He politely asked if he could join the final lecture class. The class teacher quickly agreed, and as Lu Sheng walked into the classroom, everyone suddenly found a renewed motivation for studying. The atmosphere completely changed. The class teacher delivered an engaging lecture, and the students listened attentively. It was incredible to think that they could attend class together with Lu Sheng. Ming stared at the back of his former friend, reminiscing about the times they used to play together, stay up late playing League of Legends, and go to internet cafes. The distance between them seemed to have grown over time. Lu Sheng's aura was different now, as if he possessed the presence of a leader. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. The class teacher closed his books, and it was the first time in many years that he had delivered such a powerful lecture. Lu Sheng also stood up and bid farewell to his classmates, assuring them that he would never forget them. Upon hearing these words, the students in the class suddenly felt the urge to cry. A strong sense of honor emerged from within them, and they vowed to get into martial art university. Lu Sheng turned to Ming, placing his arm on Ming's shoulder, just like a few months ago. He gave him a nudge, as if nothing had changed. The former class teacher and classmates had all looked down on Lu Sheng, except for Ming, who genuinely regarded him as a friend. Thinking about this, Lu Sheng encouraged Ming, telling him to keep up the good work and that they should play League of Legends together whenever they had the chance. Ming's eyes welled up with tears, deeply moved. He made a firm decision to strive for excellence and work hard to get into a martial art university, following in the footsteps of his best friend. Seated at his desk, Lu Sheng contemplated his next plan while staring at the computer in front of him. This computer had been a gift from his father on his 10th birthday, and he had been using it ever since. Its specs were outdated, and it ran frustratingly slow. Lu Sheng had already informed Snowy about purchasing materials and upgrading his gear. Now, he needed to focus on acquiring a psychic practitioner's weapon. He opened Snowy's email, which presented him with two options: the indomitable Wheel of Blades and the Silver Void Shuttle. 5 minutes later, Lu Sheng's expression turned somewhat disappointed. Both weapons cost between 30 to 40 million. He closed his eyes and began calculating the required materials for crafting the weapons. Considering the significant amount of primary material, mithril needed for both the wheel and shuttle, approximately 9,000 per gram. A single wheel alone would weigh over half a kilo. That was already over 5 million spent, and he hadn't even accounted for the other auxiliary materials yet. After conducting the calculations, Lu Sheng realized that he couldn't even afford to craft a single item, let alone a complete set of psychic gears. With no other option, he decided he would have to go out and dig for materials himself. Previously, Lu Sheng had found a strategic resource distribution map for materials in the Dream Realm Library, spanning 300 years. It would come in handy now. His first step would be to unearth the unexplored mithril mines, and then he could take the materials to a blacksmith for weapon crafting. If he managed to acquire a substantial amount of mithril or iron, he could even sell some to earn money, a win-win situation. A week later. In the lab of the laboratory, Ling Su stood anxiously at the door, glancing at her phone from time to time. She had lost track of how long she had been waiting when suddenly her spirits lifted, and her posture straightened unconsciously. Lu Sheng's figure appeared at the door. Lu Sheng, dressed in a pristine white pharmacist robe, stood tall with a calm expression. His increasingly handsome features were accentuated by the pharmacist attire, exuding a cool and disciplined charm. Although Ling Su was well aware that Lu Sheng was 5 years younger than her, she couldn't help but feel a flutter of attraction. Snapping back to reality, Ling Su quickly spoke to hide the slight blush on her cheeks. The materials for this batch cost nearly 200,000, and Lu Sheng seemed satisfied with the quality. After putting on a mask, he asked Ling Su to wait him outside. Deep inside, Ling Su couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. The launch and sales of the new supplements hadn't even begun, and the profits were still uncertain. In this past week alone, she had already spent close to $1 million just to front the funds for Lu Sheng. 3 hours later, the refining process was complete. Lu Sheng seemed to sense Ling Su's slight emotional state and casually reassured her, mentioning that he would be going out. If all went well, he would have the startup funds, and he promised to send her the money. Ling Su nodded obediently, refraining from asking about Lu Sheng's specific plans. Before leaving, Lu Sheng smiled and remarked that she was quite a tsundere. He bid Ling Su farewell and quickly walked away. As soon as Lu Sheng's figure was no longer in sight, Ling Su took a deep breath and swiftly rushed into the laboratory. The air in the laboratory still carried a faint scent of herbs. Ling Su's eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar, and soon enough, she locked onto a small vial that had been used but not yet cleaned. She held the small vial as if it were a precious treasure and began a series of skilled maneuvers. This supplement was incredibly powerful, capable of strengthening the bones. On the market, such a supplement a single unit would cost 4 to 5 million, yet Lu Sheng had managed to produce it with only 20,000 worth of materials. However, up to this point, Lu Sheng had refused to disclose any information about this new bone-strengthening supplements. It would have been fine if he simply didn't say anything, but the problem was that he intentionally left behind small hints every time, tantalizing clues. He deliberately tempted Ling Su to discover it on her own. leaving her feeling as if she were being teased, with an itch that was hard to scratch. And the thought of the bulging backpack he carried, surely filled with many of these new supplements, only further infuriated Ling Su. Ling Su had also considered the idea of secretly learning the technique, but the receptionist came over and reported that the surveillance had been malfunctioning the entire time and that they couldn't fix it. As soon as Lu Sheng left, it immediately started working properly again. Ling Su sighed, nodded, and waved the receptionist away. Lu Sheng being a psychic master meant that he could easily nullify all of Ling Su's attempts and render her efforts to steal the technique completely futile. Ling Su shook her head and casually threw the vial she was holding into the trash bin. In neighboring city, on a mountain road, inside a tourist bus, a young and beautiful tour guide enthusiastically introduced the itinerary and provided information about the scenic spots to the group of tourists. Only a few middle-aged women wearing red travel hats listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions. During this time, Lu Sheng had been flipping through the resource distribution map every day, combined with the current map of Dongning province. Finally, he found a suitable location. He calculated that he had successfully refined a total of 93 marrow-nourishing pills throughout the week, which should be sufficient for his needs. Lu Sheng noticed a rolling toy ball and heard the cheerful laughter of a little girl, which brought a lively atmosphere. The little girl asked Lu Sheng if he wanted to play a game with her. The woman with long hair, who appeared to be the girl's mother, quickly apologized and pulled the little girl back to her seat. Sitting next to the woman was a man wearing glasses, whose middle-aged eyes seemed to contain a powerful aura. He exuded the presence of a level 2 psychic master. Lu Sheng smiled, realizing that this trip would likely be quite interesting. At the back of the bus, a girl with long pink hair and a tight-fitting purple crop top let out a howl, venting her frustrations. Sitting next to her, a beautiful girl with long hair and a quiet demeanor withdrew her gaze from the window scenery and said that Amelia insisted on coming. Amelia snatched Luna's fan and retorted irritably, accusing her of mistaking her concern for Luna's potential heartbreak breakup as meddling. Luna gently patted Amelia's hand, leaning closer to comfort her, saying that it was good for them to come out and relax together. Despite the shortcomings of the tour group, the scenery of Bullhead Mountain was still beautiful. Amelia glanced in a certain direction where the laughter of the little girl could be heard. The little girl was currently playing a ball-throwing game with a young guy sitting in the second-to-last row on the right side. The yellow ball flew back and forth between the seats, eliciting continuous giggles from the little girl. When Amelia saw Lu Sheng, her face turned red. His clean and handsome features resembled a male protagonist straight out of a Manhwa book. The little girl missed catching the ball, accidentally hitting the seat in front. Amelia leaned back and reached out to catch the ball, then tossed it to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng smiled and thanked her, and Amelia blushed and giggled. Luna chuckled and teased her. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at their destination. As soon as Amelia got off the bus, she scanned the vibrant and somewhat unconventional-looking mountain village. Luna looked at the map while Amelia looked around, searching for Lu Sheng. Finally, she found him, carrying his suitcase as he descended from the bus. The little girl obviously hadn't had enough of the ball game from earlier and immediately ran to grab the Lu Sheng's arm, pouting and saying they should play together again tomorrow. Lu Sheng patting the little girl's head with a smile, nodding and agreeing to play with her tomorrow if he had the time. The little girl happily nodded. At this moment, Amelia approached and asked if she could join them in playing tomorrow. The little girl made a funny face at Amelia, calling her a bad sister and saying she didn't want to play with her.
Emotional damn!
Amelia's attempt to touch the girl's head froze instantly, her face displaying embarrassment. The middle-aged couple smiled indulgently, watching the little girl. After exchanging greetings with a few others, the family walked away. In her heart, Amelia thought, "What a brat. I didn't even want to play with you." But she still forced a smile and waved her hand. Lu Sheng reassured Amelia, saying not to mind the words of a child. Amelia responded by saying that she wouldn't hold it against the little girl. She then took out her phone and asked Lu Sheng if they could add each other as friends. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Sheng nodded and agreed. Soon, they became friends on an app, and even Luna joined in. Lu Sheng nodded at the two of them as they walked away. As the two girls grew distant, the smile on Lu Sheng's face gradually disappeared, and his gaze became sharper. In a matter of a few breaths, his demeanor transformed from harmless to cold and elusive. Little did he expect that this trip would not only lead him to encounter a rare level 2 psychic master, but also 2 level 2 martial artists. There were also people hiding in the back, doesn't seem wanting to reveal themselves. Lu Sheng was aware that others hadn't discovered his true identity yet. He could now freely control the diffusion and concentration of his psychic power, making it nearly impossible for most people to detect it. Lu Sheng glanced in the direction where the middle-aged couple and the little girl had left, sensing that people are following them, but they seemed weak, and the middle-aged man should be able to handle them. Lu Sheng hoped that they wouldn't interfere with his objectives. Even if they do, he doesn't mind crushing them. With that in mind, Lu Sheng dragged his suitcase and headed towards the direction of the mountain village. Meanwhile, on a certain highway, a muscular man knelt before a man with purple hair. The purple-haired man casually asked if he had found the whereabouts of Tang Maolin. The muscular man replied that he had indeed found him. Tang Maolin was in Bullhead Mountain, accompanied by his wife and daughter. It seemed like he was trying to hide in the mountains. The purple-haired man furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat displeased. The muscular man quickly assured him that they would be able to accurately locate him. This pleased the purple-haired man, who instructed the muscular man to keep a close eye on Tang Maolin until he personally arrived at Bullhead Mountain to deal with him. With an evil grin, he downed his drink, already planning how to torment Tang Maolin. Just then, he outstretched his hands, holding the cup to the side towards the woman, a gruesome and disturbing sight where purple liquid was flowing outside of the woman, floating into the cup. The purple-haired man smiled it perversely, with an evil grin, and took out a photo, which was Tang Maolin and his family. A young girl curiously dashed into a room, with a middle-aged woman following closely behind, expressing her concern. By her side, a middle-aged man entered the room, his eyes flickering with a peculiar light. An invisible force spread, instantly enveloping the entire room and building. After a moment, the glow in the man's eyes faded, and he remarked, "It's clean. No surveillance or tracking devices." His wife coaxed the little girl onto the bed, commenting on her husband's excessive caution. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man said, "Being cautious is never a bad idea, especially when his wife and his daughter is with him." The middle-aged man spoke in a deep voice, cautioning his wife that they were currently fleeing for their lives. Moreover, the person chasing them was a renowned psychic master, a formidable third-level psychic practitioner. He was known for his narrow-mindedness and relentless pursuit of vengeance for any wrongdoing, no matter how small. Hoping that they would successfully elude his pursuit this time, they believed that as long as they hid in the Bullhead village for a year or so, they should be safe. However, if by any chance he managed to track them down, the combined strength of the middle-aged man and the woman's father, both second-level psychic practitioners, might not necessarily result in their defeat. The woman let out a sigh, expressing her hope that it would turn out that way. It had been a long time since she had seen her father, and she wondered about his current well-being. The woman's father was a peak second-level psychic practitioner. The man's gaze softened, and he took a step forward, gently embracing the woman while whispering reassuringly, "Your father is highly skilled in martial arts. He might have even reached the 3rd level by now. I'm sure he's in good health." The man made a heartfelt vow that he would never let any harm come to his wife and daughter. The woman nodded and gently leaned against the middle-aged man's chest, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. Not far away, the little girl, dressed in a red dress, stood on the bed, gazing out of the window. Lu Sheng entered the accommodation arranged for him by the travel agency. He also released his psychic power, which was far stronger than that of the middle-aged man. He not only covered the entire building but also inspected all the surrounding structures, including passers-by. Aside from someone hiding in the distance and observing from the bushes, there was nothing unusual. Lu Sheng tidied up a bit and then sat on the bed, taking out a small glass vial from his pocket. Inside the glass vial were a dozen small black pills. Lu Sheng poured out one pill and swallowed it. He felt the supplement moving through his body, transforming into a surge of heat flowing through his limbs and bones. Feeling his blood energy level increase and the progress of refining his bones with the immortal golden body technique advancing, Lu Sheng wore a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that in less than 2 months, he would be able to complete the first stage of the immortal golden body cultivation, officially becoming a 4th-level martial artist. Just then, his phone started vibrating. As usual, it was his parents calling to remind him to be careful while being away, to dress appropriately for the weather, and to avoid eating anything that could upset his stomach. In their eyes, despite being a third-level martial artist, he still seemed like a child. His mischievous younger sister jokingly mentioned that Lu Sheng had gone out to play on his own, and her senior Yang had returned to school, hinting at wanting to hang out with Lu Sheng. His sister sent a playful emoji and asked if they were dating. Lu Sheng quickly replied on his phone, advising his sister to focus on her martial arts training, reminding her to take the supplements he provided her every day. He responded with a warning emoji, urging her to mind her own business. Lu Sheng set his phone aside and lay down on the bed, entering the dream realm. After days of simultaneous training, his body was enveloped in a golden light infused with the will of a Grand Master. No zombie could breach his defense. Suddenly, he noticed the appearance of another Grand Master-level zombie on the street, a female Grand Master. Clad in battle armor befitting a knight, wielding a shattered long spear, her figure was both symmetrical and perfect, resembling a mythical goddess of war. As Lu Sheng approached within 100 meters of the female Grand Master, she sensed his presence. In an instant, her figure vanished from his line of sight. When he tried to release his spiritual power to perceive her presence, he finally sensed her figure. However, by that time, the female Grand Master had already closed in to within 5 meters of him. In an instant, Lu Sheng found himself surrounded by numerous red exclamation marks, accompanied by an urgent and piercing alarm. Before Lu Sheng could react, the female Grand Master swiftly took him down with a single spear strike. Just before dying, Lu Sheng saw a magnificent and majestic glacier. As if waking up from a nightmare, Lu Sheng felt his heart racing and a splitting headache. He was startled awake, his body in intense pain, as if it had been torn apart. This was his first experience of death within the dream realm, and it felt overwhelming and powerful. Lu Sheng was deeply shaken. Until now, his exploration in the dream realm had been relatively smooth. However, he was completely defenseless against the female Grand Master. The previous smooth progress had made him somewhat complacent, but the dream realm was not his personal paradise. Lu Sheng had a profound realization. His state of mind returned to its original calmness, and the negative effects brought about by his inflated strength over the past 3 months dissipated in that moment. The immense power of the female Grand Master was undeniable, surpassing Shi Shengning in battle. She must be a Grand Master-level expert stronger than Shi Shengning, possibly even an 8th-level Grand Master. Lu Sheng recalled the radiant glacier that appeared with the thrust of her spear, perhaps a manifestation of the technique of the female Grand Master. If he could obtain it. Lu Sheng shook his head, self-deprecatingly dismissing the thought. If he hadn't underestimated the situation and fought at full strength, with his mastery of all of his techniques and newly acquired Grand Master technique, he might have had a chance to contend with the female Grand Master. However, he still wanted to go back and test himself, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't enter the dream realm again. It seemed that the dream realm had entered a cool-down period. Just then, his phone started vibrating. It was a series of messages from Amelia, one after another, flooding in like a stream. Lu Sheng stared at his phone in silence for a few seconds, suddenly regretting adding her as a friend. He quickly turned off his phone without replying. Walking out of the room and heading towards the dining hall, Lu Sheng thought he would be the only one there at this late hour. However, to his surprise, he saw the little girl's family, as well as Amelia and Luna, all seated in the dining hall. As soon as Lu Sheng appeared, he immediately caught the attention of the 2 girls. The little girl and Amelia both stood up, waving to him loudly, completely oblivious to the gazes of others. Lu Sheng waved back, then found a seat nearby and sat down. The seat wasn't far from the little girl's family. The little girl's father smiled at Lu Sheng and nodded slightly. Lu Sheng nodded in response and picked up the menu to order his meal. Amelia pulled Luna, who had a helpless look on her face, and sat down beside Lu Sheng as if they were old friends. Lu Sheng coughed a couple of times and politely asked if they had eaten yet. Both of them responded at the same time. One said they had eaten, while the other said they hadn't. Amelia gave Luna a fierce glare and said with a smile, "I wasn't hungry earlier, but now I'm hungry again." Luna teased her for a bit, but Amelia acted as if Luna didn't exist and continued talking to Lu Sheng. She began introducing the menu. Meanwhile, the little girl beside them looked eagerly at Lu Sheng's table and then lifted her head to ask her parents if she could go and have a meal with big brother Lu Sheng. The woman gently touched the little girl's head and said tenderly, "You can still have a good meal here." The little girl insisted, saying that she thinks that the food will taste better sitting next to big brother Lu Sheng. The woman glanced at her husband. The middle-aged man smiled and agreed. Seeing her husband's agreement, the woman couldn't say much and could only admonish, "Behave yourself." Only when she saw the little girl successfully join the table did the woman's eyes relax slightly. She turned her head and complained to the middle-aged man, asking, why did he allow their daughter go to a table with strangers? The middle-aged man smiled and replied, "It seems like his wife was being overly protective. That young man has a good character and his eyes are pure. He doesn't seem like a bad person. Besides, he's just a high school student. Even if Lu Sheng has trained in martial arts for a few years, his strength wouldn't be very powerful." However, the other two individuals were already second-level martial artists. The middle-aged man remained calm, exuding a strong sense of confidence in his words. As long as they were within his line of sight, a single thought from him would be enough to end their lives. Amelia's eyes widened as she looked at the table filled with food that Lu Sheng had ordered, her expression showing some surprise. Lu Sheng handed a cute dessert to the little girl, and the two of them began a competition to see who could eat faster. The little girl responded with a sweet voice and diligently shoveled the food into her mouth. Lu Sheng also ate quickly. Luna glanced at the table full of food, and her gaze towards Lu Sheng lightened a bit. Only those with average family conditions who hadn't become formal martial artists would eat so much in one meal. Once martial artists reached a certain level, those who had the means would typically rely on supplements to meet their daily energy requirements for cultivation. Those without means would choose higher quality ingredients as substitutes. Otherwise, eating so much food in every meal would result in extended trips to the bathroom. Amelia, on the other hand, didn't mind at all that Lu Sheng ate so much. She kept her promise and ate alongside him, even finding him quite handsome while eating. Luna looked at her best friend and asked, "You don't really have feelings for Lu Sheng, do you?" Saying Lu Sheng was younger than both of them, just a high school student, and judging from Lu Sheng's unstable figure and dark circles around his eyes, his martial arts talent and family background are probably not good, even though Lu Sheng has exceptional looks, physique, and demeanor. However, Amelia didn't mind and replied, "Age isn't a problem when they were just 3 or 4 years apart. Besides, it's all about fate." Luna disagreed, saying that they couldn't be together. With Lu Sheng's current situation, after graduation, he would probably only earn a monthly salary of 5,000 to 6,000, not being able to afford a house or a car. Love isn't just about temporary passion. One must face reality. Amelia's martial arts strength is getting stronger, and the gap between them will only grow over time. Eventually, conflicts will accumulate, and there will come a day when everything explodes. Amelia shook her head. She said she could help guide Lu Sheng in his martial arts journey. Even if he couldn't get into a prestigious martial arts university, she would be willing to travel to see him every week. It didn't matter if he didn't have a car or a house because she did. Even if Lu Sheng could only be an ordinary person, she would be willing to accompany him as an ordinary person. Furthermore, she didn't believe that Lu Sheng was just ordinary. She firmly believed that his future held so much more than that. She couldn't believe her best friend would give up on her decade-long martial arts practice for a high school student. Due to Lu Sheng's martial prowess, Lu Sheng could clearly hear their conversation. He rubbed his head, feeling it was somewhat troublesome, and couldn't help but sigh. The younger girl overheard and asked, "What does troublesome mean?" Lu Sheng thought for a moment and casually replied, "It means praising both of the sisters for being beautiful." The little girl nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, she turned around and loudly pointed at Amelia and Luna, who were walking towards them. She jumped around and said the two sisters are very troublesome. Lu Sheng was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, nodding vigorously. Amelia and Luna looked stunned, unsure of what had just happened. The next day, everyone gathered downstairs as planned. The tourists were not very satisfied with this trip, and one elderly man noticed that a family of 3 was missing. As for when or where they disappeared, no one knew. The young tour guide hurriedly took out her phone and tried calling them, but she couldn't get through. Not only were they missing, but Lu Sheng was also nowhere to be found. The guide immediately contacted the search and rescue team. Amelia and Luna witnessed all of this. How could the 3 of them, who were perfectly fine just moments ago, suddenly vanish? The guide was occupied with the search, and it seemed like the rest of the itinerary would have to be cancelled. They decided to look for Lu Sheng themselves. According to the map, the mithril mine should be located nearby, just a few kilometers away. Lu Sheng swiftly dashed through the forest, leaping to the mountaintop where he released his powerful psychic power. His eyes shimmered with a brilliant light as he calmly surveyed the area before him. He detected the buried minerals beneath the ground, and in the next moment, wherever his gaze fell, the earth and stones shattered, and the ground exploded. It was as if an invisible tornado had swept through, causing terrifying destruction. Lifting a large chunk of soil with his psychic power, Lu Sheng observed as it disintegrated in midair, revealing a glimmer of mineral. After a few seconds, various pieces of silver-like minerals were presented before him. Infusing his psychic energy into them, the tough as steel metal quickly softened, becoming as malleable as dough. Lu Sheng compared the description from the information provided by Snowy and verified that the silver pieces in his hand were indeed the precious mithril. Lu Sheng knew that crafting weapons with mithril required dozens of steps, and there might not be much left in the end, depending on the purity of the mithril in this mine. He had already used his psychic power to investigate and realized that the mine was too small to yield a substantial amount, making it easy for him to excavate and carry out the ore. However, he soon faced a dilemma: how to transport the mithril out. His initial plan was to use his backpack and carry the mithril in batches, mining a little and transporting it bit by bit until he had enough to craft a set of weapons for psychic masters. Yet, Lu Sheng had overlooked a crucial aspect: greed. Everyone had desires, and he was no exception. Lu Sheng made up his mind and decided to put the mithril back into the large pit he had dug earlier. He covered it up with soil and stones, hiding the existence of the precious metal. The map indicated that there was a small village of a minority community a few kilometers away from his location. Lu Sheng decided to head there to seek help. The villagers of this secluded village were generally known for their sincerity and simplicity. By offering a generous reward, Lu Sheng believed he would be able to find assistance easily. Following the map's directions, he made his way towards the village. Meanwhile, the two girls continued their search for Lu Sheng in the forest. They gradually ventured deeper into the wilderness, but Luna suddenly halted their steps. Her eyes were fixated on something within the forest next to the stone path, and there was an inexplicable glimmer in her gaze. Swiftly, Luna darted into the woods beside the road and stopped about few meters away from the main path. She crouched down and looked closer, which caught Amelia's attention. It was a toy ball, similar to the one a little girl had been playing with earlier. As Amelia moved to pick up the ball, her body seemed to freeze in place. A purple spiderweb suddenly appeared, ensnaring both girls. Just then, a man's voice echoed from ahead of them. A family came out from the forest, walking into a secluded little village. One of the villagers darted into the village. The young man then rushed into the village chief's house, where a chief was busy carving a piece of wood. "Big sister is back," announced the young man. Upon seeing their arrival, the chief let out a kind smile. A little girl then shouted, "Grandpa!" and ran in, throwing herself into the chief's arms, almost knocking the wind out of him. The couple appeared somewhat uneasy, bowing their heads and muttering their greetings to the chief. Soon, a few young men heard the commotion and came to greet the couple. The chief instructed two young men to go out and hunt for some food, hoping to enliven the evening. A robust young man hoisted the little girl onto his shoulders, intending to take her along for the hunt. Innocently, the little girl expressed her desire for the chicken soup she had last time. The young man affectionately rubbed the girl's face and agreed. Watching the two leave, the chief closed his eyes, lighting up a tobacco pipe. The couple slowly approached him, their expressions somewhat complex. The middle-aged man succinctly recounted their predicament. Upon hearing they had provoked a third-level psychic master, the chief let out a series of coughs, his cold laughter not ceasing. Pointing at the middle-aged man, he said he knew that no good would come when he had taken Manhwa, his daughter, away from the village years ago. He knew such a day would come. Manhwa softly called out, pleading for her father to save her husband. The middle-aged man turned to the chief, remembering that his father-in-law had been attempting to break into the third level for a long time. The chief cut him off, admitting his attempt had failed and had left him with internal injuries, causing a great decline in his cultivation and strength. If he encountered a third-level psychic master, he could only buy them some time, urging them to flee with the child and seek help elsewhere. The man looked confused, not knowing who they should turn to for help. The chief glared at him, instructing him to seek help from the local departments or the Martial Artist Association. He reminded them that they were living in a society governed by law. Even a third-level psychic master couldn't just kill people on the street. The middle-aged man, Tang's expression, however, was far from optimistic. If reporting to the authorities could solve the problem, he would have done so long ago, instead of dragging his family all the way to this remote mountainous area. The chief seemed somewhat tired, dismissively waving his hand, signaling them to leave. Just as Tang and his wife were preparing to leave the room, suddenly, someone rushed in, reporting that an outsider had arrived. Their hearts sank in an instant. Lu Sheng, with his map, looked just like an ordinary mountain tourist, curiously observing the village in front of him while following a few villagers. The entire village was not large and could be fully seen from a high vantage point. The environment, however, was extraordinary, like an idyllic paradise. Suddenly, a dart flew towards him. Lu Sheng sidestepped it with ease. The young man asked who Lu Sheng was and how he got in. A little girl's head suddenly popped out from the bushes. She cheerfully greeted Lu Sheng and ran into his arms. Lu Sheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected to encounter the little girl and her family here. Seeing the map in Lu Sheng's hand, Tang, whose face was filled with surprise and bewilderment, felt a heavy weight lift from his heart. Tang took the initiative to approach and asked Lu Sheng how he ended up there. Lu Sheng scratched his head in embarrassment, explaining he didn't like traveling with the tourist group and had accidentally lost his way while exploring the mountain alone. Tang laughed heartily, explaining that this was his father-in-law's village, and they returned here every year to visit. Tang subconsciously looked toward his father-in-law. The chief squinted, sizing up Lu Sheng. He nodded and commented that Lu Sheng's eyes were very pure, then welcomed him with a smile to Celestial Village. The young man who previously attacked Lu Sheng flashed a smile, extending his hands towards Lu Sheng, apologizing for the earlier incident. Lu Sheng waved it off, indicating he didn't mind, but in his mind, he was considering the uniqueness of this village. Psychic practitioners were rare, yet there were 3 in this village, and the old chief was a surprising peak second-level psychic master. Lu Sheng had originally intended to ask if he could hire help to transport the mithril, but given the circumstances, he didn't know how to broach the subject. As psychic practitioners, they would undoubtedly understand the value of mithril. While Lu Sheng was contemplating how to proceed, the little girl plaintively told him that she had lost her ball. It took him a moment to realize that she was referring to the plastic ball they had been playing with earlier. Lu Sheng patted the girl's head gently, promising he would help her find it. He released his psychic energy, spreading it around. When he discerned the scenes in that direction, the smile on his face gradually faded until it disappeared entirely. Suddenly, he sensed Amelia and Luna's presence. The once lively and cheerful Celestial Village suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in one direction. Tang's face grew grave and tense, and the old chief put down his burning pipe, his eyes slowly narrowing. At the entrance of the village, a group of people was steadily approaching. Leading the group was a man in a purple suit, and his name is Sassy Wu, his eyes emitting an eerie purple glow. A man behind him had Amelia and Luna slung over his shoulder. Both of the girls had tapes around their mouths, preventing them from speaking, but the look in Amelia's eyes seemed to tell Lu Sheng to run. After spotting the man was a peak third-level psychic master. The old chief unleashed his full power, and his psychic energy radiated around him. He shouted for Tang to flee with his family and the villagers. Several streaks of golden light surged from the chief towards Sassy Wu, who remained calm, waving his hand dismissively. Silver lines and golden light intertwined midair, clashing and creating a sound reminiscent of swords clashing. The golden light gradually dissipated, and Sassy Wu looked at Tang with a smirk, taking a step forward. He told the chief that his energy was weak and power was too shallow, unworthy of being called a psychic master, and then he released his psychic energy, step by step, walking towards them. Tang's face turned pale, shouting sharply, readying to fight back. From his sleeves, countless small black iron beads shot out, densely packed, flying towards Sassy Wu. Sassy Wu didn't even flinch, extending a hand toward Tang. The silver line suddenly retracted, clashing directly with the iron beads. All of the iron beads were destroyed and cut in half, and Tang's face turned even more pale, with sweat rolling down his forehead as he took steps back. In an instant, Sassy Wu shot the silver thread toward everyone, controlling it to wrap around everyone and the necks of the old chief and Tang. Sassy Wu looked around. This deserted place was perfect for torturing them at his leisure, and no one will ever find out. He licked his lips as he looked at the little girl, planning to use her to make liquor. Tang was desperate, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted at Sassy Wu, calling him an animal. Sassy Wu, however, burst out laughing. tightening the silver thread around the necks. He seemed to revel in the helplessness of the middle-aged man. Luna's eyes welled up with tears. She knew that Sassy Wu was definitely a third-level peak psychic master, and she knew everyone was going to die here. Amelia looked at Lu Sheng, already accepting her fate. Even though she wasn't willing to die here, she hoped that they could meet again in the next life. Sassy Wu ordered his subordinates to bring the little girl over, and Sassy Wu's grin grew even brighter. Suddenly, a sound as sharp as a cannon tearing through the air interrupted his words. His silver thread had been broken, and Lu Sheng's eyes gradually grew cold. He held the silver thread in his hand and smiled at the little girl, assuring her that everything was all right now. The two subordinates rushed towards Lu Sheng, and Lu Sheng simply threw a non-serious punch. To Sassy Wu's surprise, the two burly figures who were supposed to be fourth-level martial artists, like broken sacks, were knocked back in his direction and rapidly flew toward him. Sassy Wu looked at Lu Sheng, who appeared so weak. How could he possibly have the power of a fifth-level martial artist? He shook his head, dismissing Lu Sheng as just a kid with inhuman strength. He summoned the silver thread once more, threatening to slice Lu Sheng's body open like butter. Lu Sheng held the little girl with one hand and looked at Sassy Wu with a smirk. His eyes were serene, and he calmly observed Sassy Wu. The powerful psychic energy of a third-level psychic exploded out, and dozens of silver threads interwove in front of Sassy Wu, forming a delicate and intricate spider-shaped web that shot toward Lu Sheng. But the next second, Sassy Wu's smile froze on his face. Hundreds of silver threads that were so fast they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye were stopped by Lu Sheng with his bare hands. Lu Sheng calmly extended his right hand. His palm seemed to harbor a black hole vortex. The silver spider threads that shot to Lu Sheng were all absorbed by the vortex in his palm, all converging into his hand. From a distance, Luna, who had witnessed all this, her eye bludge, can't believe what was happening. It was as if she had been electrified, her lips trembling madly. This was control-level martial arts. Luna had only heard a teacher mention it once in the martial arts class at Dongning University. It was like something that should exist in legends suddenly appeared before her. Far away, Sassy Wu let out a shocking scream that was almost distorted. His eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. The strength of a psychic master is a presence that transcends ordinary martial artists. What Lu Sheng was doing now was something he couldn't even imagine. It was as if someone had caught a missile with their bare hands. Hundreds of silver spider threads were held in Lu Sheng's hand. He yanked hard at the threads in his hand. Sassy Wu in his purple suit in the distance immediately let out a cry of surprise, like a puppet being pulled by a string, involuntarily flying towards Lu Sheng. Suddenly he stopped, his eyes staring fixedly at Lu Sheng, showing a deep sense of madness. As he spoke, a terrifying psychic power far beyond before expanded from Sassy Wu's body. The chief shouted, "Be careful! He's going to self-destruct his psychic power!" Everyone was worried, and their face gradually turned pale. Amelia looked worriedly at Lu Sheng. Only Lu Sheng, who was at the center of attention, remained motionless. He watched as Sassy Wu, with his distorted features, grew closer and closer. A deep pity showed on his face. "I have to say, your psychic power is..." Lu Sheng then paused. He shook his head and spoke softly. "It's pitifully weak." The next second, the twisted smile of Sassy Wu froze. In front of him, in front of everyone, they saw Lu Sheng holding Sassy Wu in one hand, as if he had pinched an ant to death and squeezed him to death. Lu Sheng then let go, leaving the messed-up figure crashing onto the ground. Hundreds of silver threads dispersed. The secret mithril-crafted psychic weapon he then put away. The little girl looked at Lu Sheng in surprise, thanking him for saving everyone. At this moment, everyone in the village was already shocked to the point where they couldn't speak. The martial arts strength demonstrated by Lu Sheng was already terrifying, but the psychic power was even more scalp-numbing. The chief slumped to the ground, a high school student with the power of a fifth-level martial artist and psychic strength overwhelming a peak third-level psychic master. As if a nuclear bomb had exploded, directly clearing everyone's minds and leaving them momentarily blank. The most shocked people were Luna and Amelia. Both of them were high-achieving students at Dongning Martial Art University. It can be said that the number of prodigy they have seen around them is countless, many of which are unimaginable for ordinary people. But now, the so-called prodigy they could think of in their minds, compared to Lu Sheng. Their difference are simply day and night. They weren't even qualified to tie Lu Sheng's shoes. As if Tang was waking up from a dream, he ran over quickly. He first checked the safety of his wife and daughter, then got up and walked to Lu Sheng. Tang opened his mouth but found that he didn't know how to address Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was still Lu Sheng, but his status in his mind has already changed dramatically from before. Lu Sheng smiled and said that their relationship has not changed. How they used to call him, they can still call him now. It wasn't a big deal. To him, what he did was just casually crushed a pervert. There is no need to thank him, but there is one more thing he needs their help with. Tang quickly nodded and said he would do his best. 3 hours later, Lu Sheng got on the bus. Lu Sheng's eyes were fixed on the scenery outside the window. He was quietly thinking about things. He had achieved his main goals this time. He left the minerals and mithril to Tang. Lu Sheng knew Tang probably have his own special channels to deal with this batch of mithril. As for Lu Sheng, it was time to register for his Psychic Master's qualification. Not only that, but Lu Sheng also got an extra set of secret mithril psychic weapons. All those hundreds of silver threads were made of mithril. Lu Sheng weighed it, and it was about 4 or 5 pounds. On the seat to his left, Amelia and Luna were both watching him, especially Amelia, who was no longer hiding her feelings for Lu Sheng. She stared at Lu Sheng's side face, not knowing what she was thinking. She suddenly asked Lu Sheng where he planned to go. Lu Sheng turned his head and said he was going to the Psychokineticist Association. Amelia blurted out, her face full of joy. The Psychokineticist Association is in the city where she lives. They can go together. Lu Sheng looked at her in confusion and asked, "Isn't she a student of Dongning Martial Arts University?" It was quite far. Amelia was at a loss for words. Luna the side looked at her helpless face and came to the rescue, saying that it was Amelia's hometown, and she was originally going to go home anyway. Amelia hurriedly agreed. Lu Sheng smiled slightly and nodded, saying they will go together then. He still had some questions to ask Amelia. Amelia was overjoyed, her pretty face glowing, as if she had just gotten a great deal, and even offered that Lu Sheng could stay at her house if needed. Lu Sheng liked to have Amelia as a friend. Just moments ago, when Sassy Wu attacked, Amelia was captured, and she risked her life to warn him to run. Such consideration was indeed rare. Suddenly a phone call came in. It was from Snowy. Snowy said that the military star selection had been brought forward, and she was coming to pick up Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng was a bit surprised, but informed Snowy of his whereabouts. After the three of them got off the bus, Lu Sheng suddenly said that he had something to attend and needed to part ways. Amelia was a bit disappointed, but she quickly recovered and offered to find someone to be his driver. Lu Sheng shook his head and said his friend was on the way. Then, the roaring sound of an engine approaching from afar echoed throughout the street, attracting many people to stretch their necks and watch. A supercar rushed from the distance and approached quickly. The car door swung upward, and 2 people stood up from inside. The girl rushed out of the car and gave Amelia a fierce hug. The blonde young man sitting in the car, dressed in colorful clothing, greeted them with a smile. Amelia let go of the girl whom she was hugging and glanced at the blonde young man with a somewhat unhappy face. She didn't expect him to be here too. Amelia politely introduced Luna, saying that she was her best friend who also studied at Dongning University and was a second-level martial artist. When it came to introducing Lu Sheng, she blushed and mentioned his name, and said that they were good friends they met while traveling. Amelia thought that the mysterious and dazzling aspects of Lu Sheng could not be explained in a sentence or two, and he probably don't want his martial status released to strangers. Unfortunately, both the girl and the blonde young man did not notice this. Their attention was entirely on Luna. The girl proactively extended her right hand to Luna and enthusiastically introduced herself. The blonde young man's eyes lit up noticeably when he heard that Luna was a second-level martial artist from Dongning University. He introduced himself and said casually that they were all friends now. As for Lu Sheng, the two glanced at him and did not pay him any further attention. The man took out his keys to unlock the car door and pointed at the cool sports car with a smile, saying that there were just enough 4 seats and they could go out to have fun together. However, Amelia frowned as she stared at the back seat of the sports car. There were only 2 spots. Where would Lu Sheng sit? The girl, surprised, opened her eyes wide and without any hesitation said directly, calling out Lu Sheng was just a travel friend who Amelia met on the way. There was no need to bring him along. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng didn't show any sign of anger. He politely declined and told Amelia that his friend would pick him up soon. The blonde young man pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket, threw it in front of Lu Sheng, and told him to take a taxi by himself. Amelia was very angry, but Lu Sheng just stared at the banknotes scattered on the ground by the blonde young man. Lu Sheng patted Amelia on the shoulder and told her it was okay. Just then, a rumbling sound of helicopter blades came from above their heads. The sound was so loud that it was even accompanied by a gust of wind, blowing the banknotes all over the place. The people looked up in surprise, only to see a large helicopter hovering above the bus stop, just over their heads. A beautiful female officer in a dark blue military uniform stood next to the open door of the helicopter, half of her body hanging out, throwing down a long rope ladder. She told Lu Sheng to hurry up and climb. Lu Sheng looked at the bewildered faces of Amelia and Luna. He gave a slight smile and then said farewell. And then, with a leap, he jumped and held onto the ladder, then quickly climbed up the rope ladder to the helicopter. The girl who had previously looked down upon Lu Sheng was shocked to see the words Eastern Military District on the helicopter. She and the blonde young man, who had looked down on Lu Sheng before, were completely dumbfounded at this moment. Their mouths gaped open, large enough to fit a fist. The sudden change in Lu Sheng's status and the unexpected appearance of the military helicopter completely overturned their previous impressions of him. This sudden turn of events humbled the two. It was a reminder that the world was much larger and more complex than they had previously understood, and people weren't always as simple as they might first appear. The military helicopter's doors closed. The rotor blades whipped up a final gust of wind, stirring up small tornadoes on the street below, and then quickly took off. The crowd waiting at the bus stop below was filled with exclamations, and many people took out their phones to take photos. The young guy asked Amelia about Lu Sheng's identity. Amelia coldly glanced at both of them, then grabbed Luna's arm and prepared to leave by taxi. Lu Sheng sat inside the helicopter, looking out through the window glass. The view of the city quickly shrank, also as if becoming like a small town built with Legos. This wasn't Lu Sheng's first time on a plane, but it was his first time in a helicopter. Snowy saw his reaction and smiled, asking him if he liked the helicopter. Lu Sheng responded with a smile, asking if she could give it to him as a gift. Snowy rolled her eyes at him, telling him that once he was promoted to the Grandmaster level and joined the Eastern Military District, the military district would provide him with a private one to ride. Lu Sheng just smiled and didn't say anything. His gaze returned from the window and closed his eyes to rest. In Snowy's eyes, Lu Sheng seemed a little different. She couldn't see through him anymore. The joke was over, and she took out a file. All the prodigy training camps in all the provinces of the Eastern Military District had concluded, and the candidates for the military star selection from each province had all been determined. This year's military star selection candidates were stronger than any previous years. Snowy's expression turned serious. When she received the materials, even she was greatly shocked. Chin joked that if it hadn't been for their province producing such a monster like Lu Sheng, they would end up like a cheerleader on the sidelines. The data in the materials, even though they had looked over it several times and could almost recite it by heart, still stuns them. 80% of the candidates were martial artists with special talents. Among them were elemental control type martial artists, also a psychic practitioner who passed the second-level examination. The most scary thing was there was even a freak with the strength of fourth-level martial artists. After saying all this, Chin and Snowy looked up and found that Lu Sheng had been looking out the window the entire time, seemingly looking at the scenery. Snowy laughed bitterly, wondering why Lu Sheng didn't show any sort of surprise. Hearing about the strength of these people, Lu Sheng turned his head and showed a JoJo face, nodding while exclaiming, "Wow, I'm super surprised! They are so strong!" Chin laughed, noting that Lu Sheng was too fake. Chin knew that talking to Lu Sheng about these things was pointless. It was better to talk about the rewards. Hearing this, Lu Sheng became extremely excited. Snowy explained with a laugh that many big shots from the army department would come to watch the selection this time, and the arena fights would be changed to battles against alien beasts. Lu Sheng thought to himself, in this world, almost everyone knew. The greatest opponents humans faced were those strange and powerful beasts that emerged from the cracks in the ground and the gaps in the sky, possessing bizarre abilities, terrifying strength, and seemingly endless numbers. Countless human martial artists devoted themselves to the battlefield, but even so, the living space of humans was still shrinking year by year. Lu Sheng was quite surprised. The military was letting students to combat with these beasts so early. He guessed that the frontline situation was not optimistic. Snowy nodded, saying that a gentle, step-by-step approach was no longer suitable for them. Only by experiencing pressure early could they transform it into motivation for martial arts. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement with this concept. Snowy said that although the selection had become more difficult this time, the rewards had become more abundant. Upon hearing this, Lu Sheng became interested. As long as one could get into the top 10, they could obtain a vial of exotic beast blood. The top 3 could directly enter the blood pool, and the one who obtains the coveted title of Military Star would get the opportunity to enter an even higher level, the Marrow Pool. Lu Sheng had never heard of these things, but they sounded pretty powerful. Snowy told Lu Sheng that many beasts contained energy substances that greatly benefited martial artists in their cultivation, such as the beast meat they ate in the training camp. However, the beast's meat only underwent the most basic and initial processing, while the beast's blood and marrow were the most essential and most valuable parts. The top 10 could only obtain a few hundred milliliters of the blood, while the top 3 could enter the pool, which was a whole cultivation tank, absorbing as much as one could. As for the first place reward, the Marrow Pool, it was beyond measurement in value. Lu Sheng knew that the martial art techniques he was practicing now required a large amount of energy, and using supplements was a slow process. If he could obtain the beast's blood and beast marrow, the rewards could benefit him greatly. This time Lu Sheng nodded seriously. Seeing Lu Sheng's attitude becoming a little more serious, Snowy also showed satisfaction smile on her face. After an unknown amount of time, they arrived at the Eastern Military District. Looking down, they could see a forest of buildings, countless armored vehicles coming and going, and various high-tech weapons and military personnel. Qin proudly asked Lu Sheng if he was impressed by the Eastern Military District. Lu Sheng nodded, but he was not too shocked, having seen many martial arts bases in the future, which was all dozens of times larger, but still ended up shredded into ruins. That was the real shock. The cabin door opened, and Lu Sheng followed Snowy in a military armored vehicle, entering a massive building. Tomorrow would be the official start of the Military Star selection process. Snowy led Lu Sheng to a room. Snowy suggested that Lu Sheng rest for the night, and after giving a few instructions, she left. Lu Sheng took a moment to assess the room inside. It wasn't large and didn't even have windows. The only piece of furniture was a bed. Habitually, Lu Sheng swept the room with his psychic power before lying down on the bed. He fell asleep, immediately entering his dream realm. Once again, Lu Sheng found himself in that familiar dream realm, the same military base he remembered. Carefully, he turned a corner, and immediately a familiar figure appeared before him. Lu Sheng hesitated, wondering if he should attempt it once more. With a serene look in his eyes, he took a deep breath. Tenfold Stellar Force, control-level fist technique, activating his level 3 psychic power. Lastly, he used the Grandmaster technique, 10 Suns in the Sky. Now radiating like a golden sun, Lu Sheng surrounded by flames, and he rapidly dashed toward the female Grandmaster. The moment Lu Sheng's aura erupted, the female Grandmaster sensed his presence. Her gaze turned towards Lu Sheng, yet her emotion was unchanged. With a gentle sweep of her broken long spear, she vanished from sight. The brilliant golden sun and the dazzling icy river violently clashed. After about 10 minutes, Lu Sheng jolted awake on the bed, as if roused from a nightmare. Sweat drenched his forehead, and his face was pale. However, traces of excitement shimmered across Lu Sheng's face. When he was going full out, he could actually go heads-on with the female Grandmaster, unlike last time when he was instantly defeated. More importantly, this battle had further honed his martial skills. He also overcame his fear of dying in the dream realm. By the next morning, Snowy and Qin came to visit Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng mentioned that the room felt a bit stuffy. Snowy explained that the base set up by the Eastern Military District was located just a few hundred kilometers from the front lines of the battlefield against the beasts. Many of these beasts emitted toxic gases, so the base's gas protection measures were very stringent. Snowy was in the middle of her sentence when she suddenly stopped, fixing her gaze on Lu Sheng. Snowy felt that there was something different about Lu Sheng compared to yesterday. Qin felt the same way. If he were to describe it, Lu Sheng yesterday was like a jade stone covered in mud. Today, it seemed as if that layer of mud had been completely washed away. Clearly, Lu Sheng had made another breakthrough in his martial arts. Lu Sheng responded seriously. Maybe he just became more handsome. Growth spurts happen quickly at this age. Qin looked at Lu Sheng with an appreciative gaze. The three continued walking down a corridor. When Qin asked Lu Sheng about his chances of winning, Lu Sheng merely chuckled and modestly said he would do his best. At that moment, A voice echoed around them. Two figures were approaching. Leading them was a male military officer. Behind him trailed a young man with a smirking expression. The young man was about the same age as Lu Sheng. The officer greeted them with a smile. Snowy coldly glanced at him, simply uttering the officer's name and stating that he was as annoying as ever. Lu Sheng couldn't help but glance at Snowy. It seemed like the two didn't get along. This was the first time he'd seen Snowy express such undisguised disdain towards someone. The officer, whose name is Richard, seemingly unfazed by Snowy's comment and continues laughing. His gaze briefly lingered on Chin and Lu Sheng. He taunted, "Chin's a waste. Seems like he brought along another waste." Lu Sheng was speechless. This guy, Richard, really was asking for trouble. Chin wasn't angered. He simply pinched his nose and told Richard that if he hadn't brushed his teeth this morning, it'd be better if he kept his mouth shut. Chin, with a mocking expression, flipped through some files, remarking that the prodigy representatives of Richard's province didn't seem impressive. There were no special annotations. These annotations refer to individuals with outstanding abilities, those worth special attention. Richard proposed a bet to see whose prodigy representative would rank higher in the selection. The wager? A 5th-level beast marrow. Snowy scoffed, telling Richard that there are 3 of them. She then ignored him, continuing towards the elevator. Richard abruptly stopped them. Snowy flashed a triumphant grin, and Richard quickly added, increasing the wager to 3. His consistent disdain and mockery angered Snowy, who clenched her teeth and accepted the bet. Richard patted the young man beside him, telling him that the 3 5th-level beast marrow would elevate his martial arts even further. The young man's face lit up with a mocking smile, rings of flames encircling him. He sarcastically thanked Snowy. Chin and Snowy hadn't expected this young man to have elemental control abilities, and they certainly didn't expect them to cheat by not documenting it. With a surprised Pikachu face, they angrily condemned Richard's shamelessness. Richard, on the other hand, brimming with smugness, laughed heartily and walked away alongside the young man. Once the duo was out of sight, the previously frustrated Snowy and the infuriated Chin simultaneously regained their composure. Gazing at the departing figures, they both uttered the same word in unison. Idiots. Grinning, Chin asked Lu Sheng about his acting just now. Lu Sheng laughed, commenting that Chin's expressions were too exaggerated and his movements too rigid. Snowy chuckled. Only a fool like that officer would think he could hide an elemental control talent. But does he know how that compares to a level 3 psychic master? Lu Sheng looked at the two of them as if he was seeing them for the first time, and couldn't help but feel deep sympathy for Richard, who was still basking in his perceived triumph. Snowy explained that their families were at odds, and Richard was notorious for his foul mouth. She then turned to Lu Sheng, placing her hopes on him for this military star selection. Soon, they arrived at an elevator. Snowy and Chin could only accompany him this far. Someone below would explain the selection rules to him. As the elevator doors were about to close, Snowy suddenly stepped forward, looking intently into Lu Sheng's eyes, and asked seriously, "How confident is Lu Sheng about this selection?" Lu Sheng shook his head, saying only a bit, but not a lot. Seeing his response, both Snowy and Chin showed a hint of disappointment in their eyes. But still they asked, "How much is not a lot?" In the next moment, as the elevator doors were slowly closing, they saw Lu Sheng, with a calm expression, reply, 99.9%. The only way he'd lose is if he suddenly got disqualified from the selection now. In the conference room, officers were busy with preparations when a middle-aged man with a general's star on his shoulder walked in. Everyone halted their activities, standing erect to salute him. This was a level 7 Grandmaster, Major General Yu. When he inquired if all representatives had arrived, Snowy, holding a tablet, reported, "All candidates have entered their respective tracks. The candidate who defeats all the arranged beasts and reaches the finish line first will be the winner. Each track has 3 level 2 beasts, 1 level 3 beast, and 1 level 4 beast. In the final challenge, they will face a peak level 4 beast." Upon hearing this, the other officers in the conference room couldn't believe their ears. A peak level 4 beast, the strongest in its class, the golden-eyed demon ape. Even they would need at least 2 of their rank to face it. It seemed an excessive challenge for a group of 18-year-old students. Snowy explained, "This is the final team test. The star selection is aimed at choosing leaders within the army. To overcome a formidable enemy, they must learn to harness all of their strength. That's the key to victory." Major General Yu then spoke up. Their military district guards the country's second most dangerous front line. Yet for consecutive years, they have ranked at the bottom in the national military district competition. If the best talents of the eastern region can't even face a peak level 4 beast, then their military district, their nation, has no future. Upon hearing this, the officers fell silent, and the selection officially began. The first was a student from Haiking province. He sprinted through the long corridor when suddenly a massive pig-like beast violently rammed him into the wall. He tried to protect himself with his hands, but then, from behind, a three-eyed cat beast emerged. He was eliminated. Many watched the screen with growing disappointment, seeing that many had already been eliminated. The general sighed and instructed the guards and instructors to pay attention to the safety of these students and to ensure they weren't injured. At that moment, he wanted to check on the students who were highlighted as key contenders. The first was 17-year-old Amy, an elemental talent martial artist who could control electricity. She was currently at a first-level control rank. The second was an 18-year-old boy named David, a psychic talent martial artist. He had passed the second-level psychic master assessment. The third screen showed a very striking young man. Standing over 2 meters tall with a body full of muscles was 18-year-old Rocky. He was a fourth-level martial artist with a defensive talent. He could make his skin as hard as iron. Even third-level beasts couldn't breach his defense. The general had high hopes for Rocky. Many of the officers had already secretly considered him to be the most likely candidate for the title of this year's rising military star. Suddenly, a young man appeared on the screen. It was no other than Lee, the prodigy representing Richard's province, possessing the elemental control talent of fire, which wasn't mentioned in the data. Richard stood up, explaining that Lee's abilities had awakened not long ago, and there wasn't time to update the data. The general nodded slightly. However, other officers sneered at such an excuse. Not having time to update? Isn't it just intentional concealment, hoping to make a grand appearance during the selection? They all knew such tricks, but couldn't be bothered to call them out. Richard, however, seemed quite pleased, enjoying the attention. As he sat down, he specifically glanced in the direction of Snowy, mouthing the words, 3 portions of beast's marrow. At this moment, the screen fluctuated for the second time. A candidate was dashing through the course rapidly, even faster than all of the prodigies mentioned earlier. Upon seeing this, General Yu turned his head in disbelief at this student's rapid advancement. To his astonishment, General Yu discovered that there wasn't a single red dot indicating an active beast on this particular track. He immediately asked Snowy to pull up the live surveillance. All of the officers in the room shifted their focus onto the monitor. Only 3 minutes into the start of the race, Lu Sheng had already defeated all the beasts on his track. General Yu demanded to know who this contestant was, and only then did Snowy realize that it was Lu Sheng's track. Switching the surveillance to 3 minutes earlier, they watched as Lu Sheng entered his designated track and immediately encountered the first beast. Recollecting that he had once consumed the meat of this exact beast, Lu Sheng dispatched it with a casual punch. 2 stone gates in front of him opened, revealing 2 more beasts. Lu Sheng hurled the horn of the defeated beast at one, and with a gentle kick, took down the other. He did not hasten his pace, but instead seemed to be gauging his martial prowess and assessing his own condition. He moved with his eyes closed, tuning into his surroundings. Suddenly, a third-level beast appeared from behind him. Without even looking, Lu Sheng nonchalantly flicked a small pebble with his foot. The pebble shot out like a bullet, striking the beast's belly and propelling it away. In the conference room, all eyes were on Lu Sheng as he maneuvered through the course, having almost reached the final track. Many officers were puzzled. To them, Lu Sheng appeared ordinary, yet he could effortlessly defeat the beasts with simple as one punch. General Yu asked Snowy to introduce this student. Snowy recited, he was a prodigy representative from Dongning Province, Lu Sheng, a level 3 martial artist with a strength-type talent. Upon hearing this, Richard realized Snowy and Chin had also concealed some info. The officers began discussing. The records showed nothing extraordinary about him. They hadn't noticed any special abilities either. General Yu then enlightened them. Lu Sheng has mastered more than 4 types of martial arts in the perfect state. Both his movement techniques and fist techniques have reached a meticulous state, which makes his combat prowess exceptionally outstanding in real battle scenarios. The expressions of the officers subtly shifted, showing hints of astonishment. Mastering 4 or 5 martial arts, all reaching the perfect states, and even including 2 that are in the meticulous states. How could an 18-year-old possibly achieve this? General Yu was delighted. It's been a long time since he has seen such a pure martial arts prodigy. People like Lu Sheng were more common during the first 100 years when martial arts just began to flourish. But now, he shook his head. Before General Yu could continue, the screen showed Lu Sheng reaching the 6th stage. The beast at this stage had the ability to become invisible and create duplicates. 3 of them surrounded Lu Sheng. As they all leaped at him simultaneously, Lu Sheng, using the recently comprehended the perfect martial path, sensed the real beast hidden in the shadows. With a light grasp, he pinned the creature down. The cat-like beast let out a surprised meow before Lu Sheng lifted and then violently slammed it to the ground. General Yu, taken aback, stood up from his chair in surprise. The level 4 beast was defeated in an instant. General Yu burst into laughter, admitting he was wrong. Lu Sheng's fist technique has reached the state of mastery. Richard glared at Qin with gritted teeth. In response, Qin gestured at them with an internationally recognized gesture, staying silent. Lu Sheng slowly approached the final gate, standing in front of a massive door. He could sense an immensely powerful beast behind it. As the doors opened, a gigantic cage was revealed, imprisoning a colossal ape standing over 10 meters tall. Its massive silhouette blocked the overhead lights, casting shadows. All that was visible were a pair of dark gold eyes radiating a brutal aura and the terrifying sound of its breathing, reminiscent of the rumbling of volcanic magma. Having finished his warm-up, Lu Sheng was now ready to go all out. Sensing Lu Sheng's intent to battle, the golden-eyed demon ape raised its arm and let out an enraged roar, causing the surrounding corridors to resonate with a humming sound. Inside the conference room, all the officers held their breath. They were not expecting Lu Sheng to challenge the golden-eyed demon ape just by himself. But they knew that the absolute climax of this military star selection was about to unfold. Lu Sheng slowly approached the golden-eyed demon ape. Everyone assumed that Lu Sheng was waiting for all the prodigies to arrive. In the monitoring room, Lu Sheng had already given Snowy too many surprises. Lu Sheng was just a step away from winning the military star selection. As the officers debated how many prodigies would be required to defeat the demon ape, to everyone's astonishment, Lu Sheng kicked aside the cage in front of him, urging the golden-eyed demon ape to come at him. These higher-level beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence, and it could sense the disdain and contempt in Lu Sheng's words. The demon ape fixed its gaze on Lu Sheng, slowly rising to its full height. Lu Sheng beckoned it with a gesture, curious to witness the power of a peak level 4 beast. The golden-eyed demon ape roared with such fury that the surrounding walls vibrated, causing the overhead fluorescent lights to flicker erratically. Even the screens in the monitoring room rippled by the force of the roar. Everyone in the room was shocked. They could never imagine that Lu Sheng was daring enough to challenge the demon ape on his own. One of the officers pondered for a moment, then commented that with the skills Lu Sheng had shown, if he relied on agility and didn't confront the demon ape head-on, he might have a chance. At this very moment, the demon ape raised its chained fists and ferociously smashed them down towards Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng didn't dodge. He braced himself, standing firm and raising both hands to meet the demon ape's descending fists head-on. The very officer who had begun saying that Lu Sheng wouldn't dare to face the blow directly stopped mid-sentence, eyes glued to the screen, words stuck in his throat. Lu Sheng's legs sunk into the stone floor, but he managed to block the demon ape's punch. Without wasting a moment, the demon ape attacked again, its fists as large as tree trunks whistling through the air like gusts of wind. Richard watched Lu Sheng with a mocking look, calling out Lu Sheng as being arrogant. Snowy, however, began to worry. Arms as thick as century-old tree trunks clashed against the slender Lu Sheng. The vast difference in their sizes was obvious. The collision of their fists sent out shock waves almost visible to the naked eye, causing debris to scatter all around, and the light fixtures to rattle violently. The massive body of the golden-eyed demon ape trembled, retreating several steps back before crashing heavily against the metal cage, bending its sturdy bars. Lu Sheng, who had met the ape's force, was also pushed back. In the monitoring room, seeing this scene unfold on the screen made many officers speechless. None of them had expected Lu Sheng to go head-on with the golden-eyed demon ape, who was known for its overwhelming strength. General Yu's eyes sparkled, a rare smile appeared on his face. Lu Sheng slowly lifted his head. He was impressed by the demon ape who was able to withstand his tenfold stellar technique, massaging his right arm. Lu Sheng looked at the golden-eyed demon ape, who was furious yet also visibly shocked. Lu Sheng grinned, revealing a smile both terrifying and chilling. Lu Sheng looked at the beast in its eyes and said it was worthy of being his dinner. After saying that, Lu Sheng took a deep breath. The next moment, a brilliant golden light shone from his eyes, breath of the flame, scorching like fire. The air behind him began to warp subtly as if 10 golden suns were slowly rising. He was ready to end everything with this single punch. Lu Sheng launched his fist fiercely. Inside the monitoring room, Richard seemed to witness something unbelievable, rendering him speechless. A grand master technique. Inside the monitoring room, General Yu shot up from his chair. His eyes widened, leaning forward, intently watching the young man on the screen whose punch shone as bright as the sun. Is this a grand master-level martial art technique? He asked himself. Soon the bright light faded. The massive monitor's display shifted from blurry to clear. Only then could everyone truly discern the scene presented on the screen. The vast monitoring room plunged into silence. On the screen, a young man with a calm expression was slowly retracting his fist. General Yu stood, his usually straight body trembling slightly. He was laughing uncontrollably, his eyes radiating. He had never imagined that in his lifetime, he would witness someone so young manifesting the martial art of a grandmaster. The path to grandmaster had been unlocked for the young prodigy. Given time, the eastern region would surely have another grandmaster among its ranks. Qin was speechless, looking at Lu Sheng on the screen, realizing that Lu Sheng had surpassed him. Lu Sheng wasn't surprised by this outcome at all. His overall strength skyrocketed to such an extent that even he couldn't truly fathom the magnitude of his punch's power. He expanded his psychic power and realized that the exit was not far away. It was right behind the cage that held the golden-eyed demon ape, obscured by the ape's massive body. He hadn't noticed it earlier. Instead of choosing to leave, a curious thought emerged in Lu Sheng's mind. He approached the corpse of the golden-eyed demon ape, and at the spot where its cage once stood, he sat down with his legs crossed. Closing his eyes, he seemed to be quietly waiting for something. Many were puzzled by Lu Sheng's actions. General Yu watched the screen intently, his face always bearing a hint of amusement. Unconcerned with the questions from the fellow officers, he dismissed them with a wave of his hand, commanding, "Let Lu Sheng do as he wishes. Leave him be." The other officers exchanged bewildered glances. General Yu was allowing Lu Sheng to have his way. This military star selection that spanned the entire eastern region seemed to have lost its significance in Yu's eyes at this moment. A muscular figure suddenly burst out of the passageway. Rocky was panting heavily, trying hard to recover his energy. The beast he had just encountered was incredibly powerful. Even for him, it took a lot of effort to take it down. What's more, even though he had the protection of iron skin, he was still injured, and he could still feel the stinging pain. Thinking he was the first to arrive, Rocky glanced towards the other passages. After confirming that no one was present, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when his gaze shifted to a platform not far in front of him, his pupils constricted sharply. He saw someone. To be precise, a young man. But what truly startled Rocky was what was behind the young man. He saw a beast resembling a gorilla, standing about 10 meters tall, covered in jet black hair, with limbs so muscular they seemed thicker than tree trunks. Just a distant glance emitted an overwhelming aura of fierceness, sending chills down his spine. However, what shocked Rocky the most wasn't encountering the gold-eyed demon ape. It was the fact that this gold-eyed demon ape was dead, merely a corpse. A huge bloody hole was torn open in its chest, and its entire body was deeply embedded into the wall, as if it had been punched hard into the wall and turned into a decorative specimen. He wanted to ask the young man on the platform, but hesitated, unsure how to proceed. Bowing cautiously, he politely asked if he had passed the selection. Lu Sheng simply said one word: "Wait." At that moment, clear footsteps echoed from 2 nearby corridors. Rocky's expression instantly turned calm as he quickly looked in both directions. Soon after, 2 figures emerged from the corridors, one after the other. They all immediately recognized each other. Upon making eye contact, a mutual wariness was evident in their expressions. Then they both noticed the young man on the platform and the visually striking scene behind him. All 3 of them looked at the corpse of the demon ape, deeming it to be quite terrifying. They didn't expect such a powerful beast to be here. Rocky suddenly realized that this person might be the guardian of their final selection challenge. David and Amy frowned slightly, about to speak, when a clear voice rang out from the platform, saying, "Rocky is very smart." The trio immediately looked up. There, The handsome young man on the platform had already opened his eyes and stood up. Gazing down at them, he said he would give the trio some time to rest. Lu Sheng stretched out both hands, smiling invitingly, telling the three, as long as they defeat him, they will all pass the selection. Rocky eyes sparkled, revealing an "I knew it" expression on his face. Seeing that they didn't have to face the demon ape made them feel relieved. Yet the final challenge was a young man of similar age to them. The girl glanced at Lu Sheng, deeming him to be just an ordinary student and probably weak. Rocky sneered. He wondered if the Eastern Military District was mocking them. David also had an icy look on his face. Each of them took out a blue pill from their pockets and swallowed it, preparing to restore their strength. In their minds, the three of them were the strongest martial arts prodigies under 18 in the Eastern region. What did they have to fear from one person? Seeing the three of them concentrating on recovering, Lu Sheng revealed a satisfied smile, looking at his wristwatch, counting down every second. In the monitoring room, many officers' mouths twitched with speechlessness. Who would have thought that Lu Sheng would actually pretend to be the final boss of the selection, playing a game with the three prodigies? Even General Yu was amused, laughing heartily. He commented, "This Lu Sheng is interesting, very interesting." Shortly after, a few officers stood up and protested. They requested to end the selection immediately. They believed that this prodigy was much stronger than the others, possibly causing irrevocable physical and psychological damage to other prodigies. Chin noticed that these individuals were precisely the instructors backing the three participants. It made sense. Worried that their prodigies would be broken by Lu Sheng's freakish strength. Snowy couldn't help but chuckle. Even the appearance of a peak level 4 demon ape hadn't elicited such a reaction from the crowd. This just showed how dangerous Lu Sheng had become in the eyes of everyone. Upon hearing the concerns raised, General Yu thought for a moment and ordered the supervisory team to be on high alert, ready to intervene at any time to ensure Lu Sheng didn't severely harm the trio. Richard was the most distressed at the moment. Not only had he just played himself, but he had also lost 3 units of valuable high-level beast marrow. Time passed quickly. Rocky stood up from the ground, cracking his neck and fist. The crisp cracking sounds from his joints indicated that he had restored around 90% of his energy. Amy had regained about 80%, and David around 90%. They believed they were more than prepared to face Lu Sheng. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Everyone's eyes were glued to the screen, awaiting the showdown between the 4 young prodigies. Snowy whispered to herself, "This is going to be an epic battle." Everyone in the monitoring room braced themselves, ready for what was sure to be an unforgettable match. The eyes of the three burned with intensity as they fixed their gaze on Lu Sheng, who stood atop the demon ape's corpse. From his elevated position, Lu Sheng looked down at the trio. Sensing the fiery battle spirit radiating from them, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Pointing at them, he beckoned them to come up all at once. Rocky, however, laughed heartily, believing he alone was enough. Rocky fiercely pushed off the ground, charging straight at Lu Sheng. The other two didn't seem to mind. They thought they could use Rocky to test the gatekeeper's strength. Both were well aware that among the 3 of them, Rocky was the strongest. And now, Rocky had already leaped into the air, his right fist raised high. With a wildly unrestrained posture, he aimed a fierce punch directly at Lu Sheng. They all thought Lu Sheng might not even be able to withstand a single punch from Rocky. Yet Lu Sheng, standing at the very center of the platform, calmly lifted a hand, blocking the punch with just a single finger. He then, with an effortless motion, counterattacked. Yawning, a silhouette was sent flying backward at a blistering speed, traveling dozens of meters before shooting straight into the corridor he came from. David and Amy stood dumbfounded, their gazes fixed on Lu Sheng, who was still looking down at them from his superior position, his face bearing that same serene and nonchalant expression. Pointing at the two, he asked if they were planning to come at him one by one as well. David and Amy were stunned. The hairs on the backs of their necks stood on end, and a cold chill began at the base of their spine, quickly spreading throughout their bodies. This young man defeated Rocky with just one finger? Amy spoke with difficulty, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just witnessed and needed confirmation. David replied with a troubled expression. He had heard of martial artists who, in their youth, recklessly consume supplements that mess up their internal hormones, causing their bodies to stop developing prematurely. So even in their 30s or 40s, they still look youthful. He thought Lu Sheng was one of those. Amy's face was filled with horror. saying, "The military is so cunning." She then claimed that the military deliberately sent someone like Lu Sheng to deceive them, aiming to catch them off guard. Lu Sheng, having overheard their whispered conversation, rolled his eyes. Lu Sheng smiled, proposing another challenge. If they can make Lu Sheng step back or block just one of his attacks, then it will count as them passing. David and Amy exchanged glances. Without much hesitation, the two made a simultaneous decision, demonstrating their perfect synergy. Amy suddenly exploded in a flash of electricity, disappearing in an instant. David, too, took a deep breath, releasing his psychic power. In the blink of an eye, many purple spikes shot out in front of him, moving so fast they were almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Lu Sheng's eyes gleamed, a small smile gracing his lips. He reached out, trying to snatch the spikes from the air as if catching flies with his bare hand. Hope flashed across David's face, and he muttered, "No matter how powerful Lu Sheng is, underestimating a psychic master, especially a second-level one, is bound to be his regret." Before he could finish, his expression froze, eyes bulging, as if witnessing something inconceivable. Before him, countless arms sprouted from Lu Sheng, each snatching a black spike. All spikes rested in Lu Sheng's palm before falling to the ground with a delicate tinkling sound. Lu Sheng shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. He then shifted his gaze from the dumbstruck David to Amy, who was rapidly closing in. "Your turn, little Pikachu," he quipped, as Amy, her hand shaped like a claw, aimed for Lu Sheng's neck. The comment distracted her. In that brief moment of distraction, a voice whispered in her ear. The next thing she knew, a pair of slender yet powerful hands gently gripped her wrists. Instinctively, she tried to pull away, but the hands held her fast, immovable as iron. Lu Sheng looked deep into Amy's eyes and calmly told her to electrocute him. Amy thought Lu Sheng was crazy. She unleashed all her elemental power. Streams of deep blue electricity erupted from within her, countless thin lightning waves traveling from her wrists into Lu Sheng's arms. Amy gritted her teeth, channeling all her elemental power into the attack. For a brief moment, Lu Sheng's body stiffened, feeling a prickling numbness and sharp pain. However, as his internal energy began to circulate, this numbing sensation and stiffness lessened, especially when he began to utilize the natural breathing technique. All remnants of the numbness and pain faded rapidly. And thus, Lu Sheng's fourth unique breathing technique was born, the breath of thunder. This was the true reason Lu Sheng challenged Amy. After he had fully mastered the thunder breath, and the electric current from Amy no longer had any evident effect, Lu Sheng let go of her wrists, laughing heartily, telling her that she did well and she had now passed the selection. Her cute little face was flushed red from the exertion of releasing electricity, and Amy was momentarily stunned upon hearing Lu Sheng's words. She stood frozen for a good 5 seconds before her face slowly lit up with immense surprise and excitement. Her face became even more red as if she couldn't quite believe it, mumbling to herself in disbelief. She stood straight and saluted Lu Sheng, expressing her sincere and heartfelt gratitude, saying thank you and calling Lu Sheng an instructor. Lu Sheng looked at Amy and nodded, telling her she didn't need to thank him. It was her outstanding performance that earned Lu Sheng's approval. Lu Sheng didn't actually know Amy's name, so he had dubbed her Pikachu. He found it rather apt. After all, they both had electric abilities. How different could they be? David and Rocky had complex expressions on their faces, marked by deep disappointment and defeat. While the two of them were lost in their thoughts, two men in military uniforms walked out from a nearby passage. One of the officers looked at Lu Sheng with a mix of complexity. Telling him the commander said Lu Sheng had his fun. It's time to return and prepare for the Military Star Awards ceremony. Lu Sheng nodded in agreement. Having said that, Lu Sheng followed the officer towards the side door to leave. As for the remaining officer, he looked at the trio with an almost pitying gaze. Amy was completely perplexed at the moment, a sinking feeling of unease welling up in her heart. She asked the real instructor, what did that officer mean just now? She thought the military star was supposed to be her. And wasn't that guy the gatekeeper for the final stage of the selection? The officer looked at the three of them with a sympathetic expression, explaining, the guy who just left is also a candidate for this selection, just like the three of them. However, he arrived here 20 minutes before they did. And there isn't really a gatekeeper for the final stage of this selection, but rather a beast. Ah, right over there. The officer pointed in a certain direction. The three of them followed his pointing finger. What they saw was a golden-eyed demon ape specimen nailed to the wall. The man said the beast used to be alive, with a strength of a peak level 4. It was meant to be a challenge for those candidates with the ability to reach the final stage, a collective target for all of them. But Lu Sheng, he's just too monstrous. He killed the golden-eyed demon ape all by himself. After finishing it off, he wasn't even satisfied, so he posed as the gatekeeper just to toy with them all. This officer seemed to be quite talkative, ranting on without a break. But the trio, particularly Amy, couldn't really focus on anything he said afterward. The only thing that resonated was, that guy, just like them, was a candidate for this selection. The elation on Amy's face froze, and she looked as if she had been turned to stone, standing still in disbelief. Countless voices echoed in Amy's mind, all converging into one overwhelming realization. Meanwhile, inside the selection pathway, Lee tightly clung to a level 4 beast, burning it with all his elemental power. The creature struggled desperately, but in the end, it was consumed by the flames. The young man leaned against the wall, gasping heavily for air. Lee was panting hard, feeling the sharp pain and throbbing aches from multiple wounds on his body. His face contorted momentarily in pain. Extending his right hand, Lee tried to summon a ball of flame. Yet despite his utmost effort, he could only produce a tiny spark. Although he was entirely drained of energy, what did that matter to him? After all, he had just succeeded in killing a level 4 beast. Even Lee himself could hardly believe he had achieved such a spectacular feat. He imagined the instructors and officers monitoring the selection must be utterly astonished by his innate talent and strength. Smiling with confidence, he brushed his hair back and struck what he believed to be a suave pose. Just as Lee was basking in pride, a tall and slender officer holding some documents suddenly jumped in front of him. Lee flinched in surprise, but quickly recognized that the instructor held a tablet, uploading Lee's results. Without even looking up, the officer told him to stop advancing. The selection was over. He should pack up and prepare to leave with him. Lee froze in place. The next moment, his face was lit up with great anticipation. Eagerly, he asked about his results, wanting to know if he was ranked first and had won the military star selection. The officer looked up, sizing Lee up with a puzzled expression. He inquired if Lee was still half asleep since the military star had been decided half an hour ago. The reason the selection dragged on until now was mainly due to... The officer paused, then decided that explaining further would be pointless. Once again, he urged Lee to leave with him, but added that Lee's rank was likely somewhere after 5th place. Lee stood still. He was dumbfounded. Not first, not second, but somewhere after the 5th? He was Lee, the same Lee who single-handedly defeated a level 4 beast on his first try. The instructor looked at him with pity and shook his head. In the monitoring room, General Yu decided to grant Amy a spot in the beast blood pool. He recognized that Amy had her challenges too, and had some emotional damage. The girl's instructor stood up, saluting in gratitude to General Yu. Everyone knew that only the top 3 candidates would earn a spot in the blood pool. Lu Sheng was the undisputed first, Rocky took second, while Amy and David were neck and neck. However, David, being a rare psychic practitioner, had an edge. The instructors were pleased with the outcome. Upon leaving the selection pathway, he was guided to a bigger room than he had stayed in before. The room had been cleaned, and 2 types of supplements were placed on the small table beside the bed. Lu Sheng picked up the energy replenishment elixir from the table, uncapped it, and poured it into his mouth. Savoring the effects of the elixir, he found it rather underwhelming. The refreshing sensation it provided lasted only for a brief few minutes. Compared to the supplements he crafted himself, this was subpar. Lying on the bed, Lu Sheng suddenly thought of Ling Su. He wondered how the supplement was progressing. Ever since he left Whitewater City, he hadn't been in contact with her. After consuming the supplement, Lu Sheng sat on the bed, immersing himself in the thunder-breathing technique he had recently obtained through the help of Amy aka Pikachu. It seemed as though he could hear a deep rumbling, much like the sound of thunder rolling within storm clouds, echoing within his chest. The circulating breath stimulated his entire body, including his muscles, blood, and bones. He felt an increase in both strength and speed. This technique synthesized the advantages of both the flame breathing and wind breathing, yet it didn't achieve the peak of either. Overall, it was a balanced and comprehensive breathing technique. After experimenting with the thunder breathing, Lu Sheng sprawled out on the bed, looking at the ceiling. The bed wasn't particularly soft, but Lu Sheng felt utterly relaxed. For the longest time, he had been like a tightly drawn bowstring, never getting a moment of relaxation. Now, with the results of the military star selection settled, he could finally take a rest. He reminisced about the times he and his best friend stayed up all night playing games, sleeping in class, and experiencing the life of a normal high school student. Lately, he wondered if he was pushing himself too hard. Lu Sheng raised a hand, peering through the gaps between his fingers at the ceiling above, lost in thought. What did a future 10,000 years from now have to do with him? Without the weight of that distant future, he could lead a relaxed and carefree life. In 10,000 years, he would be long gone. How many of his descendants would even remember him? One might not even know about their next life. Why not live this one to the fullest and be content? He pondered. Wouldn't that be better? Lu Sheng's thoughts began to drift, and it felt as if something inside him was slowly drifting away too. Yet in the end, the fingers he held up before his eyes slowly clenched into a fist. His expression became serious and resolute. Having witnessed the future firsthand, how could he pretend he hadn't? Having made a choice, how could he easily give up? He wasn't just fighting for the people 10,000 years from now, but also for himself. To give it your all, gritting your teeth, persisting even when broken, not everyone can have such conviction. Lu Sheng's eyes settled into a calm state. He was here, he saw, and he is willing to die for it. This was his choice, his desire. Closing his eyes, he felt he had broken another bottleneck. No time to procrastinate, and it was time to continue striving to become stronger. He entered the dream realm once again. Upon entering the dream realm, the first thing Lu Sheng did was pull up his personal record to inspect. There were some minor changes this time. Name, Lu Sheng. Gender, male. Lifespan, born 297 martial years, died in 432 martial years. Martial strength, 7th level Grandmaster. His lifetime achievements had a new entry, participated in the military star selection, and emerged in the first place. The overall data was roughly the same as what Lu Sheng saw last time, only looked a bit better. There was no change in the martial arts level, which remained at the 7th level Grandmaster. However, his character evaluation gained an additional half star, reaching 3.5 stars. This was probably related to Lu Sheng's decision to join the Eastern Military District and eventually become a major general there. This also meant that Lu Sheng lived 20 years less than before, dying in a large-scale battle against a beast. He wondered if he could have broken through to the 8th level Grandmaster if he hadn't died, but quickly dismissed the thought. Such mundane and meaningless speculations weren't worth delving into. Suddenly, Lu Sheng noticed something on his profile that made him raise an eyebrow. The name listed under the spouse category was Snowy? Lu Sheng was stunned. He pulled out an image of a wedding photo and saw Snowy's tall, slender figure with her cold yet stunning beauty. Lu Sheng realized that she was much older than him. How did they end up marrying? It felt utterly ridiculous to Lu Sheng. However, thinking about it, becoming the rising military star of the Eastern Military District meant he would inevitably join their ranks. And since Snowy was also part of the same district, given their past relationship and growing closeness over time, maybe such a union wasn't entirely out of the realm of possibility. He shook his head helplessly. From now on, it would be difficult for him to look directly at Snowy. Lu Sheng needs to do something to calm down. With that thought, Lu Sheng swiftly headed towards the position of the female Grand Master. An officer came to invite Lu Sheng to the military star selection ceremony. Lu Sheng followed behind the officer, heading deeper into the base. They eventually reached the entrance of a grand conference hall. Pushing the door open, all eyes within the room turned to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng saw Snowy and Chin. The other instructors and students were present too, including Rocky and the other two he had met during the selection process. He also noticed a middle-aged man in military uniform, gold stars adorning his shoulder, exuding an aura of imposing authority. Lu Sheng guessed that this man must be the highest-ranking officer for this year's selection, Major General Yu of the Eastern Military District. Upon seeing Lu Sheng entering the room, General Yu greeted him with a warm smile as if he was seeing Lu Sheng as a younger family member of his, beckoning him to come over. At that moment, nearly all eyes in the conference hall were fixated on Lu Sheng. Then, one by one, badges and rewards were presented by the officers. Lu Sheng's badge was a brilliant gold. General Yu personally pinned it on him. Its material was the same as that of a Grandmaster's badge, only differing in design. General Yu hoped that one day Lu Sheng would wear the true Grandmaster's badge. With a solemn expression, Lu Sheng replied calmly while putting his hand into a fist, "That day won't be too far off." General Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then he burst into joyful laughter. The expressions of everyone in the room were mixed. Hearing these words, None of the people doubted Lu Sheng, and Lu Sheng said it without coming across as arrogant. It seemed as though he was merely stating an inevitable fact. Every year, the Eastern Military District held the military star selection, but none have ever been treated by General Yu with such a demeanor. Lu Sheng was the first. Subsequently, it is time to give out the rewards. Those ranked in the top 10 each received a reward of vials of beast blood. Lu Sheng received one as well. It was a small vial, containing about 300 milliliters of a red liquid. With a grand gesture, General Yu led the way out of the conference hall. Lu Sheng, Rocky, David, and Amy, followed by their respective instructors, while the rest could only watch them with envious eyes. They knew that they were about to enter the beast blood pool and the marrow pool. Only those in the top 3 had the privilege to enter the beast blood pool. However, due to the exceptional performance of the prodigious Lu Sheng, General Yu, in high spirits, even added an extra slot for 4th place. Li thought of the full pool of beast blood and beast marrow which he had no chance of getting. The once arrogant young boy suddenly felt that the small vial of beast blood he held was no longer enticing. Soon, they arrived in a brightly lit room filled with various apparatuses and tubes. General Yu turned to Lu Sheng and the others, instructing them to remove their clothing and prepare to enter the cultivation chambers. Except for Lu Sheng, everyone was led to cultivation chambers filled with beast blood. After undressing, they all entered their respective chambers, while Lu Sheng was led by General Yu to the beast marrow pool. Lu Sheng saw before him a cultivation chamber about 2 meters high and 1 meter in diameter, filled halfway with a pale golden liquid. He curiously gazed at the amber-like fluid flowing gently behind the clear glass and couldn't help but ask, "Why is it only half filled? Why not fill it up?" Snowy rolled her eyes and said exasperatedly, questioning if Lu Sheng was aware of the cost of these valuable beast marrows. This alone cost over 1.5 billion, and that's just the cost. If sold, the price would be 10 times more. Lu Sheng nodded in amazement, but then asked seriously, "What if it's not enough for him to absorb? Can he get a refill?" Snowy was speechless. Another officer chimed in, chuckling. After stripping down, Lu Sheng entered the marrow pool. Snowy looked him over and couldn't help but blush while admiring the fluidity and perfection of his muscles and his tall, proportionate physique, commenting softly that she didn't expect that. Lu Sheng had a pretty good build. With a splash, Lu Sheng jumped into the cultivation chamber. As he submerged, the pale gold liquid reached up to his neck. It felt as if needles were desperately pressing against his skin, trying to burrow into him. He dove deeper, letting the pale golden liquid engulf him completely. Now, the energies inside the chamber, which felt almost alive, rapidly surged into his body. The overwhelming energy rampaged inside him like a raging flood. Every inch of his skin, every fiber of his flesh, even every strand of his hair, was immersed in the embrace of energy, greedily absorbing it. The influx of massive energy propelled his physique further down the path of the indestructible golden body technique. His blood energy level was skyrocketing every second, roaring through his veins, evolving to a consistency as thick as mercury. David was the first to emerge from the cultivation chamber. Throughout the process, there was a constant crackling sound from his body, indicative of his rapidly advancing martial prowess and vastly improved physical strength. An officer nearby handed him a large towel. David took it, wiping away the residual liquid. The officer complimented David, saying he nearly drained the chamber, truly worthy of being called a prodigy. David chuckled, but then curiously asked, "What about the others?" The officer glanced to the side, informing him that he was the first to come out. Upon hearing that he was the first to come out of the chamber, the smugness he had just felt disappeared instantly. The officer comforted him that he relies on psychic power and not physical strength. David knew that the longer one stayed in the beast blood pool, the more energy they absorbed, and the greater the benefits received. Minutes later, Amy also came out of the chamber. She was extremely excited that she would soon break the bottleneck and become a level 4 martial artist. Finally, Rocky's chamber opened. Among the 3, Rocky was the strongest, and through the beast's blood, he directly advanced to the 5th level. David and Amy's pupils constricted slightly, their hearts throbbing with shock. Seeing that Rocky reached level 5 without fully absorbing the first chamber was very surprising to them. The officer next to them said they got it wrong. This was the second batch. Sure enough, the two saw an empty container next to Rocky's cultivation chamber, still containing some remnants of the beast's blood. The two thought to themselves, In the second chamber, which means at about the same time as them, Rocky managed to absorb 2/3 more of the beast's blood than they did. Absorbing 2/3 more of the beast's blood, one can only imagine the immense benefits Rocky obtained. The look in David and Amy's eyes when they looked at Rocky became a lot more complicated. Just as Rocky was about to get dressed, he took a few steps he couldn't believe his eyes. General Yu walked up to the cultivation chamber, looking at the boy with closed eyes inside the transparent glass and asked, "How did it go? Was it smooth?" Snowy nodded, smiling, and said, "It's just that the consumption of the special marrow is a bit fast." Watching the pale gold liquid level that was about to drop below eye level, General Yu casually said, "Give Lu Sheng as much as he could absorb. Pour everything from the reserve chamber to ensure the best results." Suddenly, a staff member mentioned that the extra beast marrow in the reserve chamber was already used up. General Yu paused for a moment. His expression became serious. Staring at the boy with closed eyes in the cultivation chamber, he instructed the staff to quickly check the warehouse, remarking that he wanted to see just how much of a surprise this kid could give him. Another container of beast marrow was poured into the cultivation chamber, submerging Lu Sheng's head. Then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, it rapidly diminished. Lu Sheng repeatedly honed his indestructible golden body technique over and over, tempering every muscle and bone in his body. Another 2 containers of 4th-level beast marrow were brought forward. General Yu's face remained expressionless, but his hands behind his back were trembling slightly. "Continue," he ordered. Lu Sheng felt as if countless volcanoes inside him had suddenly erupted. He could distinctly sense energy continuously flowing into his body, seemingly inexhaustible. Just half a container of this unique marrow could bring such immense energy, aiding Lu Sheng in completing the first phase of the indestructible golden body. If this is the power of 4th-level beast marrow, how terrifying would the 5th, 6th, 7th, or even higher levels be? It's almost unimaginable. At the same time, the staff looked toward General Yu and asked if they should continue. Everyone in the room glanced at the side of the cultivation chamber, which had over a dozen empty glass containers. General Yu's lips quivered slightly. Even as a 7th-level Grandmaster and also a Major General, he was finding it hard to keep calm. He ordered them to keep adding until Lu Sheng couldn't absorb anymore. He ordered with a surge of anger, "If this kid doesn't join the Eastern Military District in the future, General Yu swears that he will skin him alive." The cost of a single container of the unique marrow was over 1 billion. He had already spent over 10 billion. Was there a black hole inside Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng saw that every bone in his body had turned golden, gleaming brilliantly. The first phase of the indestructible golden body was complete. Between his bones and muscles, something seemed to be germinating and growing. He had successfully advanced to a 4th-level martial artist. His physique and martial arts had made a monumental breakthrough, and his overall combat capability was about to witness an unprecedented enhancement. The chamber suddenly burst open, and General Yu could hardly believe that Lu Sheng had absorbed all the beast's marrow. Lu Sheng leaped out of the cultivation chamber. As his feet touched the ground, the floor cracked beneath him. A tall, statuesque figure stood there, with droplets of golden liquid trickling down the contours of his chiseled muscles, creating small puddles on the floor. The female officers and Snowy in the room all stared at Lu Sheng. His entire body radiated a golden glow. When Rocky, David, and the others arrived, they knew that the gap between them and Lu Sheng had grown even larger. Snowy gave a bitter smile, acknowledging that in just 2 months, Lu Sheng had become even more powerful than her. General Yu's gaze was intense, and suddenly he took a step forward, reaching out to grab the spirited young man in front of him. However, Lu Sheng didn't avoid the grasp. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. He tensed his right arm, preparing for the forceful punch. Tenfold stellar force, Grandmaster technique, 10 suns in the sky. Lu Sheng's body emits a fiery glow. The fists and broad palms clashed hard against each other. Lu Sheng stepped back several times, leaving cracks in the hard floor with every step. Shaking his sore arm, Lu Sheng gave a wry smile and said, "General Yu used too much force on a 4th-level martial artist." General Yu's eyes sparkled, and he burst into hearty laughter. The aura of a Grand Master surged around him like tidal waves. He complimented Lu Sheng, saying that his combat strength didn't look like someone who just advanced to the 4th level. Lu Sheng spreads his hands helplessly, but he is at the 4th level. General Yu, with an annoyed look on his face, retorted, "He doesn't care if Lu Sheng is at the 4th level or not. After consuming 15 billion worth of his beast marrow, getting one slap from him is still considered light. The officers and students who rushed over, including Lu Sheng himself, were in shock at the scattered containers labeled 4th level beast marrow across the floor. Even if they knew that General Yu would not use his full strength, the attack was still a genuine blow from a level 7 Grandmaster. A Grandmaster level martial artist has a minimum combat power of 1,000,000. How could anyone like Lu Sheng easily withstand such force? At this very moment, the gazes of all the officers and students in the chamber room shifted towards Lu Sheng. Rocky, David, and Amy were utterly dumbfounded. A direct hit from a Grand Master and 15 billion worth of the beast marrow. They always knew there was a wide gap between them and Lu Sheng, but never imagined it would be this big. At the 4th level, Lu Sheng might already possess the combat power of 500,000, which is equivalent to a peak level 6 martial artist. The overwhelming force overshadowed everything, and they couldn't fathom how Lu Sheng managed to take on General Yu's attack. Just thinking of this sent shivers down their spines, filling them with a sense of terror. David trembled from head to toe, while Amy felt as if her soul had been ripped out. Snowy and Chin gazed at Lu Sheng, thinking about the fact that he was still a high school student who hadn't even taken the unified exam yet. At that thought, Chin turned to Snowy, who nodded in agreement. They both reached the same conclusion. Lu Sheng would undoubtedly score the top in the unified exam this year. Rocky stared at the scattered containers on the ground, recalling that Lu Sheng, of the same age as him, was already having a combat power of 500,000. What would happen when he advances to level 5 or level 6? Would he truly be on par with a Grandmaster? Recalling that now that Lu Sheng had already displayed the will of a Grandmaster, becoming one was inevitable. Only then did Lu Sheng realize something. He had absorbed a significant amount of 4th level beast marrow. No wonder he felt that the energy was a bit exaggerated earlier, and for some reason it had been continuously replenishing. He gave an awkward smile while thanking General Yu. After all, it was worth 15 billion. General Yu wasn't stingy. The favor General Yu has shown to Lu Sheng is indeed very generous. General Yu waved his hand dismissively, saying lightly, telling Lu Sheng there was no need to thank him. When Lu Sheng gets on the battlefield, just slay a few more beasts. That way it won't be a waste of all this beast marrow from my eastern military district. Lu Sheng nodded, clasping his hands together in a respectful gesture. With a serious expression, he believed that facing the enemy on the battlefield was every martial artist's duty. He would let his actions speak for him. General Yu looked at the young man with satisfaction, as if he saw a glimpse of a marshal in him. Turning around with a joyful laugh, he briefly bid farewell to Lu Sheng. However, he believed that the next time they met, Lu Sheng would surely become a Grandmaster, and he was confident that day wasn't far off. Snowy approached Lu Sheng, informing him that the military star selection dad concluded successfully. She offered her congratulations, and then inquired about Lu Sheng's preparation for the unified exam. When she asked which university he was aiming for, Lu Sheng was puzzled and wanted to listen to Snowy for recommendations. Snowy smiled, saying, "With Lu Sheng's current strength, any university in the country is at his disposal. If Lu Sheng is looking at the eastern region, then Dongning Martial University is the best choice. After all, Lu Sheng was originally from Dongning Province, so he'll undoubtedly receive special treatment and benefits there." However, her expression suddenly turned serious. This was her opinion and recommendations before. A month ago, she would have surely advised Lu Sheng to attend there. But now, Snowy wanted Lu Sheng to head to the royal capital, Snowy continued, her voice earnest. Because in the royal capital, there are 7 divine martial universities, the birthplaces of their nation's martial arts. It's where the entire nation's most elite martial talents gather. After joining one of the 7 divine martial universities, if Lu Sheng could break the record of the divine martial tower, he could earn the favor of a martial saint. Under the guidance of a martial saint, there's a high possibility of breaking through and becoming an 8th level Grandmaster. Martial Saint, a distant and unfamiliar title. Snowy's expression grew solemn. Martial saints are the pillars of their world, possessing martial prowess beyond imagination. Their authority even surpasses that of military districts and national powers. Currently, their nation boasts 3 9th level martial saints: the Supreme Martial Saint, Zhao Ji, the Jade Martial Saint, Tan Zhongyu, and the only female martial saint, the Dark Star Martial Saint, Lin Zhengyue. Lu Sheng recalled viewing the timeline in the dream realm. At this stage, the strongest in this world were only at the 9th level, which meant that the martial saints stood at the pinnacle. After a brief moment of silence, Snowy spoke first. She can't make decisions for Lu Sheng because she can't predict his future. But Snowy believes Lu Sheng's future may reach farther than anyone else's, perhaps even beyond that of a martial saint. Lu Sheng looked at her, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Snowy to hold him in such high regard, but considering his 3 martial techniques, passed down by the strongest level 11 martial artists in the future, along with the knowledge and martial arts experience spanning 10,000 years in the future, he was confident that his future achievements would indeed surpass that of a martial saint. From a distance, Qin watched the two. Hearing Snowy speculate that Lu Sheng, currently at only the 4th level, might one day surpass the level of a martial saint, he was initially skeptical. However, in an instant, he felt he might have misjudged. The unparalleled talent that Lu Sheng demonstrated suggested that his future might not be so limited after all. Snowy looked downcast, remarking, "The highest rank in the entire military district is the Grand Marshal, who has only reached the 8th level Grandmaster level. He's never been able to break through to the 9th level Martial Saint." Lu Sheng asked, "Even with the resources of the entire military district, can he not break through?" Qin slowly approached, shaking his head. It's far more complicated than he thought. There may be only 1 level difference between the 8th and 9th levels, but to cultivate an 8th level Grandmaster, the military has already exhausted all its top-tier resources. The 9th level isn't something that can be achieved just by relying on resources. The gap between the 2 levels is immense and almost unfathomable, hence why 8th level is still the Grandmaster, while the 9th level is the Saint. Having a 9th grade martial saint has always been a long-cherished wish of their military. Alas, it remains unfulfilled. Snowy sighed. As an officer of the Eastern Military District, she should encourage Lu Sheng to stay here, but she doesn't want to hold Lu Sheng back. She hopes that Lu Sheng can choose his own path, and she will always support Lu Sheng's decision. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's heart skipped a beat. Standing before him was Snowy, clad in a deep blue military uniform. Under the brim of her cap, she had a perfect oval face, perfect skin, and exquisite, stunning features. He thought about the potential future if he stayed in the Eastern Military District. He might indeed end up marrying Snowy, as the information from the Dream Realm suggested. Avoiding Snowy's gaze, he said with conviction, "Lu Sheng is grateful for all of Snowy's help. Just like his promise to General Yu, Lu Sheng will one day set foot on the battlefield to defend their homeland. It's both his duty and obligation. Lu Sheng will never forget or let the Eastern Military District and Snowy down." Snowy's face lit up with a relieved smile. Looking deeply into Lu Sheng's eyes, she looked forward to the day Lu Sheng returned to the Eastern Military District. After a few seconds, they both blushed, and Lu Sheng coughed awkwardly. He didn't want to linger in this odd atmosphere alone with Snowy. But Qin seemed to have noticed something. Looking left and right, he appeared as if he'd discovered a whole new world. Before parting, Snowy told Lu Sheng that the military star selection was over. The unified exam is just around the corner. She wanted Lu Sheng to make sure to get a certificate from the Psychic Association before the exam. Then, he will have access to the StarNet, allowing him to freely trade goods online. Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, ready to pack up and head out. Watching Lu Sheng, Snowy hesitated. Words were lingering on the tip of her tongue, emotions she wanted to express, but she just couldn't find the right words. As he grew distant, Qin approached, a mischievous grin on his face. In all these years of knowing Snowy, that's the first time he's seen such an expression from her. Perhaps Snowy have some feeling for Lu Sheng. Before he could finish, Snowy, flustered, landed a couple of playful punches on him, shushing his presumptuous remarks. Frustrated, she stormed off, hiding behind a door. There, she took a moment, heart fluttering, realizing this was the first time she'd felt this way about someone of the opposite gender. And it just happened to a man who's much younger than her. After a day's rest, above a forest located in the Dongning province, a massive black military helicopter hovered over a hill. The cabin door slid open. Amid the gushing winds that tousled everyone's hair, Snowy shouted over the noise, asking Lu Sheng if he was sure about alighting here. Clutching the helicopter's door, backpack strapped to his back, Lu Sheng turned, giving them a reassuring smile. Snowy was about to instruct the helicopter to lower its altitude so she could release a ladder, but before she could, Lu Sheng said there was no need. He waved a final goodbye, then released his grip and plunged towards the ground below. Stunned, Snowy could only watch as Lu Sheng rapidly diminished in size. Beside her, Qin darted forward, peering out in disbelief. Calling Lu Sheng crazy. That's a 200-meter drop. Lu Sheng wasn't even wearing a parachute. He is out of his mind. Snowy, ever the calm one, simply replied, "He won't get hurt." She stared below, realizing that the young man's abilities had long surpassed both of theirs. Relieved, Qin let out a sigh, shaking his head with a complicated expression. On the mountain below, a father and son were hiking. The dad held his son's hand, guiding him step by step. Suddenly, the little boy looked up and pointed to a figure in the sky. Above them, a dot rapidly grew larger, a silhouette descending from the heavens, enveloped in a golden glow. "Is that Superman?" the boy asked. Soon, the man's gaze followed his son's. His pupils constricted the next second. He knew that the figure from the sky must have been a very powerful martial artist, at least of the 6th level, perhaps a grandmaster. The gales whipped past his ears. Lu Sheng, having undergone the first phase of immortal golden body refinement, felt every inch of his body, including muscles, bones, skin, and even his internal organs, undergo an immense transformation. Far surpassing the usual 4th, 5th, or even 6th level martial artists, he landed heavily on the mountain peak. The terrifying force shattered the ground beneath him, creating a massive crater. Looking down at the city below, he could still feel the vigorous energy coursing through him after reaching the 4th level. It might take about a month for this energy to fully integrate. He dashed forward, making his way down the mountain path. Lu Sheng noticed that his inner strength was golden in hue. Glancing at his hands, they seemed unbreakable. The father and son watched Lu Sheng in awe. The father, being a martial artist himself, managed to catch a brief glimpse of the falling figure. An extremely young-looking teenager, appearing to be around 18 years old, just like a high schooler. And this high schooler had just fallen hundreds of meters without a scratch? The man chuckled, shaking his head, thinking to himself that maybe Lu Sheng was equipped with some high-tech gear. Yet his expression was complex. Looking at the crater Lu Sheng left behind, his son persisted, asking his father once again, "Was that big brother a Superman?" The father took his son's hand, trying to divert the boy's attention, saying, "There's no Superman, they're just shooting a movie." The boy followed his father uphill, albeit reluctantly, his eyes fixed on the direction where Lu Sheng had disappeared. In the young boy's heart, Lu Sheng was definitely Superman. He thought to himself, his dad just won't admit it. Lu Sheng quickly arrived at the Psychic Association. The place seemed deserted, and he made his way directly to the front desk. There, he found a young man engrossed in his smartphone playing Genshin Impact. When he saw Lu Sheng's recommendation letter, his expression shifted to one of complete astonishment. He looked at Lu Sheng, who seemed to have no psychic power, but given that the recommendation was from the military district, he treated Lu Sheng with respect. After all, he himself was formerly from the military. The young man promptly got up to lead Lu Sheng further inside. Following the young man, Lu Sheng entered a room where he saw 3 people, 2 young women and a balding middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was visibly shaking, intently focusing on controlling a metallic orb. As Lu Sheng observed, orbs of sweat formed on the man's forehead as he tried guiding the orb through a glass wall. Suddenly, the ball wobbled, and not long after, it collided with the glass, causing a clear, shattering sound. Large cracks spread rapidly across the surface of the glass wall. The middle-aged man's concentration wavered, and the metallic orb dropped to the ground. Distraught, he stared at the orb. This was already his 6th attempt within the last decade. A staff member from the side consoled him, suggesting that breakthroughs at the man's age were hard to come by. Tearfully, the balding man left the room. Next up was a girl named Sophia. She had long, wavy blonde hair and a striking figure. The staff seemed familiar with her, noting that this was her 3rd time taking the test. Sophia responded with a huff, boasting that she became a level 1 psychic at the age of 20. Being 25 now, she felt that failing the level 2 exam a few times was nothing unusual. The staff member now turned his attention to Lu Sheng. The young man from the front desk gestured toward him and mentioned that he came with a recommendation from Snowy and had a referral letter from the military district. Sophia looked at Lu Sheng with curiosity, finding it hard to believe that such a young face could belong to a psychic practitioner. But regardless of Lu Sheng's abilities, she found him very handsome. Drawing closer, she introduced herself and complimented Lu Sheng on becoming a psychic practitioner at such a young age. She generously offered her help should he have any questions. Lu Sheng nodded in gratitude, then inquired if the task the bald man was attempting earlier was part of the assessment. Sophia, speaking from experience, began explaining to him the stages of the test. The first stage measures the strength and purity of one's psychic power using a machine. The second stage is a practical test where participants are required to control a certain number of small balls and guide them through holes in fragile glass walls without touching them. She explained that the glass is so delicate that a mere touch would shatter it. The bald man, being a level 1 psychic practitioner, had only one layer of glass to navigate through. But for her, as a level 2 psychic practitioner, she'd have to pass through 5 layers. Sophia clasped her hands and prayed fervently, hoping for a smooth process. When it was her turn, she nodded to the staff and quickly approached the machine, placing her hand on it. Soon, the hexagonal column lit up, and her results were displayed. The screen showed a psychic power strength of 11.33 and a purity level of 1.02. It was a borderline pass. Seeing this, Sophia breathed a sigh of relief. Now came the practical test. Unlike the level 1 assessment, a level 2 psychic had to control 15 metallic orbs simultaneously. The number of glass layers these orbs had to pass through was 5. However, the time allotted for this task was shortened to 20 seconds. With a solemn expression, Sophia used her psychic abilities to levitate the 15 metallic orbs in front of her. She looked visibly tense. Sophia took a deep breath and then rapidly controlled the 15 metallic orbs to shoot forward. Lu Sheng quickly realized that controlling 15 of these metallic orbs made out of mithril at the same time was a significant challenge for a level 2 psychic practitioner. At the same time, the psychic power needs to be restrained as much as possible. Participants need to simultaneously focus on 15 orbs and operate them closely. It looked far from easy. Sophia managed to swiftly pass the first layer of glass, full of confidence, and the second layer followed shortly after. She quickly adjusted their positions and managed to get through the third layer as well. Just as she was confident that she could reach the fourth layer, the staff member called out, stating that her first attempt had failed due to time being up. Deflated, Sophia didn't appear too upset. Taking a deep breath, she braced herself for another go. When she began, she picked up the pace from her previous attempt. The first 3 layers were smoothly cleared, the fourth was narrowly navigated, and with 12 seconds left, she headed for the 5th layer. Perhaps trying to make up for her previous mistake, Sophia tried to go faster. As a result, a few of the metallic orbs touched the fragile 5th glass wall. A shattering sound echoed through the room, and the orbs dropped to the ground. Sophia collapsed, her face twisted into a bitter smile. She had failed again. The staff members didn't say anything but asked if she'd like to try once more. Sophia understood that she was still a way off from becoming a level 2 psychic master. At this moment, a voice rang out, telling Sophia that she can make it. Everyone turned to find Lu Sheng, who approached Sophia with a calm demeanor. He noted that Sophia had the potential, but was employing the wrong method. He suggested that instead of only focusing on what's ahead, she should also keep an eye on what's behind. Sophia blinked, not understanding what he meant. Lu Sheng patiently explained that her method of adjusting each bead's position in front of each glass layer, then making them pass through and then adjusting again for the next glass layer was very time-consuming and very demanding on her psychic strength. This test, he surmised, was actually about a psychic's ability to compute and plan ahead. If she plans out which holes the orbs will pass through from the very beginning and then connects those points, she will have a clear route through all 5 layers, Lu Sheng explained. All she has to do then is control the 15 orbs to follow 15 different paths. Sophia's eyes lit up, seemingly grasping the idea. The staff members pondered Lu Sheng's words, nodding in agreement. The staff looked at Lu Sheng with admiration, but still pointed out that accomplishing this strategy in such a short time frame, determining 15 routes and calculating distances and speeds, was incredibly challenging. Lu Sheng shook his head. For the average person, perhaps this calculation might seem overwhelming, but for a psychic practitioner, this method should be a piece of cake. As he spoke, Lu Sheng looked over at Sophia, signaling her to pay close attention, as Lu Sheng will only demonstrate this once. Sophia blinked in surprise, and the staff members wore the same expression of bewilderment. Then, the very next moment, they all watched in horror as all of the metallic orbs inside the box on the ground began to levitate, swarming closely together like a vast colony of bees. With a swift gesture towards the glass wall, Lu Sheng commanded the countless orbs. They dispersed instantly, shooting through the holes in the wall with incredible speed. The beads quickly coalesced into a massive block. Just as they approached the glass wall, the swarm abruptly scattered, rapidly passing through the round holes in the glass wall. The number of round holes in the glass wall wasn't nearly enough for the number of beads, yet every single bead managed to pass through in a precise and orderly. By the time the last bead passed through the first glass wall, the leading ones had already passed the third and even the fourth layer. All the beads moved as if they had a consciousness of their own, swiftly weaving between layers of glass wall. In just a few seconds, soon, the swarm of beads had reached the other side of the last glass wall. Lu Sheng turned to the stunned Sophia, telling her that it was indeed simple. Once the concept was understood, they just needed to pass in sequence. Sophia remained silent, unable to find words. Lu Sheng then looked at the staff and asked, "How many seconds?" The staff, almost reflexively, glanced at the timer and blurted, saying it was exactly 10 seconds. Even the front desk, who had led Lu Sheng in earlier, was left in utter silence. Lu Sheng then inquired if Sophia had understood. Sophia had clearly seen how the nearly 1,000 beads had managed to safely pass through layer upon layer of glass walls to reach the endpoint. Each bead's flight path was evident and clear. But how did Lu Sheng do it? It felt like a magician performing a trick right before her eyes. She could clearly see each of their movements, yet couldn't understand how it was done. Their minds struggled to grasp how nearly 1,000 beads managed to navigate through the intricate holes in just 10 seconds. If it was really done in the way Lu Sheng described, with nearly 1,000 metallic beads, layers of glass walls, and thousands of tiny holes, it would be an astronomical and intricate computational task. The scene they had just witnessed was profoundly shocking and overwhelming for their senses. The room fell silent until the staff snapped to her senses and urgently beckoned the young man to call the guild president over. Inside the president's office, an elderly man wearing a t-shirt and sandals was sitting in front of a computer. His eyes were fixated on the screen. Even as a level 4 psychic master, he couldn't become a gambling god, he mused. The front desk rushed to the office door without even knocking, bursting in. The elderly man didn't look up but inquired why he was so panicked. The young man raced to the president's side. The young man was at a loss for words but recounted everything he had witnessed. The president was engrossed in his game, barely paying attention to the young man's words. The young man urged him to check the surveillance footage. Reluctantly, the president paused his game and pulled up the surveillance. On screen, Lu Sheng was undergoing a psychic power test, the brilliant golden glow emanating from his hands illuminating the entire room. For the first time, the president's expression shifted. Accompanied by the soft hum of the equipment, the breaths of everyone in the room grew tense. Soon, 2 numbers appeared on the display. Psychic strength, 435.87. Psychic purity, 126.02. Everyone stared at the numbers in disbelief, thinking the machine might be malfunctioning. Only the staff understood how terrifying these numbers were. The Psychic Association's purity standard for a level 2 psychic was 1, and even for a level 4 psychic master, it was only 10. 435 psychic strength was shocking, but this purity level is purely impossible. The staff recalled the strongest psychic master here was their president, who was only a level 4 psychic master. Yet the young man before them, with the appearance of a high school student, had a psychic purity that was 12 times that of an average level 4 psychic master. Upon seeing this, the president hurriedly exited his office and rushed into the testing area. He asked the staff to double-check if the equipment was malfunctioning. She reassured the president, stating that the equipment was functioning perfectly, as they had just tested 2 individuals before Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, appearing somewhat puzzled, asked why they were reacting so strongly. Was there an issue with his scores? The president quickly explained that Lu Sheng's results were so astonishing that it was hard for them to believe. He then quietly inquired if Lu Sheng was perhaps the descendant of a level 7 or level 8 psychic master. Lu Sheng shook his head with a smile, stating he didn't come from such an esteemed background. He then inquired if he could proceed to the final test. The president, wiping sweat from his forehead, asked Lu Sheng if participating in the final test was really necessary given his astounding abilities. Lu Sheng just shook his head, remarking that for him, it was merely a simple task. As he said this, he casually glanced towards the glass wall. As soon as the staff began the timer, the iron beads in the room transformed into a dragon-like stream, piercing through the glass effortlessly. Lu Sheng felt he could even go faster. In no time, all the iron beads passed through the final layer of glass. This second attempt was even faster than the last attempt. The staff, trembling, looked at the timer. 4.25 seconds. At that moment, everyone in the room felt as if the air had been sucked out, leaving them breathless. This task was even more difficult than the one Lu Sheng had performed earlier, yet he managed to reduce the time by half. Observing Lu Sheng's effortless demeanor, it was clear that he had not reached his limit. As the president of the Psychic Masters Association, he was well aware of the difficulty of what Lu Sheng had just accomplished. Even he couldn't achieve what Lu Sheng did. The president believed Lu Sheng's ability was approaching the level of a grandmaster's psychic control. He was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by what he had just witnessed. His attitude towards Lu Sheng changed completely, addressing him with deep respect, and even referring to him as Sir. This was a respect for strength, regardless of identity or age. The president decided he would personally craft and present a certificate and badge to Lu Sheng. However, he expressed some difficulty. He could only issue a Level 4 Psychic Master certification here. For a higher level badge, Lu Sheng would need to go to the capital city. Lu Sheng, noting the president's drastic change in demeanor, felt slightly amused. He told the president not to be so anxious. The president is much older than he was. There was no need for such formal titles. In Sophia's eyes, Lu Sheng seemed to be surrounded by an aura of greatness and mystery at that very moment. Beneath his upright and handsome appearance, there seemed to be layers of mist, giving her an indescribably mysterious and majestic feeling. Sophia stammered, asking Lu Sheng how old he was. Lu Sheng replied, he was 18, and he was preparing for the unified examinations as a high school student. He wondered if Sophia thought he was one of those who look young on the outside, but have actually lived for who knows how long. Sophia nodded seriously. That was exactly what she was thinking. Lu Sheng smiled at Sophia, telling her that she should read fewer fantasy novels. Lu Sheng is about to take the unified exam. The Psychic Master certification can help him earn extra points in the exam. That's why he came here specifically for the assessment. Sophia felt a bit dizzy. Today's experience seemed too surreal for her. She looked at Lu Sheng and asked if she had one more chance for the assessment. Should she give it another try? Lu Sheng earnestly replied, telling Sophia that she had the talent. If she is more focused, she can surely pass. He gently lifted her arm, trying to help her relax. Sophia's face turned red instantly, her heart racing. As Lu Sheng instructed her on how to proceed, she didn't hear a word. It was as if time had stopped. Sophia looked at Lu Sheng with a flushed face, her emotions a mixture of feelings. She bit her lip, her heart tumultuous with emotions. With the help of Lu Sheng, Sophia finally passed the assessment. Sophia thanked Lu Sheng once more, and with a smile, he nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Sheng's mission was accomplished, as he was about to leave. At this moment, the president walked over, congratulating them on passing the assessment. He wanted to seize this opportunity to have dinner with Lu Sheng to celebrate the birth of the second fourth-level Psychic Master of the Psychic Association. Lu Sheng shook his head. He thanked the president for his invitation, and just as he was about to decline, seeing the anticipatory expressions of the president and Sophia, he reluctantly agreed. Both the president and Sophia were overjoyed, with the president informing Lu Sheng that someone would come to pick him up in the evening. Sophia volunteered, mentioning she had a car and would undertake the task of driving Lu Sheng. Sophia, radiant with joy, led Lu Sheng to her fiery red sports car, waving her hand grandly to open the door. As Lu Sheng was getting in, the president also came to see him off, with Lu Sheng buckling his seatbelt and bidding the president farewell, agreeing to meet in the evening. The fiery red sports car roared away, weaving through the highway. Throughout the journey, Lu Sheng remained silent, and Sophia didn't dare to speak either, only sneaking glances at Lu Sheng through her mirror. Even now, Sophia could hardly believe that everything she experienced today was real. Primarily, it was because Lu Sheng looked too young. Dressed in casual clothing, with one hand resting on the car door, and his head turned to look at the rapidly passing scenery outside the window. Who could imagine that this was a prodigy fourth-level psychic master, a person even the president of the Dongning Province's Psychic Association holds in high regard? So young, so handsome, and with such a great physique, moreover, his talent was incredibly astonishing. Compared to Lu Sheng, those self-proclaimed elite second generations that Sophia usually meets are simply worthless, a pile of garbage. Lu Sheng suddenly turned his head and glanced at Sophia and gave her a confused look. Sophia's pretty face instantly turned red. Her heart raced, pounding wildly. What did Lu Sheng's gaze mean just now? A bold yet shy thought suddenly popped into Sophia's head. It's impossible. She has only known him for such a short time. But then again, she thought, it's not entirely impossible. Typically, boys in their adolescence do like the big sister type. Sophia was confident in her own looks, too. She had a good figure and perfectly fit the big sister type. The more she thought about it, the hotter her face became, and she suddenly pressed hard on the gas, quickly reaching their destination. A blush spread across Sophia's cheeks as she brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. She was pondering on how to start a conversation with Lu Sheng. It was then that Lu Sheng spoke up. He thanked Sophia for bringing him here, but now, Sophia should probably make a quick run. Sophia was taken aback. Why should she run? The next moment, she saw Lu Sheng looking at her and then pointing at the police cars behind Sophia's car with a strange expression. He mentioned that Sophia had been speeding and had also run 5 red lights. Just moments ago, there were 2 police cars after them. Now there's a dozen. Lu Sheng, seeming helpless, remarked that even if Sophia was a psychic master, she should still drive safely. After dropping off Lu Sheng at his hotel, Sophia drove hurriedly after leaving a message, addressing Lu Sheng as Mr., and said she would be picking him up later tonight. Behind her were a dozen persistent police cars. Lu Sheng waved his hand and, carrying his luggage, walked into the hotel alone. The room was very spacious, with a large bed. Lu Sheng turned on the TV, and a news story about Ling Su and a new pharmaceutical company was being broadcast. The White Lake City Benevolent Pharmacy had officially been renamed Ling Sheng Pharmaceuticals Limited and introduced a new supplement. Ling Su confidently stated that this was a supplement set to change the era, redefining the existence of supplements and leading the world of martial arts into a new phase. Lu Sheng assumed that Ling Su must have forgotten to inform him. He picked up his phone and found more than 20 missed calls from Ling Su. All right, it seems like Ling Su couldn't reach Lu Sheng at all. Lu Sheng thought about calling Ling Su to inquire about the situation, but on second thought, he put down his phone. He would be returning to White Lake City at the latest by tomorrow, so he could find Ling Su then. After entering the dream realm, he wanted to see what changes had occurred in the future. He then searched for information about Ling Su and the new pharmaceutical company in the dream realm. To his surprise, he discovered that Ling Sheng Pharmaceuticals, founded solely by Ling Su, had eventually developed into a company with a market value exceeding 10 billion, becoming a giant in the pharmaceutical industry. Suddenly, Lu Sheng then glanced at other information, while stomping on the spouse column in Ling Su's profile, and nearly jumped off the ground. Spouse, Lu Sheng, Major General of the Eastern Military District. Lu Sheng was so shocked that he plopped down onto the ground. He immediately had Ai Yi pull up his own personal information and found in his spouse column. Not only was Snowy's name still there, but Ling Su's name had also inexplicably appeared alongside it. Lu Sheng sat on the ground, mumbling to himself. He suddenly felt like he didn't understand himself anymore. What exactly had happened to him in the future? 2 wives? Lu Sheng suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly closed the file. The future was illusory. Anything could happen and would change soon enough. Lu Sheng had thought, and had Ai Yi help him search for the Spirit Muscle Vital Soup, which is the new supplement that Lu Sheng provided to Ling Su. But the result was, Lu Sheng didn't have sufficient access to acquire formulas for supplements above level 5. Lu Sheng was correct. He had thought of this possibility when he introduced the Spirit Muscle Vital Soup. If he was able to introduce a future supplement and its formula today, it would then be refined and improved after 10,000 years of development to become a higher quality formula. The result was beyond his expectations. The Spirit Muscle Vital Soup was not only genuinely refined, but also metamorphosed directly from an ungraded supplement to a treasured supplement above level 5. Lu Sheng then began to brainstorm at high speed. If he could bring something from 10,000 years in the future to the present day and announce it, it would be equivalent to giving human civilization 10,000 years of developmental time to research, potentially elevating it to new heights. Knowing that the future can really be altered, when he pulled up the martial world history again, the history indeed had changed. The time of total destruction had been postponed by 10 years compared to the first time he checked. This means that a single formula of Spirit Muscle Vital Soup, after 10,000 years of evolution, managed to earn an entire 10 extra years of survival time for the whole of human civilization. Then what about stellar body-enhancing technique, natural breathing technique, and crystal medication techniques? These 3 supreme level 11 martial art techniques. Lu Sheng's mind bubbled with a daring idea. He even felt an impulse to upload and announce all these techniques online in one go, but he quickly suppressed it, discarding this thought. It is uncertain whether revealing these martial arts techniques today would be able to fully rescue the future of human civilization. Once disclosed, it would definitely cause a huge uproar around the world. The current law and order would be shattered instantly, and society would plunge into chaos. He and his family would immediately become the eye of this storm, with unknown outcomes awaiting them. Such actions wouldn't necessarily lead to a positive future, and he wouldn't be able to save humanity. Lu Sheng stayed calm, organizing his thoughts. The best approach is to wait until he has enough power to control the situation, then slowly release these techniques. If a guide for civilization were to be chosen, it would have to be Lu Sheng. Obviously, it has to be Lu Sheng since he is the protagonist. All the good things and beautiful waifu would also be his. Leaving the dream realm, Lu Sheng puts on the suit sent by the president, a set of pure black evening tuxedo. The young man in the mirror, dressed in a well-fitted black suit with a white shirt, is fastened with a deep blue tie at the collar. Lu Sheng casually picks up his phone, scanning it briefly. Recalling that he hasn't yet responded to Ling Su's message, he quickly types a few lines, telling her that he will return tomorrow, and asks her to prepare the ingredients for the 3rd formula. Ling Su replies with a confused emoji, thinking to herself, this guy finally responds, and the only thing he just asks her is to prepare the ingredients? Ling Su, being extremely busy and overwhelmed recently, holds her phone, angrily typing hundreds of words in a few seconds, saying Lu Sheng was irresponsible for leaving everything behind. She then sees a question mark replied by Lu Sheng. She wants to tell him how hard it is to manage this company alone, but fearing his authority, she deletes all her complaints and only sends a few words back. Received. Okay. Ling Su then puts her phone away and continues to immerse herself in her busy work. Lu Sheng puts away his phone and stretches a little, feeling constrained by the suit. He steps out of the room and goes down to the hotel lobby on the 3rd floor. Here, he finds Sophia already waiting for him. Sophia appears to have carefully dressed up for the evening. She has delicate makeup and wears a long red dress with a slit running from her thigh to her waist, looking very stunning. Sophia walks towards Lu Sheng and informs him that the banquet is ready. Lu Sheng tells her to just call him by his name, saying that Mr. sounds strange. Seeing Lu Sheng in his new black suit, Sophia finds him even more handsome. Sophia drives more cautiously in the evening, not running a single red light on the way. They soon arrive at the banquet venue. Lu Sheng frowns, wondering why there are so many people. Isn't it just a simple dinner? Initially, Lu Sheng had come with the intention of having dinner with the president privately, but now he plans to just briefly meet the president and leave. Sophia explains that the president is one of the top figures in the city. Many things are not as low profile as he wishes them to be. This is already a small gathering considering the president's influence. Hearing this, Lu Sheng decided to stay for a bit more anyway. He is leaving tomorrow morning. At the so-called low-profile yet luxurious banquet, elegantly dressed men and women gather in small groups, holding wine glasses and engaging in casual conversation, occasionally letting out soft, restrained laughter. It's a common scene of the upper class. The president is still discussing with the group what he saw today, but they find what the president described was too outrageous and can't be true. A woman, dressed in a deep blue evening gown with delicate makeup, whispers to Amelia, telling her, "This banquet is no ordinary one." She then looks in a certain direction and says, "The mayor is here, and so is the president of the Martial Arts Association is also here." Almost everyone present are prominent figure not only in their city, but also in the whole Dongning province. The initiator of this banquet was the president of the Psychic Association. The woman tells Amelia that in the whole Dongning province, only their city has a psychic association. Although it seems to be at the city level, it's actually no different from the provincial level. So everyone gives a lot of respect to the president. Upon hearing the woman mention psychic, Amelia's expression fluctuates as if she recalls something. Amelia suddenly remembers that Lu Sheng said he would also go to the Psychic Association for assessment. She asks her friend if she could inquire whether there is someone named Lu Sheng in the association. The woman suddenly looks at Amelia. She suddenly remembers hearing the name from another friend, and she questions Amalia. Did she fall in love with a high school student that she met while traveling recently? Amelia, like a frightened deer, abruptly raises her head and then quickly shakes her head to deny it, saying not to listen to their friend's nonsense. The woman clearly sees that Amelia is lying and points at her, questioning. She's been staying in city all this time and hasn't gone back to university. Is Amelia waiting for that boy? She heard from her friend that Lu Sheng is quite handsome and has some connections with the Eastern Military District. The woman looks at Amelia with a somewhat helpless expression, saying even if Amelia, while in university, casually dates a poor boy with no background, she wouldn't interfere with Amelia. After all, she's young, and dating a few people is normal, as they will eventually break up anyway. But how could Amelia be like a high school student? The woman, with a baffled expression, reaches out to touch Amelia's forehead. Amelia avoids her hand, strenuously retorting, Lu Sheng, he is not an ordinary high school student. The woman is speechless, but he's still a high school student. She sighs, looking at Amelia with disappointment. Amelia was indeed dragged here by her close friend to attend this Psychic Association celebration dinner. Since separating from Lu Sheng last time, she has been staying in the city because Lu Sheng said he would come back to the city sooner or later. She sent many messages, but Lu Sheng did not reply, and even did not read them, as every message showed unread below it. Amelia does not know whether waiting like this will bring any result, but she can only wait patiently. She wondered, doesn't she have any place in Lu Sheng's heart? The woman pats Amelia's shoulder, asking her why she is daydreaming. She then whispers to her that tonight's banquet is to celebrate the emergence of a 4th-level psychic master, someone on the same level as the president. Such a person is a big shot even in Dongning province. The woman sees that Amelia is not particularly surprised and continues to talk, telling Amelia that if they were favored by such a big shot, both they and their families would benefit greatly. Amelia suddenly thought of something and asked if her friend knew the age of the new 4th-level psychic master. The woman shakes her head. She isn't sure about his age, but considering the president's age, she thinks he wouldn't be too old but also not very young. Today's banquet has attracted many women, even those in their 40s. Amelia sighs. For a moment, she even thought the 4th-level psychic master was Lu Sheng. The woman looks at Amelia and tells her to stop thinking about the high school student, urging her to cherish this opportunity. Among their circle of friends, apart from them, no one else has the status to be here. Amelia isn't listening to the woman's words. She is still thinking about Lu Sheng. Out of the corner of her eye, Amelia suddenly glimpses a figure standing in the corner eating. He is in a sharp black suit, has a slender figure, and is constantly putting food into his mouth with a fork. Amelia widens her eyes, wondering if she has seen wrong or if it is an illusion. After staring at that person for more than a minute, Lu Sheng turned back and looked at her. Lu Sheng waves his hands at her, and at the very moment when their eyes meet, Amelia finally confirms that this person is Lu Sheng. Amelia tells her friend to go ahead, saying she has seen her friend. Amelia immediately leaves and rushes towards the man that she has been thinking about for weeks. The woman can't stop Amelia, and following the direction Amelia is running towards, she seems to understand something. A teasing smile appears on her face. Lu Sheng, watching Amelia who had suddenly rushed to him, was quite surprised. Lu Sheng was enjoying his food when he unexpectedly saw Amelia, whom he hadn't seen for a while. Amelia's face is overflowing with immense joy and happiness, her cheeks flushed red. Suddenly, Sophia appears, a stunning and eye-catching woman in a red dress, coming to Lu Sheng's side, cheerfully grabbing a snack from his plate with one hand. Sophia looks very happy, while Lu Sheng appears somewhat helpless. Seeing how familiar Lu Sheng and Sophia seem with each other, Amelia stands bewildered, her face suddenly turned pale. Although Lu Sheng and Sophia haven't exchanged any words, and Lu Sheng appeared annoyed. In Amelia's eyes, Lu Sheng and Sophia seemed to be chatting and laughing, and their actions were intimate like a couple. Amelia wondered, who is this woman? Could this be Lu Sheng's girlfriend? Amelia plucked up her courage, calling out loudly to Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng waved back with a smile, saying he didn't expect to find Amelia still in the city. As Amelia looked at him, it struck her that even in just a few weeks, Lu Sheng seemed to have grown even more mysterious and inscrutable. For some reason, it seemed as if there was an unbridgeable cliff between Amelia and Lu Sheng, rendering him out of her reach. Sophia subtly sized up Amelia, asking Lu Sheng to introduce his friend. Lu Sheng said that this was Amelia, a companion he met last month while visiting Mountain. Sophia greeted Amelia politely. After a bit of casual chat among them, a teasing voice rang in their ears. Turning around, Amelia saw her friend. After introducing Lu Sheng to her, The woman with a wine glass in hand scrutinized the young man standing before her, evaluating his looks, build, and demeanor. Lu Sheng was top-notch in every aspect. She thought to herself, so this is Lu Sheng, no wonder he has Amelia all hooked on him. The woman recognized Sophia, and a slight shock appeared on her face. Seeing Sophia by Lu Sheng's side, her temper towards Lu Sheng changed instantly, her enthusiasm cooling rapidly. She couldn't deny that even in their circle of friends where handsome men and beautiful women were commonplace, Lu Sheng would beat 99.99% of them. The women then realized why Lu Sheng could be here. It wasn't due to some powerful connection or personal capability, but because he was simply a gigolo, advancing to the upper class by relying on women. Unsure of how to address him, she decided on Mr. Lu Sheng. Thinking about speaking to a high school student in such a manner made her want to laugh. Her words were laced with a tinge of sarcasm, saying she had always heard Amelia mentioning Lu Sheng. Seeing him today, he indeed stands out as extraordinary. Lu Sheng could easily perceive the subtle shifts in the women's mood and attitude, but chose not to comment, responding with a simple nod and a simple greeting. The woman sipped her wine with a polite smile on her face and inquired where was Lu Sheng from. Lu Sheng said he was from White Lake City, then cut her off, asking with indifference if she planned to inquire about his parents next, to understand his family background, and perhaps further probe how he managed to gain entry to this banquet hall. Lu Sheng, with a hint of mockery in his eyes, looked at the slightly shocked woman, stating he was just like what she thought him to be, a student from an ordinary family who happened to be invited here. Lu Sheng waved goodbye, while told her there was no need for such cliched scenes. He smiled at Amelia and excused himself, saying he'd be going first, and they would chat some other time when they were both free. After saying that, he turned around and left. Perhaps this is why Lu Sheng despised such occasions. To outsiders, it might seem like he was a bit sensitive, but so what? Is everyone perfect? After all, Lu Sheng was a child from an ordinary family, but this family was the most precious thing in the world to him. Lu Sheng will not allow anyone to insult or harm his family. Lu Sheng tossed his plate and fork onto the table, thinking he would have been happier eating at a hotel. Before Amelia and Sophia could react, Lu Sheng had already walked far away. Sophia shot a cold glance at the women, then followed Lu Sheng. Amelia subconsciously wanted to chase after them, but was held back by the woman, who told her that a man like Lu Sheng wasn't worthy of her affection. Watching Lu Sheng's retreating figure, the woman scoffed, telling Amelia that she hadn't even said anything yet, and he reacted like this. What does that tell them? It tells them that Lu Sheng cares deeply about the very things he himself just said. Proud, but without real ability, and extremely sensitive about his self-esteem. To put it nicely, he's proud. To put it bluntly, he's just a low self-esteem brat. The woman claimed that she has seen many such people. They are not suitable for Amelia. She then turned to look at Sophia. Realization dawned on the woman's face. She pointed ahead and asked Amelia teasingly if she knew who that woman was. Amelia only knew her name was Sophia. The woman nodded and explained that Sophia came from a prestigious family and was herself a psychic practitioner, seemingly approaching level 2. In the social circles of the second-generation elites of their city, Sophia was absolutely top-notch, and the family behind her wielded enormous power. Observing how familiar Lu Sheng and Sophia seemed, the women would bet that Lu Sheng, either by his appearance or some other means, managed to connect with Sophia to get the chance to attend this banquet. Placing her hands on Amelia's shoulders, she loudly declared that Lu Sheng was nothing but a freeloader and a gigolo, and told her to open her eyes and see him for what he truly was. Every word from the women hit Amelia's heart like a hammer. Standing there, Amelia muttered, bewildered, "That can't be. Lu Sheng can't be that kind of person." The woman looked at Amelia helplessly and comforted her, saying that sometimes the truth is cruel, but it's something everyone has to face. She hoped Amelia would think about it carefully. Amelia was still immersed in the shock brought about by the women's words. She refused to accept what the women had said was true, looking at Lu Sheng's figure. Suddenly, an image of a dazzling young man, radiant as the sun, popped into her mind. Amelia came back to her senses. Lu Sheng was the hero who had saved her. She slapped herself on the cheek, thinking how silly she was to have doubted even for a moment that Lu Sheng could be a freeloader, living off of women. Amelia turned around, looked seriously at the woman, and told her word by word that Lu Sheng could absolutely not be the kind of person she described. However, the women thought Amelia was still blinded and wanted to continue her remarks about Lu Sheng. At that very moment, there was a commotion in the hall, and one person pointed out that the president had made his entrance. The president walked towards the center of the hall wearing his evening suit. Everyone turned their attention to the elderly man. The woman quickly adjusted her makeup and told Amelia to stop thinking about that pretty boy, as the president was about to introduce the 4th-level psychic master. Sophia was still introducing the place to Lu Sheng bit by bit, and the president quickly noticed the two of them. The president walked straight towards him. The crowd and the gaze of the crowd also followed the president's footsteps. Quickly, the president walked up to Lu Sheng, and the woman wondered why the president would walk toward Lu Sheng. A sense of unease flashed in her heart instantly. The president, with an apologetic face, said he was truly sorry. He really did not know that Lu Sheng did not like being in a place with so many people. Lu Sheng shook his head and said that the president had significant responsibilities, and he was happy to be of some help. The president thanked Lu Sheng for his understanding, used his 4th-level psychic master's ability, and then raised his head to introduce loudly to everyone in the banquet hall. The person standing beside him was the newly emerged prodigy 4th-level psychic master of their Dongning Province Psychic Master Association, Mr. Lu Sheng, who was only 18 years of age. The president joked that compared to Lu Sheng, he really felt ashamed. The president spared no praise in his introduction of Lu Sheng, practically exalting him to the skies. These words set off a huge uproar at the banquet. An 18-year-old 4th-level psychic master. They even doubted their ears. People of his age usually not have taken the unified examination yet. Almost all eyes in the venue converged on Lu Sheng. Various voices of amazement, shock, and disbelief were incessant. Among the crowd below, the woman, who had been so shocked that she lost her composure and stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, didn't even notice when the wine glass in her hand slipped to the ground. She only heard Amelia's voice next to her, asking the woman if she saw it. A person who steps on the stars, shining brightly like the sun, is the real Lu Sheng. The woman's mind went blank, and she trembled uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that the main character of this banquet was the very Lu Sheng she had just belittled. She stood up, tapping on Amelia's shoulders, pleading with Amelia to help her fix the relationship with Lu Sheng. Amelia motioned for her to look at the crowd. Those chasing after him, stretching on tiptoes, craning their necks trying to hand over their business cards, yet Lu Sheng ignored them all. He didn't seem to care for these gestures. To others, Lu Sheng might seem a bit arrogant, but why wouldn't he? He is young, an 18-year young level 4 psychic master. Isn't it quite normal for him to have a bit of pride? But for Amelia, perhaps it was just her infatuation, Lu Sheng felt so distant from her. In the end, their relationship ended before it even began. Lu Sheng made an appearance to honor the president, easily evaded the tedious crowd, and left the banquet. Even the president didn't notice when exactly Lu Sheng had departed. Lu Sheng hailed a taxi, planning to head back to White Lake City. On the way back, he leaned against the car window, gazing at the reflection mirrored on the window. He didn't appreciate this so-called high society banquet. He was here merely as a courtesy to the president. Lu Sheng wanted to be home. He wanted to return to Water Lake City right away. As for the luggage he left at the hotel, he'd have Sophia send it back later. Nothing essential was inside anyway. The taxi sped along the dark road. Watching the fleeting night scenes, Lu Sheng relaxed. This was the life he desired, simple and pure, accompanied only by his family and martial arts. After all, Lu Sheng was still a typical high school student from an ordinary family. The reflection on the car window showed a contented smile on the young man's face. He changed back into his original clothes and returned home. A knock sounded at the door. Lu Sheng's mother opened the door, and upon seeing Lu Sheng's return, her face lit up with joy. The voice of his younger sister welcomed him home, urging him to sit down quickly. Their father also looked at Lu Sheng with delight. Lu Sheng smiled and said, "I'm back." Lu Qing put down the bun she was eating, approached her brother, and looked up at him. She questioned how did Lu Sheng grow so much taller after just one trip. She curiously measured the height difference between them with her hand. Lu Sheng playfully pushed her aside, walked to the living room, and sat down at the dining table, jokingly remarking that it was she who had become shorter. Lu Qing, feigning annoyance, hurriedly took a seat across him. Lu Sheng, still smiling, mentioned that since Lu Qing was on school holiday, he'd like to test her strength later. Remembering a previous message from Lu Sheng, she felt a bit apprehensive, unsure of her brother's current martial arts level. All she could perceive was that Lu Sheng was becoming increasingly enigmatic. The aura surrounding him was intensifying. Sometimes, just a glance from him would make her feel like a mouse spotting a cat, causing her to get goosebumps. It was even more intimidating than the third-level or even fourth-level martial arts teachers at her school. Their mother handed Lu Sheng a bowl full of steamed buns. Lu Sheng casually took a meat bun and took a small bite. Today was a rare day when Lu Sheng's father was off from work, and with Lu Sheng's return, the mood of the entire family was elevated. Lu Sheng looked at his father, asking if he had been eating the meat in the fridge and the supplements he'd brought. His father responded affirmatively and then inquired about the supplements. Their father poured a glass of water and sat next to Lu Sheng. Telling him mixing the supplements with water daily made him feel so much healthier and younger, almost as if he'd shed 20 years. However, there was a hint of concern in his voice. Those supplements must be quite expensive, right? Lu Sheng casually remarked that these things weren't expensive. It was gifts from a friend who runs a pharmacy, specially formulated for middle-aged people. He insisted that his father shouldn't dilute them with water, and even his mother should consume them as well. He mentioned having a lot more. The friend he referred to, without directly naming, was Ling Su. So this wasn't entirely a lie. Upon hearing this, his father didn't ask any further questions. Once his mother was done with her chores, she approached and asked if Lu Sheng was preparing for the unified exam, asking if he would stop traveling around recently. Lu Sheng chuckled, stating that he'd stay home and not go anywhere. Subsequently, he requested another bowl of rice. Swiftly, he snatched a piece of meat from his sister's bowl, resulting in her protests. Lu Sheng joked, blaming her slowness for the act. The joyful dining atmosphere came to a close, and Lu Sheng turned to his parents, suggesting that since everyone was home today, they should consider looking for a new house due to the current space constraints. His implication was the need for a larger residence, ideally one with a training room for martial arts practice. The location didn't matter. After some thought, his parents agreed to accompany him. Later, they visited a mansion. This was a new house Lu Sheng had purchased through a friend. He inquired if everyone liked it. His mother, after glancing at his father, felt the house might be beyond their financial reach. But Lu Sheng reassured them, producing a bank card from his pocket. He mentioned earning a substantial amount of prize money over the past few months, with 5 million already in the account and another 5 million yet to be credited. His mother almost fainted in disbelief, while his father doubted his ears. His sister, in shock, questioned if he really had that much money. Or did her brother rob a bank? Jokingly, Lu Sheng teased that he had legitimately earned it and hadn't robbed a bank. He affirmed that this house was their new residence and they should move in soon. With tears in their eyes, with pride in their eyes, his parents realized their son had truly grown up, taking on responsibilities and looking out for the family. Lu Sheng swiftly picked up his sister, allowing her a moment to get ready, and informed her of a training room in the backyard. He wanted to test her current strength. Taken aback for a few seconds, she meekly agreed. After getting changed, they headed to the training room where she assumed an offensive stance. Without warning, she lunged into the air, aiming a flying kick at Lu Sheng. Yawning, Lu Sheng effortlessly caught it with one hand. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, Lu Qing lay on the ground, panting heavily, signaling her surrender. However, Lu Sheng seemed not to acknowledge her submission. Looking down at her, he urged her to stand, questioning if she was truly fit to be his sister. Lu Qing's face showed traces of defiance, questioning how she could stand when he was holding her like this. She shouted. Lu Sheng was already a strong martial artist, and yet she was just at a beginner level. She hasn't even reached the level of an official martial artist, and all Lu Sheng does is bully her. Her eyes began to tear up, seemingly releasing all her frustration. Seeing his sister's teary face, Lu Sheng's expression softened. After a moment's thought, he released her foot, allowing her to stand. He wanted to impart some useful martial arts techniques he had deduced over time to Lu Qing. Upon hearing Lu Sheng's words, Lu Qing's face changed instantly, and she sprang up from the floor like a fish leaping from the water. She gazed at Lu Sheng with sparkling eyes, her face filled with anticipation. Could it be a secret martial arts technique? The person who was just crying seemed nothing like her now. Lu Sheng casually replied she could call it a secret martial arts technique. Whatever Lu Sheng did next, he wanted his sister to follow. But this technique should not be taught to others. Lu Qing stood upright, her expression more earnest than ever. If anyone was ever curious or puzzled about Lu Sheng's rapid rise, it had to be Lu Qing. Having spent over a decade together, she probably knew Lu Sheng better than anyone in this world. Over the past few months, except for the occasional times when Lu Sheng was away, she had witnessed firsthand how he transformed from an ordinary high school student to what Lu Sheng is now. It felt like watching a seed grow into a towering tree overnight. Night after night, Lu Qing would lie in bed, racking her brains, trying to decipher the mystery. Everyone claimed Lu Sheng had suddenly awakened, but she felt that there must be some secret he was harboring, the key to his meteoric rise. Now, it seemed Lu Sheng was about to reveal that very secret to her. With her innate talent in martial arts, knowing the secret would make her more powerful than ever. She could even surpass and defeat her brother. The thought of this scenario made her giggle, her face lighting up with amusement. At that moment, an icy voice resonated in her ears, followed by a karate chop on her head. Caught off guard, the tears she had held back earlier now rolled down her cheeks. She felt as if she had just gotten shorter. Lu Qing immediately shut her mouth, her little face turning serious. Subsequently, Lu Sheng kept guiding her through various techniques and movements. Lu Qing gradually realized that what Lu Sheng was teaching her seemed to be a body-refining technique. After completing the entire set, she felt numb all over her body and was so exhausted that she lay on the ground. Lu Sheng laughed and asked if she felt the effect. Reflecting on every move, Lu Qing felt that the results of the exercises were astonishingly good. Lu Sheng pondered for a moment and wondered how he could ensure that his sister wouldn't disclose this technique. He casually said, "This technique is just like the exercises she usually practices, only this is the latest version." Lu Qing looked puzzled. Lu Sheng then added, "It's like the smartphone they are using now. It seems to be the latest version, but companies have already developed newer versions ahead of time. They're just in the testing phase and haven't been officially launched yet," telling Lu Qing to not release this technique to anyone. Lu Qing was taken aback, realizing, so right now, she is basically a lab rat? Lu Sheng pinched his sister's cheek and said that there were benefits to being a lab rat, and most people wouldn't even qualify to be one. Besides, the body-refining technique he taught her was only available for a specific group of martial artists. It just wasn't ready for mass promotion. Lu Qing grumbled about the potential risks, asking what would happen if she ended up with a disability due to the training. Lu Sheng, speechless, retorted that since they were siblings, if she became disabled, it would happen to him first. Lu Qing then said, "Well, they are both doomed." Seeing Lu Sheng raise his hand as if to karate chop her, Lu Qing ducked and cried out that she was only joking. Then she curiously asked how Lu Sheng got his hands on this body-refining technique. Did he steal some secret? Lu Sheng clarified that he would never do anything illegal. However, after some playful fighting, Lu Sheng's expression turned solemn. He informed Lu Qing that the person who taught him this technique had strictly warned him against teaching it to anyone else or letting anyone find out about it, or their whole family would be in grave danger. A nervous expression appeared on Lu Qing's face as she began to imagine multiple scenarios like in movies. She was horrified that Lu Sheng had shared such a significant secret with her. Lu Sheng, with a serious expression, nodded and then looked at his sister with a complicated gaze, saying he had no choice. After all, Lu Qing is his only sister. Lu Qing's eyes welled up with tears, and she emotionally said, "Oh, Ni-chan." Lu Sheng reminded her once again to guard this secret closely, stressing that she couldn't reveal it to anyone, including her teachers, best friends, and anyone else. Lu Qing nodded seriously, and Lu Sheng felt satisfied seeing his sister's commitment. Lu Sheng instructed his sister to practice the technique several times. Once she was familiar with it, she could practice on her own. Lu Qing's previously playful attitude disappeared in an instant, replaced by a newfound seriousness. She seemed to have matured significantly in just a short span of time. Even her behavior towards Lu Sheng became more affectionate and close. After all, her beloved big brother was risking his life to impart this martial arts secret to her. A thought crossed her mind. So all those times her brother locked himself in his room, he wasn't sneaking around with inappropriate magazines, but was actually practicing this technique. She firmly believed that with enough practice, she would definitely surpass Lu Sheng in skills one day. After their training session, Lu Sheng departed, leaving his sister to practice on her own. He told her to continue refining her technique, and when he returned, he would teach her some real combat techniques. Lu Sheng returned to the same restaurant he had been to before and took his usual seat. He met with Ling Su, who had already ordered a table full of steak for him. The two sat across from each other, one listening intently while the other spoke. Ling Su reported that the initial market price of the Spirit Muscle Vital Soup is set at $49,888, which isn't extremely high, but is still not affordable for the average consumer. She is targeting this product at the mid to high-end clientele with a certain financial capability. The sales have been pretty good. In less than a week since its launch, 1/5 of the initial 200 portions have already been sold, and the repurchase rate is exceptionally high. Ling Su believes that after some time, with people sharing and spreading the news, it will undoubtedly become the star product in the martial arts supplement industry of White Lake City, and even the entire Dongning province. Lu Sheng nodded as he listened to Ling Su's report, expressing his confidence in her. He inquired if their financial situation was still stable. Ling Su nodded. For now, they can manage. But as sales expand and they start to consider opening branches, they will likely need to take out bank loans. Moreover, she doesn't have much of her own money left. Lu Sheng took a sip of his drink and assured her he would be transferring some funds to Ling Su in a while, telling her to not worry about it. Ling Su suddenly recalled and asked if Lu Sheng's unified examination was about to start. Nodding, Lu Sheng mentioned that he would focus entirely on the upcoming exam and wouldn't travel elsewhere. He also mentioned that he'd be moving soon and would send Ling Su the new address. After some while, Ling Su's expression became complicated. Sometimes, even she would almost forget. The man sitting in front of her, exuding an overpowering aura with every gesture, was still a high school student who hadn't even completed his unified exam. Half a year ago, she probably couldn't imagine entrusting the fate of her family to such a young individual. On the silent nights when Ling Su would suddenly wake up, she would often ask herself if she had gone mad. But judging by the current situation, her decision seemed right. Ling Su sat for a while, realizing that after finishing their business talk, there wasn't much left to chat about with Lu Sheng. Thus, she stood up, preparing to leave. Before departing, she informed Lu Sheng that she had promoted Ma Fei to the position of store manager. A brief image of a young man playing with his phone at the counter flashed through Lu Sheng's mind. He told Ling Su to make decisions as she saw fit. Without any further conversation, Ling Su nodded and quickly left the restaurant. Ever since the steak incident, Ling Su felt awkward dining with Lu Sheng at the same table. Lu Sheng watched as Ling Su's figure faded into the distance. He has fully entrusted Ling Su with the pharmacy and believes that Ling Su will not betray him. Lu Sheng raised his hand and ordered 50 portions of steak to be packed. Right now, his primary focus was on enhancing martial strength, forging his psychic weapon, and achieving further breakthroughs. Additionally, he also had the female Grand Master in his sights. The next time he faced her, Lu Sheng was determined to defeat her. Lu Sheng happily returned home with a packaged steak in hand. His mother carried the steak into the kitchen while his younger sister, Lu Qing, lounged on the sofa, her eyes wide as she listened intently to their father speak. Everything at home was just perfect. A gentle smile spread across Lu Sheng's face. Time had flown by, with months passing in the blink of an eye. After winning the military star selection and passing the Psychic Master's evaluation, Lu Sheng returned home. Using his prize money and personal earnings, he had purchased a new home for his family. Upon hearing the news, the people from Red Mountain Martial Arts School had voluntarily offered to help Lu Sheng's family move. Soon, the family was ready to move out of the old neighborhood and into a large mansion on the outskirts of the city. By evening, the entire Lu family had settled into their new home. However, one of their new neighbors seemed to regard the Lu family with a somewhat curious gaze. Tomorrow is the day of Lu Sheng's unified exam. Lu Qing playfully raised her little fist and said, "Oh, Ni-chan, I'm sure you'll come back as the city's top martial arts scholar." Lu Sheng chuckled and ruffled Lu Qing's hair without saying a word. Lu Qing exclaimed with joy. She finally had her own martial arts training room. Lu Sheng's parents prepared some gifts, planning to visit their new neighbors. Lu Sheng wanted to accompany them, but his father suggested Lu Sheng rest instead, telling him to not worry about such trivial things, especially with the exam tomorrow. He patted Lu Sheng's shoulders and looked at Lu Sheng with pride. If Lu Sheng truly became the top martial arts scholar, their family would truly bring honor to their ancestors. By evening, Lu Sheng lay on his bed and entered the dream realm. His inner strength now stood at the pinnacle of a 4th-level martial artist. Although he could advance to the 5th level any time, he continuously refined his inner strength. The once faint golden energy now shimmered like golden amber throughout his body. He was close to completing his 3rd refinement. which had multiplied its power several times over. As for other abilities, he has completed the first stage of the indestructible golden body technique and will likely break through again after his last refinement. Lu Sheng could now unleash 20-fold of the stellar force. He had also made progress with the nature breathing techniques, though the true potential could only be realized in actual combat. Lately, Lu Sheng trained daily with the female Grandmaster in his dream realm. He could now endure a whole 5 minutes against her without being defeated. Today, as always, he sought her out. She held her gleaming silver spear and faced Lu Sheng with her usual stoic expression. In truth, compared to the unified exam, Lu Sheng's deepest desire was to defeat this female Grand Master in his dream realm. With a fiery determination in his eyes and using his flame breath technique and 20-fold stellar force, he launched a full-force attack on her. As her spear narrowly missed him, Lu Sheng landed a fierce punch on her face. However, the female Grandmaster's combat instincts were unparalleled. Even when struck, she retaliated instantly, landing a powerful kick to Lu Sheng's abdomen. Lu Sheng was sent flying, crashing into a nearby skyscraper 100 meters away. He utilized the second form of the flame-breathing technique. This form not only allowed Lu Sheng to conjure fireballs out of thin air, but also added explosive splatter damage to his attacks. Rising from the debris, he hurled the fireball toward the female Grandmaster. The effect was notable, but ice spikes suddenly materialized around her, blocking the fireball. In an instant, the spikes expanded toward Lu Sheng, who quickly switched to the wind-breathing technique to evade the attack. Today's training was typical. He lasted 5 minutes without being defeated, but was still no match for the female Grandmaster. However, compared to his initial instantaneous defeats, he'd come a long way. The perfect martial path had fully integrated into Lu Sheng's martial arts, but he wondered when he could take it a step further. Shaking his head, Lu Sheng felt his energy drained. For now, he still couldn't defeat the female Grandmaster. Nevertheless, after months of intense training, his overall strength had undergone a transformative evolution. After the unified exam, he would surely be able to acquire the subsequent parts of the 3-level 11 martial arts techniques. With his power one day advancing and stepping into the ranks of 5th-level martial artists, he was confident in defeating the female Grandmaster. Looking at her gleaming icy spear, the more Lu Sheng sparred with the female Grandmaster, the more he yearned for her magnificent spear techniques. He could never get the dazzling glacial river across his mind, even though he already has his own weapon. Now, Lu Sheng also possessed his own weapon. He summoned his latest creation, the sound reminiscent of blades clashing with each other. In front of Lu Sheng, hundreds of large silver blades flew out, filling the air. These blades circled rapidly around, emitting sharp whistling sounds as they sliced through the air. It was from the mithril mine Lu Sheng had discovered earlier that he had managed to extract a whopping 27 kilograms of mithril. Every bit of it was invested in this weapon. After all that effort, Lu Sheng was left almost penniless. No wonder psychic masters were so expensive. Thinking about it, Lu Sheng felt a pang of distress, saying this profession is like a money-burning pit. Despite how expensive it was, after obtaining the indomitable Wheel of Blades, Lu Sheng felt that it was worth it. Even throughout the expense of 10,000 years of martial arts history, psychic masters remained the most sought-after elite martial profession. In these few months, Lu Sheng successfully mastered one of the techniques within the indomitable Wheel of Blades. The Fireseed Resource Library's description of this technique was quite succinct, consisting of just a few words: able to slay grandmasters. If Lu Sheng could utilize this weapon to defeat grandmasters now, then what about the 6th level, the 7th level? And what of the combat techniques of the psychic master even more potent than the indomitable Wheel of Blades? Every nerve in Lu Sheng's body trembled with anticipation. He couldn't hold in his excitement. Of course, this was merely a demonstration of the power behind a single move. Grandmasters aren't just going to stand there and let him strike them down. The female grandmaster before him had an incredibly strong combat instinct, unmatched by most regular grandmasters. Lu Sheng's weapon attack still couldn't land a hit on her. However, if Lu Sheng unleashed his full-powered indomitable Wheel of Blades technique, he could deal a devastating blow to the female grandmaster. But after using such a move, even being a 5th-level psychic master, his psychic energy would be completely drained, rendering him an easy target afterward. The very next moment, he would undoubtedly be reduced to dust by a single thrust from the female grandmaster. But Lu Sheng knew for a fact that his speed was now on par with the female grandmaster. But as for his full strength, he himself wasn't even sure of the extent of his current combat capabilities. As for the unified exam tomorrow, it would be the perfect opportunity to test himself. City's top martial artist scholar, provincial top martial artist scholar, Lu Sheng muttered to himself, a glint of determination shining in his eyes. But Lu Sheng's ambitions extended far beyond just these titles. Lu Sheng's sister called out from the first floor, telling Lu Sheng to wake up and come down for breakfast. As Lu Sheng got ready and approached the living room, he could already smell the tantalizing wafts of meaty aromas. Their mother had already prepared a feast on the dining table, hoping that the hearty meal would bless Lu Sheng with good results in his upcoming unified exam. His younger sister remarked that she would accompany Lu Sheng to the exam site as well. With a smile, Lu Sheng patted his sister's head, noting that it would be good for her to get a feel of the exam atmosphere so she wouldn't be too nervous when it was her turn. She pouted but didn't say anything. They quickly finished breakfast, and as they prepared to leave, their mother reminded Lu Sheng not to be too anxious and to do his best. The sound of a car beeping echoed from outside, and turning around, they saw their father, radiating excitement from his car, waving energetically at Lu Sheng. Today, with Lu Sheng taking his unified exam, it seemed the whole family was involved in the momentous occasion. Once the siblings were in the car, their father cheerfully drove out of the residential complex. Though he knew how to drive, he had always ridden a bicycle to save money. Lu Sheng recently bought him a car, and while Lu Sheng had wanted to buy a more luxurious one, his father had insisted on a more modest choice. It wasn't an expensive car. Ling Su's father, it was a treasure. Inside the car, their father jovially said to Lu Sheng, "Whether their Lu family can produce a top martial scholar depends on Lu Sheng now." Lu Qing immediately piped up, protesting, asking what about her. Their father laughed, replying, "Little girl, your turn is still a ways off." The trio chatted and laughed as they headed towards the exam site, finally stopping at the City Martial Arts Center. The entrance, usually empty, was bustling today, filled with anxious parents and exam-taking students, not to mention numerous cars parked along the roadside. Activating his psychic power, Lu Sheng could hear the voices of concerned parents speaking with their children. "Do you need water? How about the toilet? Good luck with your exams. Don't be nervous. Did you remember to bring your ID?" Lu Sheng looked at this group of young exam takers. It had been a long time since he had lived a life like an ordinary high school student. Now, he was about to experience what every high school student goes through, taking the unified exam. Their dad gazed at the martial arts center, reminiscing. Back in his day, he also took the unified exam here. Unfortunately, his talent wasn't up to par, and the required supplement regimen was too much for him. He ended up just making a simple appearance before getting weeded out. Turning back to face Lu Sheng, his dad's eyes were filled with pride, telling Lu Sheng that he is 100 times stronger than his old man. He won't say much else. Telling Lu Sheng, just give it all and don't let any regrets get to him. Lu Sheng replied earnestly, he understood. Lu Qing also encouraged her brother, "Oni-chan, do your best. Dad and I will wait for you outside." Lu Sheng smiled, then bid farewell to the two of them, and headed alone to the entrance of the martial arts center. He joined the queue to check IDs and was given a number. Once past the yellow line, tens of thousands of students surged towards the entrance. Behind him, countless eyes filled with anticipation watched. The annual Grand Martial Arts Unified Examination was finally underway. Lu Sheng could tell that the examinees around him were all quite nervous. The White Lake City Martial Arts Center, capable of accommodating over 100,000 people, was now partitioned into numerous individual small rooms. Inside each of these rooms stood a device to measure one's blood energy level, as well as another device to gauge one's combat strength. Long queues had already formed as students began to line up. Each testing room had 3 supervisors. One was responsible for measuring the blood energy levels, another gauged the combat strength, and a third stood at the door, ensuring order and managing the entrance of the examinees. Each student had a designated number. As a group was being called in by one of the supervisors suddenly walked towards where Lu Sheng stood, frowning, wondering, what's going on here? Why can't the students line up properly? He had been observing this area for a while and noticed a peculiar scene. The front and back of the line were densely packed with students, but there was an odd gap right in the middle. The supervisor motioned for Lu Sheng to move forward, and Lu Sheng complied. He then gestured for a chubby boy behind Lu Sheng to advance as well. The chubby boy, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, said it's not that he doesn't want to move forward, but whenever he gets close to this guy, he then pointed to Lu Sheng, saying he inexplicably felt so nervous that his legs start trembling. He was fine when he first entered, but now, the closer he gets to Lu Sheng, the more anxious he becomes. The supervisor's brows furrowed. Turning to observe the students lined up in front of Lu Sheng, he noticed they were now desperately pushing forward, as if they were being pricked from behind. Only then did the supervisor focus on Lu Sheng. A cursory glance wouldn't reveal anything amiss, but a closer look made the supervisor's heart skip a beat. It was no wonder that the students both in front of and behind Lu Sheng were reluctant to come close to him. Lu Sheng exuded an imposing aura, like an intangible force field surrounding him. It was so overpowering that people nearby instinctively wanted to distance themselves from him. At this moment, even the supervisor standing next to Lu Sheng felt an eerie tingling on his scalp, and the hair on his arms stood on end. The supervisor was well aware that such a presence is the result of a martial artist's blood energy level concentration reaching a such high level that it radiates outwards. While the supervisor had encountered such situations before, witnessing this from an 18-year-old high school student was a rare sight. The supervisor decided to have Lu Sheng enter the testing room first, instructing the others to line up behind. Grateful for the chance to be away from Lu Sheng, the other students quickly scattered, eager to distance themselves from this monster. Lu Sheng resignedly and made his way to the testing room. As soon as he entered, he overheard a young man protesting loudly that he hadn't taken any prohibited substances and that he'd only consumed chicken soup brewed by his uncle, which his uncle claimed was beneficial for the exam. But the supervisor wasn't convinced and took him away. Another supervisor coldly swept his gaze over every student present, warning that he had said this once and wouldn't repeat this again. If anyone has consumed anything they shouldn't have in the past few days, they may leave now. The supervisor will consider it as an absence, and it won't affect their chance to take the unified exam next year. The young boy being pulled out of the exam site still protesting. That young man would undoubtedly resent his uncle for a long time. The supervisor continued, shaking his head. These cheaters will likely never make it into a martial arts university. No institution will admit a student with a record of dishonesty. When it was finally Lu Sheng's turn, an intense and palpable aura emanated from him, immediately making the atmosphere in the room heavy. The two supervisors' faces went pale, and the one closest to Lu Sheng involuntarily took several steps back, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity. It was shocking to see two fifth-level martial arts supervisors react this way, their bodies trembling and instinctively retreating from Lu Sheng. The supervisor responsible for testing blood energy levels doing his best to suppress his unease from the powerful aura Lu Sheng emitted, approached with a needle to extract a blood sample. As the supervisor was about to open the packet, Lu Sheng voiced out, "That needle won't pierce his skin." The supervisor halted his action, eyes widening in disbelief. Looking intently at Lu Sheng, the supervisor nodded and fetched a higher-grade needle from his drawer. Lu Sheng didn't think these would be any use either. He grabbed a handful and fiercely jabbed them into his hand. To everyone's astonishment, the needles bent without piercing his skin. With no other immediate solution, the supervisors decided to proceed with testing Lu Sheng's combat strength first. Meanwhile, they'd search for an even more advanced needle for the blood test. A blonde-haired girl was undergoing her test. Walking up to the combat strength testing dummy, she gave it her all with a punch. With joy, she saw her combat strength surpass the 100 mark, giving her hope to attend Dongning Martial University. Then, it was Lu Sheng's turn. The staff member, surprised to see a supervisor personally escorting a student, reminded the supervisor that Lu Sheng's blood energy value hadn't been recorded yet. The supervisor whispered something into the staff member's ear, leaving the staff member in disbelief. The supervisor glanced at the nearby testing dummy, questioning if they needed to upgrade to a more advanced one. The staff, although shocked, informed the supervisor that the current machine was the most advanced one available for the unified exam, with a maximum combat strength limit of 990,000. Thus, even facing a level 6 martial artist would have no issue. The staff member chuckled, saying this boy can't be a grand master, right? The supervisor regained his composure. He thought he probably had been overthinking. He then called out Lu Sheng's name. As Lu Sheng moved closer, an overwhelming and scorching aura radiated from him. The supervisor and the staff member felt a momentary lapse in their confidence, as if they had misjudged something. But then, watching Lu Sheng introduce himself and politely greet everyone, the staff member relaxed slightly. Lu Sheng stood in front of the combat strength machine and took a deep breath. It was like molten lava flowing beneath a layer of ice. Seeing Lu Sheng taking a long time, The staff member timidly asked if Lu Sheng was ready. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, channeling his psychic power, switching to the flame-breathing technique, the divine Pluto technique to amplify his blood energy level. The supervisor's pupils contracted sharply as if seeing something in Lu Sheng's reflection. Both of them watched, unable to believe that this was just a high school student taking the unified exam. Finally, Lu Sheng unleashed his ultimate move. First, it's the first stage of the perfect martial path. Then activated 20-fold of the stellar force. Lastly, the Grand Master technique. 10 suns in the sky. Combining all his power, Lu Sheng aimed for his strongest strike. With a punch, boom! The entire stadium quivered. Let's roll back time to 5 minutes earlier. At the top floor of the Martial Arts Center, Chairman Yao, feeling calm and collected, looked at his opponent across the chessboard, a chubby, middle-aged man in his casual attire. Chairman smiled and said, "Checkmate." Chairman Yao is in charge of the White Lake City Unified Exam this year and is also the chairman of a nearby city martial artists association. To prevent cheating, a different martial arts association chairman was invited to oversee the unified exam. The chubby man, Director Liu of White Lake City's Education Bureau, stared at the board, perplexed, then chuckled. "This is his 7th time losing today." Chairman Yao replied with a light smile. "It's only because Director Liu let him win. How could a mere martial artist like him know anything about chess?" Just then, someone burst into the office without even knocking. It was Chairman Yao's secretary, looking frantic. Chairman Yao scolded, "Can't you see I am meeting a guest? What's the emergency?" The secretary stammered, explaining that a White Lake City examinee had broken the needle used for testing blood energy level, and the supervisor wanted to request even more advanced needles. Chairman Yao frowned, questioning, isn't there already high-grade needles across all exam sites? If it breaks, then just give them another one. There was no point in reporting this to him. The secretary hesitated, then added that the needle the student broke was the high grade. The atmosphere in the room became tense as the implications of this information settled in. In Chairman Yao's hand, a chess piece was crushed into fragments. Director Liu, who had been silently listening beside him, showed a great expression of surprise on his face. Was the high-grade blood extraction needle broken by a student? He stood up and instructed his secretary, telling her to get the advanced-grade blood extraction needle. Also, get him a copy of that examinee's record. The secretary, having already prepared, handed over the paperwork. As Chairman Yao read through it, he looked up at Director Liu, whose face was now beaming with delight, and said with a wry smile, "Congratulations, Director Liu." Despite Director Liu's modest words, his face was brimming with joy. Both of them understood the significance of breaking a high-grade blood extraction needle. It means this student is likely qualified for the provincial top martial arts scorer, potentially even on the national level. Looking at the record, 18 years old, above 4th-level martial artist, Chairman Yao felt increasingly overwhelmed. Director Liu chuckled. He smiled brightly, clutching his round belly. Chairman Yao sensed something from the conversation, and it seems that Director Liu was not surprised at all. Director Liu took a step forward and said mysteriously, asking if Chairman Yao was aware of the military star selection held by the Eastern Military District every year. Chairman Yao nodded, then suddenly realized something. Could be that this year's military star is from White Lake City. Director Liu's smile became even more radiant. For the first time, Chairman Yao seemed genuinely taken aback. Of course, he was aware of the military star selection. Every year, Dongning Province held a prodigy training camp specifically for this selection process. However, the quality of the prodigies from his own city was lackluster this year. They were eliminated early in the training camp. As a result, Chairman Yao hadn't paid much attention to the subsequent military star selection and was even unaware of which city's prodigy had triumphed. The two shared a mutual chuckle, saying, "This isn't just qualifying to challenge for the provincial top martial scholar. This is practically securing the title and aiming straight for the national martial scholar." A sense of awe washed over Chairman Yao's face, and in his eyes, a touch of envy when he looked at Director Liu. He had always wished to encounter such a high-caliber martial arts prodigy in his lifetime. Now that he had the chance to meet one in person, he wouldn't miss this opportunity. The two nodded in agreement and headed toward the exam sites on the lower floors. Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted from the center. It sounded as if something had exploded inside. It also felt like an earthquake. Chairman Yao's gaze turned toward the direction of the blast. Wasn't that the combat strength exam site? What on earth had happened there? Full of suspicion, Chairman Yao, along with Director Liu, who had hurried over. Both ran towards the exam site. The supervisor and staff member inside the room were jolted by the massive sound. Then they saw a wave of energy radiating from the point where Lu Sheng's fist had struck. The display of the testing dummy showed no value, and the machine emitted a strained creaking sound before shattering completely. The staff member, responsible for testing combat strength, stood dumbfounded with his mouth agape and eyes bulging. The equipment in front of them had a testing limit as high as 990,000 capable of measuring the combat strength of peak level 6 martial artists. Yet now, it was destroyed by a single punch. Chairman Yao, with a grave expression, stepped inside the room and questioned, "What happened?" Recognizing Chairman Yao, the supervisor hastily tried to explain. But before they could speak, Chairman Yao's gaze had already landed on the side of the room. There lay the machine, emitting smoke and looking like scrap metal. And there was the calm young man, standing in front of the shattered device, turning halfway to look back at him. A staff member came over, sobbing, pointing at Lu Sheng, and exclaimed, "He's a grandmaster!" Chairman Yao quickly directed the supervisors to evacuate the other examinees, asking the students waiting outside to be patient for a while longer. Following that, he ordered his secretary and the supervisor to urgently bring the master-level combat strength testing dummy from the Martial Arts Association, emphasizing that they needed to be as fast as possible. After seeing them quickly leaving the testing site, Chairman Yao then thought to himself, "This young man is truly extraordinary." Director Liu was the first to break the silence. Smiling gently at Lu Sheng, he told Lu Sheng to not worry about the machine breaking, telling Lu Sheng to sit down and rest for a bit. The new equipment will arrive shortly. Chairman Yao gazed intently at Lu Sheng, his eyes filled with countless thoughts. Even from a distance, he could distinctly feel the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Sheng. It was truly unbelievable. As the chairman of a martial art association and at the peak of 6th-level martial artist, he actually felt a hint of trepidation towards an 18-year-old student. Although Chairman Yao was certain Lu Sheng was above 6th-level martial artist, he still wanted to verify it first. Time seemed to slow down. Everyone sat and waited. The supervisor rushed back into the room, dragging a large box, and with the help of several people, they finally finished setting up the combat strength testing dummy. Chairman Yao took out an advanced-grade blood energy testing needle, ready to test Lu Sheng's blood energy level. As the needle gently pricked Lu Sheng's fingertip, a drop of red blood fused with a golden hue came out. This scene plunges the room into a breathtaking silence once more. The first to react was Chairman Yao. He stared at the droplet of blood. The blood was so dense, and it clung to the needle, resembling a radiant red pearl, solidified yet undispersed. Y'all sure this isn't hyperviscosity? Anyway, back to the story. Blood of a grandmaster? The thought flashed through Chairman Yao's mind, but he immediately shook his head. Chairman Yao had once personally seen the blood of a grandmaster. It was a genuine, much more solidified. Not only dense, but also possessed a potent power that far exceeded the drop before him. He was confident that Lu Sheng hadn't yet reached the level of grandmaster. However, it was evident that Lu Sheng was not far away. At the very least, Chairman Yao knew Lu Sheng had greatly surpassed him. The blood sample was then transferred into a machine after scanning Lu Sheng's blood sample. In a short while, a numerical value flashed on the screen, 1,233.56. This was Lu Sheng's blood energy level. Upon seeing this number, Director Liu abruptly leaned forward, almost jumping up, his eyes locked onto the screen. A mixture of astonishment and elation painted his face, as he could barely believe his eyes. The blood energy value had actually reached over 1,200. This was the result of a 6th-level martial artist. In the history of unified exams in White Lake City, even in the entire Dongning province, they've never seen a blood energy value this high. Director Liu's voice trembled as he spoke. Chairman Yao looked at Lu Sheng with a pleased expression, laughing. As the old saying goes, heroes emerge in their youth. Complimenting Lu Sheng breaking the blood energy value record for the unified exam in the Dongning province. The supervisors in the room were too stunned to speak. With such a score, how could it not shatter the provincial record? A mere 18-year-old, 6th-level martial artist. However, Lu Sheng seemed unsurprised by his result. In contrast, the supervisor thought to himself, judging by his calm demeanor, this young man must have got more in him. Soon, it was time to test Lu Sheng's combat strength. The supervisor in charge of the testing promptly stepped forward, signaling for Lu Sheng to move beside the combat strength testing dummy. This freshly delivered Grandmaster-level combat strength testing dummy had been specially borrowed from White Lake City's Martial Arts Association. The machine, gleaming and pristine, was not only advanced but also brand new. After a brief calibration, Chairman Yao gestured for Lu Sheng to begin the test. However, a hint of irony bubbled up in Chairman Yao's thoughts. In the entirety of White Lake City, the number of individuals genuinely in need of this advanced testing dummy was minimal. It's been so long since the last time a Grandmaster appeared in the White Lake City. And now, this piece of equipment was being utilized for a student undergoing his unified exam. Chairman Yao felt at a loss for words, a medley of emotions swirling within him. Regarding this situation, he genuinely didn't know how to describe his feelings. Lu Sheng stood quietly in front of the testing dummy, taking a deep breath. Every cell in his body seemed to suddenly awaken. He once again unleashed his full power. Every inch of his muscles and every drop of blood seemed to be filled with immense power. All of a sudden, he burst forth with full force. Flame-breathing technique, 20-fold stellar technique, Grandmaster technique, 10 suns in the sky, producing an astonishing wave of energy that rippled outwards. Director Liu and the supervisor were pushed back by the powerful surge of energy as if they were helpless lambs unable to stand in the face of a massive storm. Chairman Yao, however, stood firm like a mountain, but his clothes danced wildly in the wind. His gaze focused intently on Lu Sheng. Unable to conceal his astonishment, he slowly said, This is the will of a Grandmaster." What he had pursued fervently for years now manifested in a young man. No words can explain how Chairman Yao is feeling. Although Director Liu wasn't a high-level martial artist himself, he understood the significance of having the will of a Grandmaster. This ensures the young man in front of them will eventually become a 7th-level Grandmaster. Lu Sheng's future was undoubtedly bright. This time, the testing dummy did not break apart. However, a large dent was clearly visible on the testing dummy. After the surge of energy dissipated, all eyes were fixed on the screen. The numbers on the screen fluctuated before finally settling at 1.26 million combat strength. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chairman Yao was completely at a loss for words. Lu Sheng possessed a blood energy level comparable to that of a Grandmaster, the will of a Grandmaster, and even his combat strength had reached the Grandmaster level. Even if he was slightly off on his blood energy level, he undoubtedly deserved the title of Quasi-Grandmaster. An 18-year-young Quasi-Grandmaster, can you believe it? Only Chairman Yao, with a complicated expression, gazed at Lu Sheng, who stood with his fists retracted. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he asked Lu Sheng, "Why didn't you use your inner force?" Director Liu also noticed this and posed the same question. Lu Sheng shook his head, and a golden light appeared in his hand, which quickly faded. He said he hadn't reached the 5th level yet. The two men stared at Lu Sheng in disbelief. Lu Sheng's words were as calm as water, but they sounded like thunderclaps in their ears. Without even reaching the 5th level, Lu Sheng had displayed the combat strength of a Grandmaster. What would it be like if he truly stepped into the realm of a Grandmaster? After a moment of silence, Chairman Yao turned to Director Liu and congratulated him once again. The White Lake City had just emerged as a real prodigy. Director Liu's lips trembled as if his eyes were sparkling. He knew that this young man from his White Lake City was about to ascend to greatness. Director Liu swiftly turned around, urgently instructing the supervisor to notify Chairman Xiao and the Eastern Military District about this news. Outside the Martial Arts Center, Lu Sheng watched the other students, displaying a range of emotions. Some were despondent, some were in shock, some were excited, and others were fervent. Lu Sheng's dad and his sister approached him quickly, curiously asking, "How did the exam go?" Lu Sheng smiled slightly and responded saying it was better than he expected. Lu Qing's eyes sparkled, saying she hoped Lu Sheng would become the top provincial martial arts scholar this time. The trio joyfully took a commemorative photo of Lu Sheng's unified exam before heading home. When the trio returned home, it was just in time for dinner. After eating, Lu Sheng entered his dream realm once again. He checked his personal info once again, and this time there were some changes. At the age of 18, he won the Eastern Military District's Military Star Selection, and in the same year, with the top unified exam scores in the country, he got into the Divine Martial University in the royal capital. At age 32, he advanced to the 7th level Grandmaster level. By age 54, he became the 8th level Great Grandmaster. At age 60, Lu Sheng was recognized as one of the 4 generals of the Eastern Military District. Living a life full of military achievements, he ultimately died in the martial year 477 at the age of 181. Lu Sheng's personal historical rating received a high rating of 4.5 stars, granting him access to a level 4 Fire Seed resource bank. Lu Sheng was mildly shocked. He had finally reached the level of an 8th level Great Grandmaster in his lifetime. However, when he looked at the spouse column, he nearly fainted. Contrary to his assumptions, the names in this column didn't decrease but increased by another 3, totaling 5 wives. He waved it off, considering it just being a joke. Having reached the Great Grandmaster level and gaining access to the 4-star Fire Seed meant he could now unlock the advanced techniques of the 3 major 11th level martial arts. In the world of martial arts, strong martial techniques are essential for reaching the pinnacle. When the 3 11th level martial arts were revealed before Lu Sheng, he felt an unprecedented joy. First was the Stellar Body Enhancing Technique, also unlocking the 2nd stage cultivation method for the Golden Body Technique, as well as the advanced chapters of the Natural Breathing Technique and Crystal Meditation Technique. Armed with these 3 level 11 martial art techniques, would surely elevate Lu Sheng's martial arts journey to the next level. Lu Sheng already has the will of a Grandmaster. As long as he elevates his blood energy level, he will surely ascend to the rank of a Great Grandmaster. However, this path wasn't going to be smooth. Lu Sheng was well aware that even when practicing the same technique, every individual's understanding and martial arts path could vary. He learned the 10 Suns in the Sky technique from Shisheng Ning, while the Stellar Body Enhancing technique originated from the top 11th 8th level martial artist, Wang He. The core and essence of their martial paths must undoubtedly differ. But Lu Sheng wasn't confined by this. He firmly believed that every martial art technique is a path to the ultimate truth. He aimed to synthesize and integrate all, discovering a martial path truly belonging to him. Taking a deep sigh, Lu Sheng's gaze became even more determined. He wasn't content with just being a Great Grandmaster. His goal was to surpass all 11th level martial artists, ascend to the 12th level, and even reach higher peaks. Only by standing at such an unparalleled height can one truly rewrite history and reshape the face of the world. And this was Lu Sheng's ultimate pursuit. On the 5th day after the unified exam ended, Lu Sheng's father had prepared everything. The bright red lanterns and firecrackers were all placed all over the house. He knew that his son's results were about to be revealed in the upcoming weeks, and he was already feeling excited, ready to celebrate the good news that was soon to come. Lu Sheng's younger sister was also excitedly helping their dad stabilize the ladder. However, the neighbors might thought otherwise. The man next door, wearing glasses, was looking from his window at the bustling scene at the Lu family's mansion, where the lanterns were hung high. He smiled and said it seemed like their neighbor was looking to celebrate something. However, his wife seemed unimpressed. She complained impatiently, "Ever since that family moved in, there hasn't been a moment of peace." The fact that Lu's family was able to purchase a house bigger than her bothered the woman a lot. She glanced disdainfully at the Lu family. She then recalled the morning incident when Lu Sheng's dad accidentally spilled a basket of oranges. Just then, a loud car horn blared, and the woman decided to cause a scene. Lu Sheng's father squatted on the ground, swiftly gathering the scattered oranges with both hands and feet, all the while continuously comforting, "It'll be done soon, it'll be done soon." Despite his efforts, his anxious voice couldn't quell the increasingly piercing honks surrounding him. Even though the woman's car could have easily navigated around, the woman intentionally ran over the oranges. Meanwhile, her husband tried to persuade her not to speak so harshly, reminding her that we are all neighbors after all. Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes widened in disbelief that her husband would actually speak up for the neighbors. Just then, a loud car horn blared, and she, unable to contain her anger, demanded to know who was so audacious to honk so early in the morning. She subconsciously blamed the Lu family for everything, thinking it was Lu Sheng's father protesting about what happened that morning. She yelled out angrily, "Even if a few oranges got crushed, they can just be compensated," saying she will be sending over a truckload of oranges to their house as compensation. Just as she was about to go out and make a complaint, her husband saw the license plate of the car in front and was suddenly startled. As someone who works for the government, he instantly recognized the vehicle and the license plate. It was the governor's official vehicle. In front of their house, a massive convoy was slowly approaching, a row of sleek black business-class Mercedes. At the very front of this convoy was a stretched, top-of-the-line luxury sedan. Cold sweat formed on the man's forehead. Although he had heard rumors of a top martial arts scholar appearing in their province, he never imagined the governor would personally visit and honk in congratulations. This led him to speculate that the governor had made a special trip for the martial arts top scholar. Now that he had come here, this must have meant that the legendary top scholar in the unified exam actually lives in their community. His wife was also immediately caught up in the excitement, hastily planning to go back inside to change clothes, ready to meet this legendary student. She was ready to establish a good relationship with them, and the benefits in the future are self-evident. However, when her gaze inadvertently fell on the Liu family, who were also attracted by the honking, her face immediately showed a trace of disdain and disgust. The Liu family, too, were curiously standing on tiptoes, looking at what was happening outside. One young man hurriedly greeted Liu Sheng's family, while the family was both nervous and confused. The black convoy finally slowly pulled up to their front gate. Following this, the door of the stretch sedan slowly opened, and a tall, middle-aged man dressed in a gray suit stepped out. As soon as he got out of the car, he smiled and greeted Liu's family. He spoke with a sonorous and deep voice. "Excuse for my interruption, is this the home of Liu Sheng, the top martial arts scholar in Dongning Province?" As it turned out, the visitor was none other than the governor of Dongning Province, Xia Pingnan, who was also a Grand Master. Upon hearing this, the Liu family was struck by immense surprise and joy, their faces filled with indescribable excitement and happiness. And the neighbor woman, who had been observing from the window, felt her head buzz and went blank at this sight. She suddenly became unsteady on her feet and collapsed onto the ground, her mind buzzing with shock. The legendary top martial arts scholar was the eldest son of her despised neighbors, whom she had always looked down upon as country bumpkins. Sitting blankly on the ground, the woman's mind went blank, and she lost her ability to think. Recalling all the things she had done to the Liu family over the past few days, she felt as if her soul had left her body. Liu Sheng slowly opened his eyes and slightly twisted his body. A series of crisp cracking sounds came from his neck and joints. He looked down at his skin, noticing a layer of light gray dirt covering it, appearing somewhat greasy. Previously, having reached the first stage of the immortal golden body technique, it had become difficult for him to expel impurities from his body. However, now that he had entered the second stage of the immortal golden body technique, new impurities began to be expelled from his body. This indicated that Liu Sheng's had once again started to get stronger. He then decided to take a quick shower. After washing up, Liu Sheng wiped his body and walked out of the bathroom, casually picking up his phone to check it. He found a heap of unread messages, the majority of which were from his younger sister. "Bro, you are now #1 in the country. You have become the top martial arts scholar," followed by an excited dancing emoji. "Bro, so many people have come to our house. Why aren't you up yet? Bro, come down quickly. A lot of people are here and there is a grandmaster." Liu Sheng, surprised to see the third message, suddenly spread out his psychic power. Centered in his room, his psychic power spread out like a tidal wave. In the living room on the first floor, a few strangers were sitting. Among them, one person seemed to be made of flames. His entire body's blood energy was like a blazing furnace, emitting endless light and heat. Compared to him, the other martial artists around seemed like chunks of charcoal and dust scattered next to a roaring fire. That person suddenly looked up, and at the same time, he also saw Liu Sheng. "It seems that our top martial scholar has woken up." In the living room, the man in the gray suit looked up at the stairs to the second floor and smiled as he put down his teacup. Liu Sheng's parents were stunned for a moment, and the next moment, they saw their son, Liu Sheng, appear at the top of the stairs. Governor Xia was the first to stand up, his eyes intently fixed on the young man coming down from stairs. He watched the confident young man, with a handsome appearance and great physique. His hair was wet, indicating he had just finished showering. His face was calm and inscrutable, showing a rare maturity and steadiness for someone of his age. However, Governor Xia saw much more than these outside characteristics. Under his sharp gaze, the young man walking towards him seemed like the morning sun slowly rising. Seeing that his son was awake, Mr. Liu immediately began to introduce the distinguished guests present. Xia Pingnan, the governor of Dongning Province. The second person was the mayor of White Lake City, and lastly, Chairman Xiao, who Liu Sheng had met before. Liu Sheng nodded slightly, walked over to Governor Xia, exchanged greetings, and then proceeded to greet the mayor and Chairman Xiao. Shaking hands with Liu Sheng, Governor Xia and the guests took their seats again. Governor Xia began to explain that his unannounced visit was mainly to congratulate Liu Sheng on achieving the top position in this year's National Unified Exam, becoming the top martial scholar. Even though there were still 2 weeks left before the release of the exam results, Governor Xia assured that the results had almost been finalized. The only thing left is the ranking, but Lu Sheng's position has already been determined. Undoubtedly, Lu Sheng is this year's top martial scholar. Even without Lu Sheng's academic scores, Governor Xia was confident that Lu Sheng had broken their national unified exam record. Governor Xia shared that he received the news early in the morning and rushed over immediately, hoping to meet Lu Sheng in person. He wanted to present Lu Sheng, the pride of Dongning Province, with some well-deserved rewards on behalf of the province. With a glance, Governor Xia signaled his secretary, who swiftly stepped forward, bringing out several items. Among them was a bank card worth 50 million, and the second was a 400-square-meter residence located in the center of Dongning Province. While it might not compare to Lu Sheng's current mansion, it was a kind regard from both Governor Xia and the province. Governor Xia smiled at Lu Sheng and asked, "Now that Lu Sheng has the strength of a 6th-level martial artist, has Lu Sheng decided which martial arts university he would like to attend?" Lu Qing, standing behind her brother, was shocked upon hearing Governor Xia's words. She looked at Lu Sheng as if he were a monster, unable to believe that her brother had already reached the 6th level. Lu Sheng nodded. He had decided to attend one of the Divine Martial University in the royal capital. Governor Xia had anticipated this choice. He then instructed his secretary to bring out a stack of envelopes, which were recommendation letters from all 7 of the Divine Martial Universities in the royal capital. Governor Xia couldn't help but show a bitter smile as he explained. When all 7 Divine Martial Universities contacted him, asking Governor Xia to bring the recommendation letter to Lu Sheng, Governor Xia was shocked, since this had never happened before. He then handed the 7 envelopes to Lu Sheng, asking Lu Sheng to make a choice. Each one of these letters represented a martial arts sanctuary, a dream for countless martial arts students across the entire nation. And now, all 7 Divine Martial Universities were laid out in front of Lu Sheng, waiting for him to make a choice. His sister, Lu Qing, was in awe, feeling like this was a plot from a manga unfolding in their living room. After a moment of thought, Lu Sheng shuffled the 7 envelopes randomly and then closed his eyes to draw one out. The 7th Divine Martial University. He looked at the envelope in his hand, feeling both surprised and unsurprised. Governor Xia and the others watched with peculiar expressions. They had thought that Lu Sheng would carefully consider his options and choose the university that suited him best or that he liked the most. However, they didn't expect his decision-making process to be so unique. Governor Xia commented, "All 7 Divine Martial Universities were established following the heritage of martial saints. Although the 7th Divine Martial University may have a slightly less profound heritage, its teaching staff and other aspects are by no means inferior to the other 6. Governor Xia recommended that Lu Sheng it's time to consider getting a weapon." With that, Governor Xia took out his business card and handed it to Lu Sheng, telling him, once Lu Sheng has chosen his major and the type of weapon he wants to specialize in, give Governor Xia a call, and he will personally select and give Lu Sheng a weapon below level 6 as a gift to celebrate his achievements. Lu Sheng thanked Governor Xia and accepted the business card. Even the cheapest level 6 weapon was extremely expensive. To refuse the goodwill of a governor, who was also a grandmaster, would undoubtedly be a very impolite act. Sure enough, seeing Lu Sheng accept the business card decisively, the smile on Governor Xia's face grew even brighter. Governor Xia stood up to take his leave, making a point to bid farewell to Lu Sheng's parents as well. Before leaving, he expressed his apologies, saying, he truly didn't mean to cause any inconvenience today. It's just that when he heard that their province of Dongning has produced such an exceptional talent, he couldn't help but feel excited and rushed over immediately. The mayor and Chairman Xiao also stood up to say their goodbyes. The family warmly saw them off at the door, waiting until they had departed. After bidding farewell, the family returned inside. The father declared that they must have a proper celebration that evening. The atmosphere was warm and joyful. It was a day worth commemorating. The family spent the special night together, filled with laughter and happiness. Inside a dimly lit conference room, several figures were deeply engrossed in studying Lu Sheng's profile. It had been years since they had taken such a keen interest in an individual. "Perhaps this year will be different," one of them murmured, his eyes shimmering. He was no other than the Jade Martial Saint. A few days later, Lu Sheng embarked on his journey to the royal capital, bidding farewell to his classmates, embracing his family at the airport, passing through security, and boarding the plane. Lu Sheng's knowledge of the royal capital was very limited, but he knew the reason these 7 universities stand out is primarily that each contains a complete martial arts inheritance. Moreover, they each possess a unique divine martial tower. The university Lu Sheng chose was the youngest, established just 57 years ago by Tan Zhongyue, also known as the Jade Martial Saint, one of the 3 existing martial saints in their nation. Just over 100 years old, and he is currently in the prime of his life. He is still considered a young martial saint, as martial saints can easily live for more than 300 years, far beyond the lifespan of ordinary folks, akin to the immortal beings in legends. In the history of their nation, a total of 9 martial saints have been born, most of them during the first 150 years of the martial arts era. This was a time of prosperity for martial arts, with various opportunities, inspiration, and a surge of martial arts talents. However, due to the turbulent times, many martial saint-level powerhouses perished in battles against the ferocious exotic beasts, or in what can only be called civil wars between different nations. Lu Sheng learned in his history class that during the 1st century of the martial arts era, their nation and another nation fought for the title of world martial arts leader, deploying numerous martial artists to the battlefield. Even several martial saints fell in this battle, making it one of the most tragic and heartbreaking wars in centuries. Sadly, many of these great talents didn't die on the battlefield against exotic beasts, rather due to internal strife, were lamentable. As for the outcome of that war, it might be better left unmentioned. Besides Tan Zhongyue, who wasn't born back then. The 2 other existing martial saints in their nation were also members who survived the battle mentioned previously. In addition to his understanding of Tan Zhongyue, who was both the martial saint and principal of the 7th Saint Martial University, what intrigues Lu Sheng the most is the Divine Martial Tower inside the 7 universities. It is said that the Divine Martial Tower perfectly replicates the state of each martial saint during different periods of their lives, representing the highest level of integration between martial arts and technology. Moreover, once broke through a certain number of floors, one may have the chance to meet a martial saint, and might even be taken in as a disciple. Lu Sheng is not particularly interested in becoming a disciple of a martial saint. In his dream realm, there are inheritances from 10th and 11th martial artists that he hasn't even had time to practice yet, so why would he care about a mere 9th level martial saint's inheritance? If it weren't for the nation's mandatory requirements for what is called prodigy talents in martial arts, which require completing a certain number of credits in university before being allowed on the battlefield, Lu Sheng would have gone directly to the Eastern Military District and joined the war. Lu Sheng sighed inwardly. However, there is no way around it. The nation has regulations that strictly forbid individuals like him from entering the battlefield, fearing to lose a prodigy too early on. Individuals like Lu Sheng must undergo training and relevant professional knowledge within the university before they can enlist in the military. This can be seen as a form of indirect protection for the elite group of humanity, aiming to avoid unnecessary losses. For Lu Sheng, this doesn't really matter. His main goal is to complete his studies as soon as possible and graduate from the Divine Martial University. Just then, a girl also boarded the plane, and coincidentally, Lu Sheng knew her. Turning around, Lu Sheng saw a girl standing behind him, looking vibrant and fresh. She was also carrying a backpack and pulling a small suitcase, her face filled with an expression of surprised delight. It was no other than Yang, who attended the prodigy camp alongside Lu Sheng, also his younger sister's school senior. Little did Lu Sheng know just yesterday that Lu Sheng's sister had sent a few text messages to Yang, telling her that her brother's flight was at noon today. She encouraged Yang to be brave. After all, Yang had given up her admission to Dongning Martial University for the royal capital to be closer to Lu Sheng, something that Lu Sheng's sister highly approved of. Coincidentally, not only were they on the same flight, but their seats were next to each other. Lu Sheng was momentarily stunned when he saw Yang showing her boarding pass. He had not expected that Yang was also going to the royal capital, and what's more, that she would be traveling together with him. Lu Sheng suddenly remembered the spouse section in the dream realm, and then looked at the beautiful girl sitting beside him. A sudden sense of worry arose in his heart. Could it be? Oh, no, not this again. 2 hours later, the two of them got off the plane together. Looking at the magnificent buildings and the bustling city, Lu Sheng thought to himself, this is truly a royal capital. Perhaps the grand 1359 military base in his dream realm also looked like this before it was overthrown. Watching some of the cleaning workers leap down from high places or stick to the windows like Spider-Man, he realized that this place was no joke. After giving it some thought, Lu Sheng decided to accompany Yang to her university. He was somewhat surprised. Although Yang had not been accepted into the Divine Martial University, with her talent, getting into Dongning Martial University shouldn't have been a problem. So why did she choose to come to the royal capital and attend Jinghe Martial University instead. There was quite a significant difference between the two universities. Either way, since they are from the same city, they should look after each other. Lu Sheng took one of her suitcases from her hand and walked ahead, planning to help Yang with her registration before reporting to the Divine Martial University himself. Watching Lu Sheng walking beside her, Yang experienced an inexplicable acceleration of her heartbeat. She thought to herself, it felt like they were a couple starting school together. Yang obediently followed behind Lu Sheng. They quickly entered the front gate of Jinghe Martial University, where they saw a few young men in their early 20s greeting the freshman students. When Lu Sheng and Yang appeared at the school gate, the two young men immediately stopped chatting and looked over, their eyes lighting up at the sight of Yang. Both of them quickly approached them. One was quite burly, wearing his tank top and showing off his arm muscles. The other had blonde hair and was tall and thin. Both of them approached Yang with beaming smiles and an exceedingly attentive attitude, asking to carry Yang's suitcases for her. Yang was startled and immediately hid behind Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng, however, remained quite calm. He handed the suitcase to the two young men. Seeing Lu Sheng, a strong sense of crisis immediately appeared in their eyes. One of them asked Lu Sheng if he was also a freshman at Jinghe Martial University. For the past few days, Lu Sheng had learned how to hide his blood energy inside his body, so ordinary martial artists would not be able to perceive it like they did during the unified exam. Lu Sheng shook his head and said they were friends, and he had come to help her register. Hearing Lu Sheng say he wasn't a student at Jinghe, the two young men's expressions relaxed slightly. Although they could tell that Yang had feelings for Lu Sheng, they thought to themselves that as long as they weren't from the same school, the threat was significantly reduced. After all, being near the water means you're the first to get to the moon, as the saying goes. The two young men led Lu Sheng and Yang into the school, proudly introducing it along the way. They said that although Jinghe wasn't the best in the royal capital, it would definitely be considered a top-tier institution in other provinces. The school had numerous martial arts practice rooms, and they had 3 opportunities per month to enter the Divine Martial Tower. Lu Sheng was curious and asked if anyone was allowed to enter the Divine Martial Tower. The two young men proudly stated that the Divine Martial Tower was a national treasure, and naturally, all martial arts students could use it. Not just the students from the royal capital, but even out-of-province martial artists could apply at the Martial Arts Association for the qualification to enter the tower. Lu Sheng then understood that students from the 7 Divine Martial University had it even more convenient. They could enter at any time without needing to apply. The blonde young man then smiled and told Yang that if anyone bullied her, there were people in the school who would stand up for her. But she must never provoke anyone from the 7 Divine Martial Universities. Lu Sheng, curious, asked why. Seeing that it was Lu Sheng who spoke up again, the blonde man was getting a bit annoyed with him constantly interjecting and impatiently said, "Because the students from the Divine Martial Universities are all crazy. Those people are assigned missions combating the exotic beasts on their first day of class, saying Lu Sheng will get his butt kicked if confronted by one of them." The blonde young man impatiently looked at Lu Sheng and asked, "Got it?" Lu Sheng offered a slight smile and nodded. At this point, the group had arrived at the enrollment area. Lu Sheng prepared to leave after dropping off Yang, telling Yang she could contact him by phone if she needed help. Yang waved goodbye to Lu Sheng and watched his departing figure. The blonde young men thought Lu Sheng was too arrogant. The burly young man beside him also expressed his discontent. The blonde young man, while helping Yang carry her luggage, asked, which university was her friend planning to enroll in? With Lu Sheng not by her side, Yang's expression instantly turned cold. She glanced at the two young men and said indifferently, "The 7th Divine Martial University." The two were momentarily stunned. Yang lifted her chest slightly, her eyes shining, and took her luggage. With a rather proud tone, she added, "He comes from White Lake City. His name is Lu Sheng." The two young men pondered over Yang's words, and suddenly, as if realizing something, their eyes widened, and their bodies began to tremble slightly. This year's top scholar in the National Unified Exam, Lu Sheng? Lu Sheng, dragging his suitcase behind him, followed the GPS on his phone through the bustling royal capital. Along the way, he saw many young students just like him, with backpacks on their shoulders and suitcases in their hands, eagerly to start a new stage of their lives. As Lu Sheng passed by the entrances of various martial arts universities, he saw lively scenes everywhere he went. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of a university and stopped in his tracks. It was the 7th Divine Martial University. Unlike the other martial arts universities he had seen, The entrance to the 7th Divine Martial University was quite deserted. However, the university itself was enormous. At the entrance of the 7th Divine Martial University stood a gate towering hundreds of meters wide and 100 meters tall. On the gate, there were a few gilded characters, none other than the 7th Divine Martial University. The signature below was Tan Zhongyue. The first impression that the 7th Divine Martial University gave to Lu Sheng was one of surprise, especially the sign personally inscribed by a martial saint at the entrance, and the prominent divine tower, which gave off a feeling of looking up at majestic mountains. Lu Sheng suddenly felt that this might not be a waste of time after all. Perhaps this trip to the university could bring him some interesting events. He then walked towards the welcoming reception at the entrance of the school. Under a welcoming banner, several young men and women were doing their own things. The deserted welcoming reception finally had a visitor. A blonde girl eagerly took Lu Sheng's admission notice. After a quick glance, her eyes lit up rapidly. She called over her friend sitting next to her and pointed at Lu Sheng, saying, "This guy is the national top scorer of this year's unified exam." The young man who was polishing his sword stopped to listen, and they all became curious about the handsome freshman in front of them, as this was the first time the 7th Divine Martial University had admitted the national top scorer. The young man holding a great sword sized up Lu Sheng from head to toe, squinting his eyes. He then jumped up, sword in hand, and landed in front of Lu Sheng. When he asked if Lu Sheng was indeed the top scorer of the year, Lu Sheng wasn't startled. He smiled and assured me, absolutely genuine. Just as Lu Sheng was about to ask the young man about where the student dormitory was, the young man raised his great sword and fiercely swung it down at Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng remained still. He didn't even blink, as he calmly and smilingly looked at the young man. The young man slowly nodded, then lifted his great sword and pointed in a direction, telling Lu Sheng to keep walking inside, and that there would be signs along the way. Lu Sheng, without any fuss, picked up his suitcase and headed towards the direction. As Lu Sheng's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, the three began to talk. They were all very curious about Lu Sheng. The young man asked what Lu Sheng's score was on the unified exam. One of the girls searched for a while but couldn't find the information. However, a serious expression appeared on her face as she said, "Rumor has that the national top scorer this year had blood energy level at the 6th level, while also broke quite a few records during the exam." The young man with the great sword was somewhat shocked. The other girl also opened her mouth in surprise, anticipating that there would be an interesting show to watch later on. As Lu Sheng entered the campus, he recalled the information he had read about the university. However, as he walked along, he hardly saw anyone. The lush campus seemed almost empty, as if he was the only one walking there. Suddenly, a chubby student spotted Lu Sheng and ran towards him. He introduced himself as Lin Zhe, also a freshman, and complained that he had been walking for half an hour without seeing a single person. Like Lu Sheng, Lin Zhe was laden with a suitcase and backpack. Smiling, the chubby boy said he was very bad with directions and asked if Lu Sheng could help him find the student dormitory. Looking at Lin Zhe, Lu Sheng was reminded of his high school bestie, Ming, and felt a natural liking for the chubby boy in front of him. Lu Sheng smiled and agreed to help. At the entrance of a spacious residential area, a large group of young boys, clearly new students, were gathered, dragging their luggage behind them. Their faces showed a touch of youthful looks and showcased their pride. However, at this moment, there was a hint of anger in their eyes. A student grunted as it was sent flying, landing heavily on the outskirts of the crowd. The young man lifted his head, his face filled with shock and terror, and a barely noticeable hint of fear in his eyes as he looked at the person who just sent him flying. A tall young man in an orange outfit was clapping his hands with a smile, looking at the student on the ground and speaking, "Xu Xiaoming, the martial arts top scorer from Nanjiang province, right? You really do have some skills. You're the first one who's been able to take 2 of my attacks. Keep working hard, and with a bit more breakthrough, you might just make it inside." The young man made an encouraging thumbs-up gesture and acted like he was sincerely cheering him on, but the sarcasm and mockery in his tone were obvious. The surrounding crowd of freshmen all showed a hint of fear. So far, no one has managed to enter the dormitory area. A blue-haired young man turned to his friend beside him and asked in a low voice, "Huodong, do you think you can handle it?" The young man, Huodong, had a clean cut with a handsome face. He had a mature and calm demeanor. Huodong, the 5th top scorer in the National Unified Examination and the 3rd top scorer from the royal capital, shook his head and admitted that he was not very confident. He had only recently become a 5th-level martial artist. But at this moment, Huodong's face also showed seriousness and worry. Huodong stared intently at the young man in the orange shirt, speaking in a concerned voice. This guy is very strong, probably already at the peak of 5th level, and with minor achievement in Gang Ki, a form of internal energy in martial arts. He took a deep breath and admitted that he might not be able to withstand more than 3 attacks against him. Perhaps Huodong would have a chance if his elemental control talent breaks through to level 3, but right now, Huodong shook his head, choosing not to continue his sentence. The young man beside him couldn't believe what he was hearing. Even their strongest, Huodong, couldn't withstand more than 3 attacks. He gritted his teeth and suggested that they could wear him down, taking turns to fight him, then let Huodong take him down at the end. However, Huodong shook his head, explaining, "A peak 5th level martial artist, with a blood energy level of 1,000 and supported by internal energy. It's not that easy to wear him down. Besides," Huodong's gaze shifted, landing on another student standing next to the entrance, who seems innocent just standing there having trouble getting the boba from his drink. But Huodong could feel that the student who hadn't made a move yet was probably even stronger, possibly already at the 6th level. The faces of the new students beside him all showed shock and fear. They had never heard of a student reaching the 6th level before. A 6th level martial artist is qualified to be a chairman of the Martial Arts Association in their respective cities. The orange-shirted reminded everyone not to forget which university they are attending. He reiterated his previous statement for the newcomers. Anyone who could withstand 3 of his attacks could enter, and if they could withstand 5, they could bring in their luggage as well. Raising his arms towards the crowd, he stated that while they might be martial arts prodigies among their peers, their past glories meant nothing here. In all of the 7 divine martial universities, strength ruled above all, and everything one desired had to be fought for with their own 2 hands. Holding a bunch of defeated students' room cards in his hand, he dropped them on the ground, telling everyone that without strength, they might as well go back home and live an ordinary person's life. His lips curled up into a cold smile as he spoke word by word. "This, as your respected senior at the 7th Divine Martial University, is the first lesson that I will be teaching to you." His words were like nails, deeply ingraining themselves into the hearts of the young freshmen. They lowered their heads in silence, their eyes flickering with various emotions. There was humiliation, unwillingness, but most of all, self-doubt, and a profound sense of confusion about their future path. Lu Sheng frowned as he watched the man at the entrance, feeling a slight irritation rising within him. It seemed like every time he went somewhere, there would always be some people jumping out to preach life lessons or the law of the jungle to him. His ears were practically calloused from hearing it so much. And frustratingly, the ones preaching were usually not very strong themselves, the kind he could easily swat away with a single slap. It was truly exasperating. The chubby boy, Lin Zhe, standing beside Lu Sheng, seemed very excited. He eagerly expressed his enjoyment of trampling on these self-righteous seniors and reveling in their shocked and fearful gazes. Putting down his suitcase, he was about to try it out himself. Lu Sheng looked at him in slight surprise. Lin Zhe took off his backpack and handed it to Lu Sheng. Turning to Lu Sheng, he grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He told Lu Sheng that he was this year's top martial scholar from Sichuan province and ranked 19th in the nation. With that, he stepped forward through the crowd towards the orange shirt, shouting, "What's up with these stupid rules? Stop with y'all nonsense. It's too late to beg for mercy and watch Daddy kick your stupid ass and teach you a real lesson." The next moment, a flash of white light illuminated the area as a burst of energy appeared. Lindsay's figure, like a sandbag, was swiftly sent flying back, crashing heavily 7 meters away before rolling another 10 meters like a ball. Although he landed on the ground, Lindsay was not injured. He touched his buttocks and admitted his carelessness, saying the orange shirt guy was stronger than he thought. Seeing the look Lu Sheng gave him, Lindsay's face turned red. Lu Sheng smiled and patted Lindsay on the shoulder. Afterward, Lu Sheng walked towards the orange shirt guy. The crowd's gaze instantly converged on him. The orange shirt locked eyes with Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng lifted his arm and rubbed his wrist, thinking to himself that if there was a problem, he should just solve it. If a fly is too noisy, he should just swat it away. Lu Sheng, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, told the young man in the orange shirt that he was ready whenever. Instantly, all eyes in the crowd focused on Lu Sheng. The orange shirt looked down at Lu Sheng from above, his gaze sweeping over the backpack on Lu Sheng's back, his expression teasing as he questioned if Lu Sheng planned to take on his 3 attacks just like that. If was just then, Lu Sheng had realized something. He put down his backpack and snapped his wrists, calmly stating, "Now, we can start." The onlookers whispered among themselves, commenting on how naive and ignorant Lu Sheng was of the danger he was in. They wondered if Lu Sheng couldn't see that his opponent was a fifth-level martial artist capable of using internal energy. They shook their heads as if they had already foreseen Lu Sheng being beaten and limping away. The young man in orange smirked, a cold glint in his eyes, as he licked his lips and said, "I'll show you what true cruelty is." Before his words had fully faded away, he launched a kick as sharp as a blade. The energy wave was dense and tangible, tearing through the air and producing a piercing howl. This kick created a small whirlwind on the spot, causing the nearby freshmen unable to open their eyes and slowly retreat. However, Lu Sheng wasn't bothered at all. He simply extended one of his hands and reached straight for the young man's face. For some reason, Lu Sheng's grab seemed very slow. Everyone could clearly see every detail of his movement. Yet surprisingly, Lu Sheng's hand shattered the energy wave, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Sheng was already in front of the young man's face. The young man in orange struggled, saying, "Let me go." But Lu Sheng's hand felt like a deep black hole, instilling an indescribable sense of immense fear in him. Lu Sheng exerted a bit of force and grasped the young man's neck tightly before, with a fierce swing downward. Boom! The ground cracked open, and large cracks spread across the hard cement surface. The young man in orange lay on the ground like a dead dog, his body twitching slightly. The freshmen were all stunned, frozen in place. Lin Zi, the chubby boy, had his mouth wide open, wide enough to fit a fist. Lu Sheng simply brushed the dust off his clothes. The other senior student who had been standing nearby was also stunned, as if he hadn't recovered from the scene that had just unfolded. Holding his drink, he stared blankly at Lu Sheng. However, the moment he exchanged glances with Lu Sheng, his body instantly tensed up. He felt like prey that had been targeted by a fierce predator, appearing somewhat frightened. Lu Sheng's gaze fell on him. "Can I go in now?" he asked. With his hands in his pockets, the senior gently nodded, and Lu Sheng calmly walked in. Finding his room card, Lu Sheng casually pulled out a room card and tossed it to Lin Zi just outside of the entrance, saying casually, "Let's go, Chub." Lin Zi subconsciously caught the card Lu Sheng threw at him. As he looked at the room card that shimmered in the sunlight, he seemed to snap out of a daze. He quickly picked up Lu Sheng's backpack and, carrying his own suitcase, hurried to catch up. The two of them walked into the dormitory area, one after the other. Behind them, there was a still silence. Everyone was confused as to why the long-haired senior didn't take action. Could it be that even he was unable to defeat Lu Sheng? Watching Lu Sheng enter the dormitory area, the long-haired senior picked up his phone and made a call. "Hello, Brother Chen. I'm afraid someone extraordinary has joined us this year." Lu Sheng wandered around the residential area for a while, finally finding the living quarters corresponding to the room number on the card in his hand. To his surprise, the student housing at the 7th Divine Martial University consisted of individual villas. The size of this dormitory was almost comparable to the luxury mansion Lu Sheng had recently purchased for his family, and what's more, everything here was free for Lu Sheng. Lin Zi, who was dragging luggage, cautiously told Lu Sheng not to go to the wrong place, indicating that it was the dorm of the national top scorer. Before he could finish speaking, something seemed to click in his mind, and he turned to Lu Sheng with a shocked expression, swallowing hard before asking, Are you Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng just smiled at him. "Do I not look like it?" Lin Zi burst out laughing, giving him a big thumbs up and saying, "You totally do." Lin Zi theatrically wiped away a tear, saying that he, as the top martial scorer from his province, never expected to run into people like Lu Sheng right after entering the university. He confessed that he specifically chose to apply to the 7th Divine Martial University to avoid encountering big prodigies. He was thinking that the top prodigies would all opt for the more well-achieved divine martial universities. To his surprise, Lu Sheng, the national top scorer this year, had chosen to come to the 7th Divine Martial University. Lu Sheng was somewhat puzzled. He remembered that Governor Xia had mentioned that all the 7 divine martial universities were equivalent. Turning to Lin Zi, he asked why did he consider the 7th Divine Martial University weak. Lin Zi scratched his head and explained that he wasn't too sure himself, but just hearing the number 7 makes it seem like the weakest. Moreover, historically, the national top scorers usually go to one of the older divine martial universities. Lin Zi also looked up the results of the National University Martial Arts Competition over the years, and the 7th Divine Martial University occasionally ends up at the bottom. Lin Zi then shrugged, saying, "So wouldn't you say it's the weakest?" Lu Sheng, however, was unconcerned. Regardless of its strength or reputation, might as well take things as they come. Opening the door to his dormitory, Lu Sheng waved at Lin Zhe, suggesting they could hang out later. Lu Sheng entered the residence and found that the interior was very well furnished. Even the sofa was made of beast leather. Curiosity piqued. He pressed a button on a remote control he found on the table, and a massive 4K screen lit up. Casually browsing through, he discovered it was a campus forum. The posts varied, ranging from strategies for conquering the Divine Tower to profiles of prominent figures on the 7th Divine Martial University ranking, and even live broadcasts of battles against level 5 beasts. One post in particular caught his eye. It was the hottest topic of the day, featuring a complete video of the battle between Chen Yixuan and Xiaolan for the title of top senior student at the 7th Divine Martial University, which had over 14 million views. Lu Sheng quickly realized that this forum was a goldmine for the latest intel. Judging from the comments under the pinned video, it seemed that Chen Yixuan and Xiaolan were currently the two strongest students at the 7th Divine Martial University. Lu Sheng clicked on the video. As the video played, two young men in their early 20s stood facing each other. One wielded a long saber while the other brandished a Chinese dao. They appeared to be in the campus square just inside the entrance of the university. However, just as things were getting interesting, a prompt popped up on the screen, stating that the 15-second preview had ended and he needed to register and pay with forum points to continue watching. Lu Sheng shook his head. It seemed that video websites were the same everywhere. At this point, Lu Sheng hasn't got his student ID yet, let alone have the means to register or earn forum points. He closed the video, went upstairs, and found a small open balcony with a panoramic view of the distant scenery. This spot was perfect for practicing his daily breathing exercises. Before coming to the university, he had prepared 30 glass vials of the latest supplements, which should suffice for his cultivation needs in the short term. After drinking the supplement, he felt a warm flow circulating within his body. Lu Sheng started practicing the second stage of the immortal golden body technique. Suddenly, a loud knocking sound disrupted his practice. Lu Sheng, who detested being disturbed during cultivation, what made him more annoyed was seeing his door damaged. Lu Sheng stood up expressionless and opened the door. Opening the door, he saw a tall young man with a mushroom haircut scrutinizing him. The young man disdainfully began to speak.
So you are Luo!
Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying like a cannonball, traveling over 20 meters before slamming heavily into a wall. The two other people with him were left stunned and speechless. "Learn how to knock on a door before coming to find me again," Lu Sheng's stern voice carried out as he slammed the door shut. The pair knocked on the door again, this time with a gentler touch. Lu Sheng appeared at the door for the second time, his eyes clouded with confusion as he looked at the two. The mushroom-haired dude who had been sent flying struggled to lift himself off the ground. He caught sight of his two companions staring back at him with faces stricken with terror and shock. The mushroom dude felt as though his ribcage might shatter from the impact. He thought to himself, wasn't Lu Sheng just a freshman? How could he be so powerful? His intention had only been to intimidate this freshman and make a name for himself. He had heard that Lu Sheng was this year's national top scorer. He didn't expect to end up in such a sorry state. Lu Sheng, growing impatient, questioned their purpose. Were the seniors here really interested in bullying the freshmen day in and day out? The two hastily took out a large box and some documents, including Lu Sheng's student ID and some daily necessities. They explained they were from the student union here to welcome the new freshmen. They explained the student card would grant Lu Sheng access to all the equipment at the 7th Divine Martial University, and he could receive a bottle of level 4 beast blood. Lu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement, impressed by the generous benefits of the Divine Martial University. However, Lu Sheng cast a skeptical glance at the senior he had just sent flying, doubting their intentions was merely to deliver warmth and goodwill. After all, the hostility from the senior earlier was obvious. It was clear he had intended to use Lu Sheng as a stepping stone to establish his dominance. The senior, covered in dust, with resentment flickering in his eyes and grievances written all over his face, waited as if expecting an apology. Lu Sheng tilted his head slightly, a powerful aura rising from him. "Were you expecting an apology?" Lu Sheng asked with an emotionless voice. The senior with the mushroom haircut quickly assured me that no apology was needed and that they would take their leave immediately. Before closing the door, Lu Sheng still expressed his thanks for the delivery. Then, the three of them almost fled from Lu Sheng's residence. Looking back at the villa behind them, each of their faces bore an expression of lingering fear. The mushroom hare had not anticipated being overpowered by a freshman with a single punch. The other two looked at their mushroom-haired classmates and made it clear they would not assist him in seeking revenge. They looked at him with eyes full of sympathy. Mushroom Hare coughed twice and gestured dismissively. He had no desire for revenge for now, remembering that even when he had encountered a 6th-level beast on a mission, he hadn't been injured as badly as by Lu Sheng's single punch. He deeply regretted trying to establish his authority through Lu Sheng, yet he couldn't just let the matter slide either. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's door opened again. Catching sight of Lu Sheng's gaze, they hurriedly said they were about to leave, babbling promises to fix his door and even making a show of calling someone to take care of it right away. Lu Sheng then returned to his room to continue watching the video with his student card. Now, Lu Sheng could clearly see the fight in 4K. One wielded a saber and was dressed in a crisp suit. The other wore a tank top paired with camouflage pants, brandishing a large Chinese dao. There was no chatter between them. They went straight into each other. Lu Sheng was curious about the extent of the abilities of these prodigies, representing the pinnacle of young martial artists in the nation. The two fought back and forth, and Lu Sheng's expression turned serious as he watched. They were indeed very strong. Lu Sheng made some calculations with his fingers. Without using the power of a grandmaster's will, he estimated he would need to use at least 60%. No, more like 50% of his strength to defeat them. Considering that Lu Sheng's internal energy had recently reached a minor completion, which was conservatively estimated to elevate his combat power of over 2 million, even 50% of his strength cannot be underestimated. Ultimately, the student in the suit, Chen Yixuan, emerged victorious. Both of them were clearly not yet grandmasters, but already extremely close. Perhaps there were others even stronger than them at the other 6 divine martial universities. Lu Sheng had heard from Lin Zhe that enrollment at the 7th Divine Martial University was not always ideal. All of the previous national top scorers had all enrolled in other divine martial universities. Lu Sheng had always been in Dongning Province. This was his first time coming to the royal capital. Reflecting on the abundance of prodigious talent in the world, he acknowledged the need to push himself even harder. As one video ended, the next began to play automatically, a freshly uploaded clip. The video's title proclaimed, "The strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Divine Martial University. Beats up senior ranked in the top 300 on the first day of school." Indeed, the video chronicled the scene Lu Sheng had just enacted at the residential area entrance, where he had overpowered the senior in the orange shirt. In the footage, Lu Sheng effortlessly shattered the senior's attack, grabbed the senior by the neck and slammed him down. Reflecting on it, it did seem rather violent. The editor of the video seemed to have a peculiar sense of humor, turning the latter half of the video into a kind of meme. The clip repeatedly showed the senior being thrashed to the ground by Lu Sheng with bang, bang, bang sound effects with musical rhythms. It was quite pitiful to watch. In the barrage of comments and live chat, viewers spammed KEKWLUL and PogChamp. Lu Sheng was rather speechless as he watched the video, and a part of him felt sympathy for the senior. Just then, his stomach rumbled a reminder that it was time for a meal. Checking the time, he headed to the cafeteria to sample the culinary offerings of Divine Martial University. The university's cafeteria did not disappoint Lu Sheng. The place was bustling with students. Lin Zhe was there too, his arms laden with a variety of foods, skewers, meats from different beasts, and an assortment of snacks and dim sums. He approached Lu Sheng with a smile, asking him to not make fun of him for eating this much. Then Lin Zhe saw the food on Lu Sheng's table was no less abundant than his, and Lu Sheng was seen engulfing a burger taller than a man in one bite, like a monster consuming its prey. Lin Zhe shoveled a mouthful of food and glanced surreptitiously around, informing Lu Sheng that many people were watching him. At the table opposite, 2 senior female students were whispering praises about Lu Sheng, one of them even casting flirtatious glances his way. At another table, the sentiment was not as favorable. Some students from the same grade who knew the person whom Lu Sheng had beaten up in the video were eager to test their mettle against Lu Sheng. Lin Zhe envied the attention, while Lu Sheng continued eating, unfazed. The atmosphere in the cafeteria shifted when several individuals stood up and made their way toward Lu Sheng's table. The crowd's attention turned towards them. 4 individuals halted before Lu Sheng. The leader, also a freshman, extended his hand in a cold smirk, greeting Lu Sheng and introducing himself as Luke, ranked 17th nationwide this year. Lindsay's expression tensed as he sensed their malicious intent and was about to stand, but Lu Sheng's words kept him seated, telling him to continue eating. Lu Sheng ignored Luke and carried on with his meal, asking if Luke had come specifically to disclose his exam scores. Abaldi seemed rattled by Lu Sheng's dismissive demeanor, but was stopped by Luke. Luke narrowed his eyes at Lu Sheng and started to laugh, saying he knew he was no match for Lu Sheng. However, he began to hint at the importance of social relationships in this environment, different from the previous high school, telling Lu Sheng he should know his place. However, before Luke could finish, Lu Sheng interrupted him. If Luke acknowledged he was not a match for Lu Sheng, why provoke him? Caught off guard by the question, Luke watched as Lu Sheng calmly placed his chopsticks down and pushed his plate forward slightly, preparing to stand up. In an instant, the expressions of Luke and his companions darkened. Anticipating hostility, Luke launched the initial attack, but Lu Sheng was quicker. He reached out, his hand aiming for Luke's head in a familiar motion reminiscent of the earlier video clip. With a single-handed grip as if catching a ball, Lu Sheng pressed Luke to the ground. The cafeteria echoed the dominance Lu Sheng had displayed in the meme-worthy footage they had all seen.